Hello, I'm Ian Hecox, and our crew submitted some assumptions about we here at Smosh. And so we're gonna go through those assumptions. I don't know what they are, and I'm sure all of them are gonna be very appropriate.
And nice and kind.
Today I'm joined by Chance, Shane, and Angela.
Before someone assumes it, I can't sit like this.
Is that right?
It's too big, I'm sorry. My massive hog blocks it.
Yeah, dude. You magnum dog.
I'm just gonna get this assumption out of the way. Yes, my hog is stopping me from
All
going
right,
like
guys,
this.
yeah, the assumption, penis, huge.
And my areola's massive.
Your areola.
Both
Here.
of Brennan, looks like Brennan's assumptions are good. We got those out of the way.
That's good.
Disgusting. Okay, let's get real here.
Gross.
I bet they think we all hate each other or something.
Yeah, what's up?
All right, we ready? I'm already feeling attacked from this first one.
Oh, no.
This is all people that work with us on a daily basis. Caroline says,
Oh, shit.
I did not think Ian knew my name October through January. That's some BS because I know people's names.
That's some BS because it was October through December.
Yeah, that's more accurate. That's more accurate. No, I feel like people ask me who other people's names are. They're like, who is
That's
that?
true.
Who is that?
You not only know people's names, I mean, every year we do our like getting to know the crew or like guessing, kind of making assumptions of the crew.
Yeah.
And you've won it,
You win.
I think
I
twice.
lost my crown this year though.
Who won?
But you always do really
I don't
well.
remember. I don't remember their name.
But you always do really well. You actually do know people at the company.
Thank you. I think our crew are very interesting people.
I have a really bad habit where I will not introduce myself to people. Like I just don't, I'll just exist in a place with people and I will not go and be like, hi, we haven't met, I'm Chance.
I'll do it a little too late.
Okay.
Like we'll be talking and then I miss the boat and I go, that's when I should have done it. And
Yeah.
then I wait a little bit and then I
Yeah.
go, hi, by the way, I'm Angela, what's your name?
Yeah.
My problem too with where Smosh is at now is we've hired a lot of people because we're doing really well. And so I will see people around, but I don't like talk to them. And then like weeks go by and I'm like, well now it's like awkward. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's been so long that I'm like, do we just kind of assume we know each other?
Yeah.
It's like a getting on the escalator thing. Like you have to go.
Right.
Yeah, so unless I get it out of the way, or unless
Yeah.
like someone in that department goes, oh, by the way, here's this person.
So I'm offended.
On
They're
behalf
more
of Caroline's.
they're more to blame. And yeah, Caroline, I know your name. I know who you are. This next one comes from Audrey, and she says, Ian misses the bowl cut. No, I don't. I tried it back on when we did Smosh Summer Games.
You seemed
And
happy.
You did seem happy.
You lit up.
Yeah.
You
Ian.
seemed alive.
Okay, I'm
You
gonna
really
tell
lit up.
I'm gonna tell a little story here. Okay, we shot at a real school, and they had summer school going on, and the fire alarm went off, and we all had to walk outside in front of all these children, and I'm there with I had a mostly shaved face and makeup on my face to make me look younger, and this bowl haircut, this ass bowl haircut.
The biggest basketball shorts I've
Yeah.
ever seen.
I looked like, I don't want to say the word, but I think you can guess what I looked like. I'm just like, hey, I'm one of the kids here. Like, it was not looking
was
good for me. I was
sick.
like,
It was
please
sick.
don't
It was
let me go outside.
deranged.
Let me just burn in this fire.
I was standing
can't
next
go
to him too,
outside.
and we were first in front of
We were
everybody.
first out,
And then
yeah.
a teacher came up to us like, false alarm, go back. And then Ian goes, we can go back.
Yeah.
We can go back.
I was just about to leave that door. There was all these children out there, and I was like, I look like I'm 21 Jump Streeting right now.
I think I leaned over to Spencer and I said, he looks like the reason the alarm's going off.
Yeah. Yeah, it did not. It did not look good. So I don't miss the bowl haircut.
No, but when I see pictures of you in it, you just look happier. I don't know how to describe it.
Okay.
You just are so like,
Yeah. Next up, Selena
Oh, shit.
says, I didn't expect Chance to be such a damn nerd.
oh.
100%. I get that all the time. It's in the comments too, where people are so surprised about the things that I'm like infatuated with. But why is that? What is it? Because what is that? What did I do?
I think it's the shirt.
Fashion
No.
forward?
Okay, I think
Yeah.
it all came to light, I think, during Sword AF season 1. Your nerdness was like coming out.
Yeah.
And you'd be like, I've been thinking about my spells, I'm doing this, I have this modifier,
Yeah.
blah, 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 blah. And it was like, oh, here he is. And I don't know, you don't nerd out a lot. That's what I think it is. It's like, you
Yeah.
don't go off on something and be like, oh, here's my whole theory on, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you are kind of like an incognito nerd. Like when somebody like you won't be running around talking about like the newest One Piece or something.
Yeah.
But if somebody's like, oh yeah, like what's the name of that like type of sword? And you're like,
You'll know.
scimitar.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Like I actually, honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think a nerd is what you love. It's like it's not the content you love. I think it's the way you love it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
definitely.
And it's
You can be a
like-
nerd about anything.
Just being passionate about something.
Yeah, and I think like
geeking out.
when you're passionate about something, you're not throwing it in people's faces.
It's the duality of you are also like a cool LA person, right? You are. Like, and I think that's front facing. You see that first. And then it's like, so people kind of don't assume the nerdy thing.
And there is such a culture, I guess I'm figuring it out now. There is such a culture in LA specifically, or just with like influencers where they're like so removed from things. Like caring about things is not cool. It's more like,
Right.
I don't even care. I don't even have to care.
Right.
I don't care about that. It's whatever to me.
If we're really getting deep, I think you grew up more nerd, and then you came into a lot of your confidence and your like performerness.
Oh, 100%.
And that's something I just know about you and how you grew up, but I don't think a lot of people know that. So I think when your nerd comes out, it's more of like your childhood self coming out that people don't know.
All right, next one. Mike said, pretty sure the first time I saw an image of Chance, he was wearing a Letterman jacket. And I was like, ain't no way the jock with the perfect hair can be that funny, but the clips have proved me wrong. And there's an addendum. Pete also thought Chance was a jock because of a sketch when he first started.
That is awesome. That is so cool.
As
And
a
you know
not
what?
jock?
As a not jock, that is awesome. It's straight up like a costume. It really is. Like the Letterman. I've never played football. I'm never gonna play football. I don't even want to touch. I've never wanted to touch a football, and I never will.
You're gonna touch one when I throw it at your face.
I don't know what sentence you just said,
Yeah, I
but
don't either.
pretty cool.
It's also funny because my brother, like two of my younger brothers are so jockey and so like sportsy. It's almost like I take that on me when I put on a Letterman or things.
I see.
Funny.
Not a jock.
All right, this next one is from Carolyn again. I guess she's got a lot of
Let's hear it.
shit to talk. When I first walked into the office for my interview, Angela ran past me, stared at me, then kept running. I assumed it was something important.
Wait, what? I don't understand what I
That's so funny.
You
What'd I do?
Common
ran
toddler
past-
interaction.
That's crazy. What were you
That's
doing?
so funny. That's like when your mom's friend comes over and the baby's like, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And this was when she first walked into the office for an
Holy
interview.
shit.
And what does she assume?
Toddler or dog where they go, he's shy.
She assumed it was something important.
Like what you thought about her, but I think you were just observing probably. Just taking in new information.
You guys, I couldn't tell you what was going on.
You do just like run around the studio. Like
Maybe I was running and I was like, oh, is that someone I know? Nope. It might have been like is that? Oh,
and,
no.
and you didn't have your glasses
might have been
probably.
that.
Maybe you thought she was someone else.
Yeah, or I
a
just was like,
friend.
new person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye.
Maybe you thought maybe she was like a fan that like made her way into the building.
No. I really weaned that 2 minutes to set dry. You know what I mean? Like the like you got 2 minutes. That's when I pee, eat, make a cup of coffee, fix my makeup, and I'm doing it all. And I think the running is always me being like, sorry, 1 more second. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
almost there.
Yeah.
I'm almost there.
We got a coward in our midst.
What?
Are they anonymous?
This one's anonymous.
Let's f***ing go.
We got a
let's
coward.
ride.
We got
let's
a coward
open the
in here.
Google Doc and let's figure out who said it.
Okay, Ollie.
Okay, my money
This
is on Ollie.
This one could be from Ollie. Anonymous coward said, I assumed it was all just cringe millennial humor at the Smosh office. And then said, also thought it would be all boys humor.
I'd say it's both. I'm kidding.
We got a good mix of everything.
I would
Yeah,
say,
we've got some Gen Z, we've got some millennials, we've got some Gen X.
So like I think they thought like being in that environment was just gonna be a bunch of people being like, narwhal bacon.
Yeah.
Oh,
That sucked to
There's
see.
levels of millennial humor,
Doggos.
right? And we're not hitting that type.
Where's
of
my
millennial.
puppers and
Stop it.
doggos?
Stop it.
No,
Drop it.
we never do that shit. Look, I'm a millennial. I can't. Hey, I remember 9/11. Like that shaped my humor. What do you?
Wait,
what
sorry.
do you want?
9/11 shaped your humor, or the
I'm just saying, like, I'm a
9/11?
millennial. I grew up in that era. Like, I remember when the internet was like a place you got onto. I think you would get
Yeah.
on this, so you are performing a little bit more. Whereas Gen Z, like,
It
they're
is
in the
us.
matrix.
They're on the
in the
internet.
matrix. So
That's
they're
such a
like,
good
they're like,
breakdown of
why are you trying?
is
I'm like, because
interesting.
like it used to be a big deal to be like, I'm gonna make a post.
Yeah.
And that was me at a teenager. So like my childhood, nothing was online, nothing got posted. So like a photo was like, hey, smile for the photo. And it was like, whoa, we're taking a photo now. That's a wild thing. Whereas Gen
so
Z
true.
grew up getting photographed like all day, every day.
It's really interesting because there's also so many, I feel like, Gen Zers who are not posting a lot, but they consume a lot. So they're in it, but they're not contributing to it. But then in
Yeah.
real life, what happens? What do they do?
I've noticed that I am almost commenting on boy humor by doing boy humor in a dumb way sometimes, if that makes any sense. Sometimes
Yeah.
I like to do it like almost like drag. Where like I like to
Yeah.
like be so silly and boyish when we're playing like Don't Win. I don't know what it is. I didn't get to do that as a kid. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like where you're just like being so stupid.
Yeah.
And
Oh, so you're saying being stupid is a boy thing?
How dare you
agree.
talk about men like that?
like I make jokes not because I think they're smart, because I think it's stupid that that's the joke that people would make, but I
Yeah.
make it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun to make jokes.
Or like, yeah, I caught myself at a comedy thing. They had me come out and I was like, and I was like humping the air. And I was like, that's not me, right? But I'm laughing that people would normally do that.
It's
And I think it's funny to do. Does that
It's
make
so
any
funny
sense?
because it does, when you do that, I get like triggered. That's why we seem like siblings, because I'm straight up like, hey, you can't do that. Stop. Like, it's like a dog.
That's our
saying,
culture.
It can't, it's
And I'm
more like,
kind of
don't
making
hump
fun
me,
of your
bro.
culture.
Like, I'll hump you. It's like kind of like the boys like fighting. That's why it's like,
The boyhood humor in early 2000s, that culture is my costume.
Yeah.
And it's funny. Like D's nuts. D's nuts to me, that when every boy did that and every girl, we just didn't in my school. And the boys got to do D's nuts, and it was just like, we don't have something like that.
this vag.
Vag.
And less about the body parts and more just, I don't know,
sure.
just being like a fucking troll.
Yeah.
For some reason,
like
the
Dragon.
girls didn't have the space to do that in my school.
Yeah. Or
and
like
the boys
Dragon.
did. Dragon?
Dragon
D's
D's nuts. Damn, dude.
Or someone taught me the other day what sock
Got her.
topping is.
What is that?
Sock topping?
Sock top and these nuts.
Like you stand up and you go like this. Like this. I'm playing a
are
little
you
boy
gonna
in a
do?
musical, okay? And then the director pitched to me that I do sock top. And I went, what's sock top? And stand up. It's like this. Put your hand here. And you go. And these boys try to hit each other's nuts.
What?
That was a thing. That was a thing back in the day.
When Angela didn't know about this.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what the that is.
Just got you guys.
Brutal.
Go get them.
Oh, shoot.
Punch him in
I'm
the
gonna go
street.
and punch all of you at home.
All these so my assumption was correct.
Next up, we got one from Benny. Benny said, I thought Shane would be a gentle sweetheart, but he's not afraid to roast the shit out of everyone.
That's true.
Damn.
But only on camera.
Only on camera. I don't
on
really
camera.
roast people off camera,
Unless you just do an impression of them.
which I don't think is roasting. Like I don't do impressions where I'm like roasting them. It's kind of like
This is how I
I think Amanda's really good at this too, where it's like, no, you want to really truly emulate them.
Yeah.
Whenever I impersonate or roast someone, my goal is I'm like, whoever you're roasting, whoever you're impersonating, it should make them laugh. And if it doesn't make them laugh, then it didn't hit. It doesn't.
Yeah, and I'd say
succeed.
like to Benny thinking, I don't think you look for places to roast people. I think you look for jokes. And if
Yeah.
that joke is a roast and it's good enough of a joke, you do it. Does that make sense? I don't think
Totally.
you seek out roast. You're not a roaster. So I do think he's right where you are a sweet person. But if something super funny of a call out in a roast happens to come to your brain,
Right.
you say it. Because you're a comedian, not because you
I wouldn't even I don't think of you as a roaster. You're not not a roast type guy.
I think we all have a certain sort of camaraderie, especially at Smosh, even behind the scenes, because like with who memed it, the crew's willing to go for it too. I could never roast Benny though. He is the sweetest person at Smosh.
I've never met anyone sweeter.
I will be in a piss poor mood, and
Yeah.
Benny will be walking down that hallway, and you see that fist bump coming, and you
Yep.
cannot
Yeah.
You
Dude, he-
ignore it, and
say
you
no to the
cannot
call.
walk away with a frown.
He's always got a fist bump loaded and ready to go.
Yeah.
That guy, you will hear him, you'll see him walking past, and he gives every single person he passes a compliment
It's
Yes.
and says nice things to
And the
everyone.
smile too.
And I was like, God damn.
I got one this morning and he was walking so fast, I was like, surely he doesn't have time to give me a compliment. He does.
He's always walking fast.
Always walking fast.
He's walking fast, but he's observant.
He's a good guy, that Benny.
He is truly such a kind person.
Okay, this next one goes back on the attack on me. Chloe said, I assume Ian's blood is 40% cottage cheese and 60% Mountain Dew Kickstart.
That's disgusting.
Filled to the brim. Okay, look. Can a boy just have a sweet treat from time to time?
No.
Can a boy enjoy his cottage cheese and Mountain Dew Kickstart side by side?
You can, just maybe not that much, is the point.
It
y'all
was
don't-
so publicized. It was like you wanted everyone to know.
Yeah. I'm trying to help people live a better life. And
Sure,
the way
sure.
they get to that is by eating some lumpy cheese and some mystery fizz water.
I will say, we tried the Mountain Dew Kickstart in the soda ranking thing. It's pretty good.
It's
It is good.
It's good.
I think I've only had a sip of it.
They're trying to like ride the balance between like chemicals that might give you cancer and chemicals and things that might give you diabetes because they have sugar and artificial sweetness.
Found the perfect balance.
Yeah. So like
Can't
I
figure
don't-
each
Why
other
not
out.
both?
yeah, if you're doing halvesies, then
Yeah.
I think it won't get you fully into one direction or
Yes,
the other.
it's like if you have a
So-
cookie, then a carrot. It's like nothing.
This one comes from James in our camera department. He said, Ian intentionally sits alone at lunch and keeps track of all the folks who don't sit next to him.
Whatever.
That's
Track?
fucking
Do you
awesome.
keep track?
I may have a mental list. And let me just say, if you don't sit next to me, you're going to regret it.
Whatever.
What do you mean?
Just
How ominous.
don't.
What are you talking about?
Just don't.
This one comes from Lizzie, and she says, I didn't think I'd be talking about bodily functions or body parts as much as I do for my job. That's fair.
Now,
Farting,
oh,
Yeah.
okay.
pissing, pooping, butts,
Yeah,
genitals.
because she has to keep an eye on like what's gonna get us demonetized.
Oh, wow.
That's in her department. Yeah.
That's
She's-
Angela's fault most of the time.
What?
Whoa, whoa.
You always talk about and shit.
Yeah,
I always want to know like what's going through their heads for Lizzie in that department when it's like they're watching a video just to make sure it's all good.
Yeah.
That's such a funny thing to watch a video being like, all right,
Or,
did they
yeah.
say anything too messed up?
Or like going back to like sometimes we get like silly, like slap happy by the end of the day. And we're laughing that something isn't funny when we're laughing at
Yeah.
it. Like, and I think a lot of the like potty humor stuff, it's not genuinely funny. It's just like we're like, oh, like there's this video where we play Cards Against Humanity with a book, and it was so lame.
I remember that.
Yeah.
And I could not stop laughing.
Yeah.
And there was this like one long thing about or something, and I was crying. And it is funny to think like Lizzie's watching that like at 9 a.m. on a Thursday. And does she think I actually find that funny? Or does she know that I was just spinning out, being like, what are we doing?
It's why like when we do Reddit stories, I try my best to let the audience know like what time it is and how much we've done the day that we're reading it. Because what happens is it'll be like Friday at like 5 p.m. We started filming at 8 a.m. We filmed a ton of board games and other stupid shit. And now we're reading really intense stories about like cheating and stuff. And we're unfortunately sometimes laughing.
Yeah.
We know that the story is serious,
Yeah.
but we're laughing because we've just are out of it.
It actually would be fun to do the same video programmed at different times. And do like werewolf at 9 a.m., werewolf at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
This is a new word I've never seen before, and I might need some help with it. Patrick says, Angela probably had mustacchioli with little candles in it at her high school graduation party. Did I say that word right?
What the hell is that?
Mustacchioli.
What is it? Masacholi!
Masacholi.
What the hell is Master Toli?
My graduation dinner,
With little candles in it at her high school graduation party.
I'm going to confidently probably say, yeah, because I was at Maggiano's. We did every graduation
But
at
did you have little
Maggiano's.
candles in it?
Oh, no, we put that on a cake,
Damn.
probably. Candles on a
A
cake.
tiramisu.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, Patrick has a follow-up here. He said, I've always believed Shane can make a good egg salad. Sorry, all my assumptions are about food. I am Polish.
I don't really make much egg salad. Yeah.
Maybe he's right about like maybe like you give off like someone who likes to make deviled eggs.
I don't make deviled eggs. I like deviled eggs.
What about a
I've
tuna
never.
salad?
I don't really make tuna salad either.
Chicken salad?
A curried chicken salad.
Whoa.
No.
So just chicken. just pounds of chicken.
He's a baker. He can bake.
And beans. He likes
And
beans.
beans.
Yeah, beans
Chicken
are
and
great.
beans.
What do you mean beans?
Cooks a lot of bean shit.
You do. You're on that Rancho Gordon, Rancho
I
Gordo
just got a
type
bunch
shit.
of new
Here we
Rancho
go.
Gordon beans.
Cucamongo.
Here we go.
Yeah, I like to cook up a bunch of beans.
He's on a
have them for the
bean
week.
mailing list, like Newly, but
I'm not
beans.
on the mailing
What?
list. No, to
You
get
get- there's
to
a
get the
waiting
membership.
list.
To
You have
get
a
the membership,
subscription
it's like a
for
year-long
It's
wait.
Newly but meat.
They are
you don't
incredible
even know.
beans.
Amanda
They're
Barnes,
heirloom
too.
beans.
I don't need you to preach me these beans.
No.
No,
It's crazy.
wait.
They're
If
all
you
on
have these
this
beans,
list.
they're really good.
You guys think everyone in the office is millennial and cringe? No, they're all beans.
Yeah.
No, we're
They're all,
beans.
they're all on these bean
We are
lists.
from Even Stevens.
You don't
And they're
understand.
like, oh, I've been in the waiting list is a year long. Oh, yeah, I got the beans. I got the
beans
beans
here at
soaking tonight.
This guy goes down to Mexico
And I get
finds,
these beans.
and finds some like rare varietal that one family's still keeping alive, and then he takes some of those beans and he grows them, and then he gives them out to people on a mailing list.
Literally like the
And there's a wait list.
I can't tell if
The
you're
Just
kidding or
Hit
not.
No, not
shaving
kidding.
program.
And there's a
I
wait
just go and I
list.
order them online though.
Yeah,
like
you can
it's
just
like
order them
$8 for a pound of beans,
incredible.
What do you
which
do
is
with
pretty
that?
expensive,
I don't
but
need
they
to
are
know.
good ass beans.
I'm over the beans.
And when he makes some good stuff. I'm pissed I didn't know that pasta dish.
Yeah,
That really sucks.
That's really embarrassing.
Can I piss everyone off?
I thought you were gonna ask me
Really
to
quick.
piss.
Can I
it's like,
piss?
go ahead.
Can I
Go ahead.
Can I
Piss,
piss
girl.
my pants? Can I piss every Italian off? I don't understand the big deal with like the different pasta. Like they're different shapes.
Whoa.
They're
No,
the same.
No, it's a different delivery service. It's
yeah.
different delivery. Like
This
there's-
coming from a
Okay.
man
Different
who has a
viscosity.
subscription service to beans. Move on.
There's different viscosities. To
I
the
understand like a
sauces,
ravioli, but I'm
the
like,
meats.
Oh no,
But,
the
like-
comment section is gonna be warfare.
but like they'll be like, oh no, that's fettuccine and that's spaghetti. I'm like, I could probably.
I'm from a very New York Italian, American Italian, not like real Italian. And like, we've never known any of them. It's either bow ties,
Whoa!
bow ties or spaghetti.
I like the
wagon
thick
wheels,
ones.
yeah.
Like, give me a tagliatelle or a parpadelli.
Yeah, but we never called
And
them
that's
those
why,
names.
and that's why they kicked you out of Italy
100%.
because you failed the pasta test.
Not allowed.
Yeah.
I think they're all good. I am like, it's just all pasta. Mix it all together. Why not multiple
You're
pasta
sick.
shapes in
I
one?
feel that way about meat. I go,
What kind
that's
of
all
pasta?
meat.
What kind of pasta are you?
It's a little crazier. But
I feel that way about barbecue. I feel that way about barbecue. I go, that's all barbecue.
I'm not gonna touch that one. You have that one.
So you're gonna come after
You
all
can't say
types of
that.
noodles? I'm
can't say
sorry.
that. You can't say that in
I'll
front
face
of-
the
in front of
Italians.
them.
You deal with all the South in Texas.
What's the next assumption?
Are you pissed? Briskets, chicken's chicken. I don't fucking know.
Damn, dude, this
Wild.
is crazy.
Oh,
we gotta
no.
move on. We have to move on.
Cooking my chicken rare.
I'm getting hot.
Why is
I'm getting
this?
lightheaded.
Why is this
There's-
offensive?
There's
But
gonna
we
be a
have to
Reddit.
know
There's
the
gonna be a
difference
Reddit
between
thread
linguine and
tearing you apart.
And you know what? I'm in need of a new tear.
We got two right here.
We have to cut so much of this episode.
No, we're keeping it all in.
Oh my god.
All right, this one comes from Rain. They said, I assumed Ian was going to be silly stupid, but quickly found out he's like randomly knowledgeable about a lot of different subjects. Oh.
Yeah,
That's
it's true,
sweet.
man.
I did learn recently, and I told a couple people this already. There was an albatross that they tagged in 1956.
That's a bird.
Okay.
Giant bird.
very
It's
big
the
bird.
largest bird.
Sounds like a
actually.
jail to me.
And they tagged it in 1956.
Alcatraz.
That motherfucker is still alive and still breeding. Can you imagine that?
The Clint Eastwood of birds.
Dude, just like no, the Keith Richards of birds.
Oh,
Is Clint
yeah,
Eastwood? Is he still?
He has
making
like,
babies?
I think he has like a 12-year-old. No, probably older now. I just remember like he was like 80 and he had
Can
like
he
a.
stop?
Oh, Robert De Niro had a kid recently, right? Or was it Al Pacino?
I think it's. I think it was Al Pacino.
Al Pacino has like a
Yeah.
newborn.
That's
something.
crazy.
Yeah, pretty
No,
cool.
you're smart in funny ways.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm not funny in smart ways.
No, that too. I do that too.
I think that's kind of a funny distinction.
Yeah. No, but like you get serious and then we'll get super knowledgeable and you'll be like, oh yeah, I fell down an internet hole about this and here's blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
That is why I know any of the stuff that I know is because like I love a good wiki hole. This one is a collab apparently.
Ooh, an
from-
Assumption collab.
From Selena and Peter. They said, I thought it'd be more like working for other self-centered, unorganized YouTube auteurs. I wasn't expecting how much it would feel like a real production. I knew it was somewhere between a Hollywood production and filming with a DSLR in your bedroom, but it still caught me by surprise how official it was going to be. All
That's
right.
fair.
I mean, that's a compliment.
We
I'll
are
take it.
we are like
A machine.
because we've all worked on other like sets like TV and film, and like it's not much different.
I also think it's our PMs and I think Amanda Barnes and Alexina, they run big sets. Alexina has run so many big ass commercials with multiple units. That's kind of the order of the day goes by her, right? So it's if that person wants it to be legit and wants it to go book by the book, that's how it's gonna be organized, right?
But even before their time, coming on, the call sheet looked so official. Getting my first call sheet, I was like, oh my God, this is serious stuff.
Do not all YouTubers
No.
Plenty of
Actually, I knew that answer. I don't know why I asked.
There's been a lot of people that have worked at Smosh who've worked for other YouTubers before, and I've talked to them about what their experience was, and I think this was forever ago. Someone forever ago worked for and she was like, oh yeah, it was all just through text.
Yeah.
he would just text
That's
me, and we would just text, and
crazy.
we'd figure it all out through that.
I imagine it was through text until a certain point. Or phone
small
call.
until it wasn't.
I mean, I think the thing was I think we always relied on people who were professionals in this space and deferred to them for how shoots should be ran. So
Do you think it's because you moved to LA?
No, it was even before LA when we were running a pretty
Tight ship.
normal shoot.
Yeah.
Because there was people that were in the industry that worked with us, and they were like, this is how you do it. And we were just like, okay.
That's cool.
Because we didn't know. I mean, the way we were doing it when we were running on our own would be we'd be like, hey, you want to shoot today? Okay. And then we would start shooting and be like, you want to go to Denny's? Okay. And we go to Denny's and we'd be like, I'm tired. I don't want to shoot anymore. Okay, let's just go home and play video games. So when we first started taking it really seriously, then we just deferred to the people that knew about this stuff because we didn't. This next one comes from Rain. I think Chance has a secretly large forehead. And said,
had me the
hair
first
covers
half.
it up, wig full of secrets.
That's so
That is f***ed up.
Damn, that's crazy. And what's crazy is you can't prove them wrong.
You're right. My hair is glued to my forehead.
Rain from the
It's a
top
part of
rope.
it's a part of the hat.
It's a part of the hat, yeah.
Yeah, it all just comes up with the
Yeah,
hat.
What do you think he's wearing the hat for?
And you have different hats. I have different hair
curls,
attached to it.
yeah.
Put a projector, watch a movie.
I did see someone recently pointed out that you wore a wig in your first appearance on Smosh.
It's not his
No,
first
my-
appearance.
First
Oh.
appearance on Reddit.
Reddit.
Stories.
It's my favorite thing in the entire world.
And then we don't comment on it
yeah.
until the end. And I
So it was
It's
one of your first
funniest
appearances.
thing.
it was the first Reddit stories ever.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, got you.
Yeah.
It's so
And it's a
good.
wig that it's just off. It's just off.
It's like a very
But
good quality
if
wig.
no one had ever known who I was,
Yeah.
they wouldn't be like, they might be like, that's a wig, but they'd be like,
That's some
Can you
ass hair.
please do
You
it
need to
again?
do it again.
we did it
Please.
I think we did it on the 50th episode too.
Oh, did we?
It's my favorite thing ever.
I feel you got to bring it out every once in a while, randomly, just in a video. Nobody comments on it. It's
Moose
very
Master,
normal.
yeah.
You have to do
Yeah.
it soon.
It has
I
to be
miss that wig.
We'll throw it up on screen, or maybe we already did.
But I've seen your forehead and it's not big, so I don't know what Rain's saying.
Thank you.
We should do a Moose Master where we're all wearing wigs, and not
that.
costumes, but just wigs. And
But
if
it's,
you lose
matched
your
to
wig,
our
you
hair
take
color.
a penalty card.
If you lose your
Yeah.
wig.
If it just comes off at any
False.
point.
Oh, girl, my wig is not coming off.
It's not getting snatched.
Says after yesterday your wig fell off.
This one comes from Benny.
Hell yeah.
They said, I've seen Chance on a skateboard, and I think he secretly shreds, near pro level. Do you shred?
I do not shred.
Come on, baby, tell him you shred.
On a longboard, I can
He shreds.
I can do a lot on a longboard, but I'm not grinding rails. I'm not jumping and shit. But on a longboard, I can groove on a longboard. I'll say that.
yeah.
I can
I think you are really
I can
skilled
turn
on a
around.
longboard.
I can turn
Oh,
around. I can
whoa.
dance on it. I can go one leg. And
I've
shit.
seen you on the phone adjusting your necklace while riding a longboard.
Oh, I can drink. I can text and drink while I have
Four Loco
Yeah.
on the longboard.
Yeah, can you get a DUI on a skateboard? I know you can on a
not
bicycle.
drinking.
No.
Gotcha.
No.
Okay.
Can you get a DUI on a bird scooter?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Shut
Yeah.
up.
And a bicycle.
Me
too.
oh, really?
Really? I guess I'll figure out a different way home tonight.
I want to get back home.
But no, I don't shred.
This one comes from James. They said, Angela actually knows exactly what she's doing at all times and has tricked everyone into thinking she's a bit of a dingus.
Wow.
What do you have to say for that?
And is he talking about like mistakes? Like when I make a mistake?
Like,
Like
on
you know,
camera.
like everything you're doing is
It's
intentional.
Like, yeah. No. That'd be so sick, but no. There's
like the
sometimes I've done
prestige.
something intentional, but like I picked up the paint and didn't, why would I intentionally, you know what I mean?
Drink
or like,
the paint,
why would I
yeah.
intentionally, like, and you can really tell from sometimes where it's kind of messy the way it goes down, where it's like, I called Shane out and that was an absolute mistake that I felt really bad for. So
It was very funny.
I'm trying to think of other mistakes I've made.
I do think you lean into it. Like
Yeah.
once it happens,
Yeah.
and you're like, oh, that was a
You don't shy away.
that was a
from,
brain fog moment, but that's funny. Let me lean in.
But that's how she is for things off camera too.
Yeah, I'm not putting on the dingus thing. I think
Yeah.
I'm just so safe and free here that my dingus comes out a lot easier
and we love
than
that for
other
you.
people's because I'm just like, at this point, I can't sharpen this. I am just letting it out.
Like I'm even thinking in like rehearsals and things, or like at a bar, like if you flub up or do something embarrassing, you'll like feathers out, like peacock it
oh, that's interesting.
to just bring attention to it, so then it feels
Yeah.
better for
If it's a
everyone.
real mistake, I'm not gonna make a scene of it. Does that make sense? Like, if I think for content, being a dingus feels like we shouldn't say that word.
Dingus is
feels
fine.
Loaded. What is
that,
dingus?
that
Maybe the
word?
way I
That word's
said
not
it.
What is
cancelable
dingus?
yet.
But doesn't it feel like it?
Like a little dummy.
Yeah, but
Like-
what does it derive from?
I wouldn't worry.
I just
about
want to
it.
start canceling. I want to start canceling things.
Let's not
but
dig
based
too
off of the way
deep.
they sound. Anyway, no, I hope it doesn't look forced.
I don't think so.
I think I celebrate the ones that are silly and stupid and don't matter. And then if there's an actual mistake, I'm not going to bring attention to it. I'm going to apologize profusely off camera.
All right, this next one comes from Mike. He said, I had to change my worldview when I started working at Smosh because I was positive it was a universal truth that the better/cooler looking you are, the less funny you become. But everyone looks good and is genuinely funny. So I guess life's not fair.
wow.
Damn, okay, Mike.
I thought this
Okay,
with
Mike.
Andy Samberg. I was like, he looks cool. And
Yeah, it's
he's
not
funny.
fair.
It's
Yeah.
not fair.
Okay, wait. I think
people, yeah.
we should talk about this conversation we had. I don't know if it was with you. It was with somebody, and we were talking about like when we grew up or when we were in middle school and high school. It was so much harder to dress well, and now because of online shopping,
Yeah.
like it's easier to look cool.
It's
Is
so
my
true.
thing. It used to be like, oh, you had to be a thrifting
Yeah.
genius
Yeah.
to find something, and now I think you can just order, and you can follow someone who you think is so cool, and you could click the link below and buy what they're wearing.
And we're in a weird time in history where anything goes. Anything
True.
goes. You
Yeah.
can
Like
dress
fashion-wise?
Fashion-wise, you can literally put on. There's not many things that people will be like, "You're out of style now." It's like if you just pick a vibe and go for it,
Yeah.
it'll work.
Yeah.
It's really strange.
But yeah, no, I think you're right. Like growing up, the cool people weren't the funny people, and the funny people weren't the cool people. Or I don't know, it's different where everyone grows up. But
I think everyone's just hotter now. Maybe that's what it is.
That's true.
It's possible.
I think we have
Better skincare. Better
Style
hair.
definitely has changed. I mean, like, you look at what I was wearing in those first couple of years at Smosh compared to now. Like, yeah, the internet's helped me, like, plus I finally just kind of also became
Cared.
who I am and, like, became an individual.
Thanks for calling us hot, Mike. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Mike.
This next one comes from Nicole. Said, F you. F off.
Can I read it?
Yeah.
I thought Ian was a chaser or chaser adjacent based on his character in old sketches, but he's actually low-key dark woke.
Dark woke.
Dark woke!
What does that
Dark
mean?
woke
Dark
is
woke.
awesome.
Dark woke.
We all know what a chaser is here.
I don't feel if I fully know what a chaser is.
So it's like
It's a type of
it's a straight
pasta.
guy that like goes after trans women.
Oh.
Like to date.
Because it happened
But
a
is it
lot
is
in-
it always on the DL though? Are they usually considered like they do it but they're not like public about it? Okay, historically.
Nicole,
okay,
this is
thank
the
you.
deepest assumption.
But
Because
the
there were a lot
assumption-
of sketches that you would go after.
Yeah, there's a lot of sketches where I would be like, it was the old Smosh humor where it'd be like, oh, look at that hot chick, and then be like, oh, she's a dude.
Yeah.
and then canonically,
Millennial humor.
yeah, exactly. And then canonically in Smosh the movie, I guess, yeah, I do marry a trans woman
Hell yeah.
in it. So there's a lot of evidence there.
Low key, dark woke.
We don't have the rights to Smosh the movie, right? Like that's
We do now.
We do.
Yeah.
It could be funny to completely remake the movie, same exact script, except like recontextualize everything that happens in it.
Yeah,
Like just tell it from a different lens. You know?
from a dark woke.
Make
lens.
it dark woke.
Dark.
Smosh the movie Dark Woke edition.
I've never seen the phrase dark woke.
Dark woke is really
It's
good.
really good. Whoa, that's crazy. That is a crazy assumption. That is the type of assumptions.
And I've heard that.
that's
Nicole has told me that before.
I've heard that
She
too.
thought I was.
She said it right to your face.
Yeah.
Put it in your bio, bro.
Chaser.
I dare you.
You got Tinder up? Let me see.
Just the only thing I have in my bio.
Yeah.
I'm like,
YouTube.
Second cutest Smosh boy looking for cutest Smosh girl.
There you go.
There you go.
All right, this next one comes from Caitlin. At some point in his life, Ian slept in a race car bed. Dude, I freaking wish.
God.
Oh,
you know
wow.
how sick that would be? I know.
Those are kings
I
amongst
slept
men.
There's nothing stopping you from having a race
From
car.
realizing the dream.
And put it in
now.
your bio
That's
and
true.
get a car.
It would have to be big though. You're not sleeping in a little one. That's weird.
No, and also the race car beds are always on the floor, and that's just
Yeah.
not a vibe.
What do you
I've
mean?
always thought of getting Spork one. Yeah.
A Lightning McQueen one.
That'd be good.
Just a
a
little
mater
bit.
one.
Yeah.
No.
Gross.
Rusty.
Rusty bed.
I never had a race car bed. I did grow up on the smallest, squeakiest bed that you've ever heard before.
Waterbed, anybody?
I've slept on a waterbed before, but I never had one.
God, I wanted one
My
so
parents
bad.
had a water
They
bed.
feel like they'd be sweaty.
Your parents had a waterbed?
My dad and my stepmom, yeah.
Adults having waterbed?
Yeah, I had a lot of my family members had them.
It's true.
If your parents had a waterbed, you knew they were
Wait,
I will
you
say,
can just make
I
a
will
lot of
say
noise
the
on a
thought of
waterbed?
having sex on a waterbed sounds awful.
No, it sounds awesome.
It's actually
Sounds-
kind
No,
of
it sounds awful.
uncomfortable because it's hard to like move around on it.
I slept in bunk beds.
Okay.
Who would have thought this video would have ended with us talking about can you have sex on a waterbed?
Well, you can. It's just
I
not.
thought
It doesn't
that was
seem
the
like it
whole
would
point.
be.
I thought
Is
it
that the
was
point?
I thought it was like
No.
I thought it was like a groovy thing to do in the
It
70s.
does it does the soaking for you.
disgusting.
Yeah, one guy on the end of the bed just slapping the water.
Causing ripples.
And he's dressed as a lifeguard.
Yeah, there you go.
We have to go home.
Anyways.
I've been wanting to do this.
Don't do that.
Hey man, don't tickle coworkers.
Sorry, we're gonna have to talk to Nate about that.
Oh my God.
Are we just gonna end it there then?
Yeah, all
right.
right. Ian's a
Well-
chaser, and thanks, guys.
Hello and welcome to this video. Today we are talking about the dumb, so stupid things that we believed as children. We asked our audience to submit the assumptions that they had when they were kids about the real world.
Yeah.
And we're going to be hearing them, reacting to them, and also sharing our own. And let me tell you, they're dumb real stupid.
Woo!
Yeah, shall we get into it?
Yes, I love dumb assumptions.
I was a pretty dumb kid.
assumptions.
Yeah.
You were a dumb kid.
I feel like I'm a pretty dumb adult too, so I'm excited.
Guys, I sucked phones. Let's be real.
Excuse me?
You sucked phones?
sucked phones.
Don't tell me you don't remember this.
Because the phones taste so good. Because the phone air on a corded phone.
I am so sorry I brought this.
No, I'm right there with you.
Okay, guys, sorry. I
Tell me about suck phones.
I was homeschooled for a little bit, okay?
It's okay. Tell me about suck
so
phones.
sometimes if you had like an office phone or like a calculator or a remote, and you just kind of put your mouth on the opening and you go, you could like taste the plastic.
It's like the plastic like circuitry kind of like.
Yeah.
No, I'm following. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that.
I wish I had one right now that I could.
Yeah. Anyone got any plastic
Yeah.
we can suck on?
And then Shane was like, you know what? You should vape.
You would love this thing called vaping. All right, should we hop in?
Let's go, Tom.
Okay.
I'm so sorry I got to Tom.
The most common submission.
Ooh.
I thought there was a tiny guy or gnome in the poles at traffic lights behind the button you pressed across the light, and he was controlling the lights changing.
Whoa.
The most common.
The most common.
People believe this gnome is there.
Wait. So you press a button and they think that
That's just where he's housed. That's his home. The
but
button where you go,
they
wait.
think that this small person or
No.
creature presses a different button.
So,
No,
well, he's
it is
controlling the traffic lights.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
But when you press the button, that's like him going, wait.
Yeah, well,
And then
I
he,
mean,
like,
that
gets
must
the
have been
lights
super
going.
scary for somebody to think that there's someone in there when they press it. They go, wait.
I feel like I believed something similar when I was a kid of like, well, someone's doing this. It can't be automated. And especially in Ocean's 11 or whatever Ocean's heist movie where he's like, I'm going to turn all the lights green. Like he hacks the lights.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, whoa, he's the guy now.
Yeah.
Like he
It's just
was
a
another
computer guy looking at all the different traffic lights.
Yeah.
Like,
And there are people inside the cars in the movie Cars. So, have you guys seen the illustration?
No.
Is-
no.
are they-
Of the,
Are they like-
of the
are they
man,
like-
Oh, like
of
they're
the man
like-
inside
Yeah.
Lightning McQueen? Yeah, I mean, that's real.
Jesus.
That's
real.
horrifying.
There's a light pole shaped person inside.
Yeah, just really long,
Yeah.
stretched out. Do you guys have any like little men, little guys elsewhere?
I don't know that when I was a kid I was believing that there were little guys controlling things.
I thought I was in the Truman Show till I was like too old. That's also I love. There was cameras everywhere.
I did always think that like there was like a camera in the TV. Like the things you're watching on TV, I thought maybe they could see you.
Because of like Dora talking to you.
Yeah, or like newscasters, they're like looking straight at you and stuff. So like
You
when I
know
was a
they were
kid-
looking
She's
at
talking
you,
to me, and I
talking
thought
to you.
when I was a kid, I was like, they could, I could see them, they could see me, you know?
So do we think this is a stupid, or do we think it's kind of justified? I think it's childhood whimsy. I'll allow it.
It's reasonable.
It's reasonable.
I
Yeah.
think I'm on a little bit on maybe it's not like stupid, but I'm like, yeah, they're pretty silly, you know.
It's reasonable or stupid, Trevor.
Okay, I'm choosing not to comment.
Okay, our next one is I assumed the black market was a really shady and illegal flea market swap meet in town.
I kind of
I
thought
think
that
that's
too.
very
I think when
reasonable.
you
I
Yeah.
think that's so reasonable.
like when you imagine like what it looks like in your head, like the black market. They go to the black market. It's like really dark.
Yeah, they're like in an alleyway. They're like, hey, you want an apple?
There's a big sign that's pointing down to like a basement.
And it says
Black
Black
market.
Market.
Yeah.
Black market, what's like the dark web? I thought
Right.
the dark web was like so accessible as a child. I was like, oh, what if I accidentally get on the dark web?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought the dark web was really hard to get onto.
I think it's
Is
pretty. It's
it?
pretty easy.
I've never been there.
Yeah, no,
You
it's
just Google
pretty
it.
easy.
You can
I've
find
never
it.
been
Just
to either
Google
of
it.
these dark
real, though?
places.
It's real.
Of course you've been on there. What have you looked at? Tell us. Tell us.
What have
never
you
been.
bought?
I've
Is it
never been
illegal
on-
to just go on there just to like look,
Look.
at what people are doing?
I don't
Can
think
you
so.
window shop in the black market?
Can you window shop? or
Window
just, like,
shop meth
vibe
on the
check?
dark web.
Yes. Just scroll, see the prices.
That's way too much.
Oh
I'm
my
sorry.
God.
Hey, if I can find a better deal elsewhere, I'm gonna go elsewhere.
Is the black market on the dark web?
I would
I think
assume the dark
that's-
web would have a black market.
Is it like black market
part.
dark web dark?
.gov.
I think .gov. Well,
Wow.
I feel like it's probably like an Amazon. Like it's like a website. Like it's like a spot you can go to.
I like how we don't even have the answer.
I remember, yeah, like watching YouTube videos about the dark web and thinking, yeah, that it was like truly like evil. Like if you went on there, like someone would hunt you down and kill you.
Right.
Like that was the
I still
vibe.
think that right now.
No, that was a vibe.
Like
It's
the
like,
Matrix, like you're entering the Matrix.
no, like literally just you going on it, like someone will like find your IP address and like come and kill you. But really it's like people just like selling like drugs and weapons illegally.
I still have that fear of just random things that the government's gonna come and arrest me, and I don't know what instilled that in me. I was worried about like my voting like space because I moved, but I stayed within the same thing, so it actually was okay. But I was like, oh, but I moved, and I was like, they're gonna come and kill me.
I know,
the
truly.
government's gonna kill me.
Truly. And then there's all these YouTubers that make like, I bought a car on the dark web. Let's see what shows up. And it's like content for
no.
kids.
Right?
That
It's like
exists.
what?
I'm also going to be looking very closely at these comments to see who knows about the dark web.
Yeah.
Yes,
I think that's a reasonable thought.
I think it's totally
Yeah.
reasonable,
Reasonable.
especially because we still don't have an answer for it. So
No.
our next one is awesome. I believed that airbags were designed to finish you off in a car accident.
Oh my God.
I was always told I couldn't sit up front because I was too small and the airbags would kill me, so I took that and assumed if you didn't die in a car accident, the airbags finished the job.
Oh my God.
That's awesome.
The car just makes a judgment like, nah, we're gonna kill you.
Holy shit.
I mean,
They could, sure.
No, I get that. I remember thinking that airbags were like incredibly dangerous as a kid, and that like if an airbag deployed, like it was gonna really like hurt me. Like I didn't understand that it was like safety feature.
Funny.
I was so confused about it too because I was not allowed to sit in the front seat and I was like, why? Like it feels like the safest area. You're closest to the driver, and then it was like, no, the airbag. See, look, it's right there. It's right there, and it's like it says airbag on the car, and you're like, oh,
Like why do they have them in here?
Yeah. What was with all the fear mongering against airbags? I guess if you're small, they'll
if your
hurt
little
you.
your little bones will break more because people will break a clavicle either from the seatbelt or like an arm injury from the airbag deploying.
Yeah,
It's
I think
crazy.
it's the height. I think it's the height.
Yeah,
Like,
I think
I
if
think
it's-
it deploys like if you're a kid, it deploys right
Right
into
on
your
your
face.
Oh yeah, that
Instead of
could
your
snap a neck
chest,
probably.
so.
It's because the purpose of airbags isn't to like prevent injury. It's preventing injury, but it's preventing an injury that's worse than the one you are going to get from the airbag.
Sure, yeah, exactly. What do we think? Reasonable? Very reasonable.
Reasonable.
IMO.
I mean, it's reasonable because it's
kind of real.
I think it's kind of crazy that it's like, oh, this is built to kill you. It's crazy. But the fear of an airbag is not crazy.
All right, our next one. If you swallowed gum, it would take 7 years for you to crap it out.
sure.
Oh, yeah.
That one I thought would be the most common one.
That and like the watermelon seed to growing into a watermelon in your
Right.
tummy, thanks to Rugrats.
Right.
You would know this.
No, I know.
Oh, you do?
I watch Rugrats. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that for a long time.
I mean, like we didn't have any evidence to prove otherwise.
I would just
That's
eat the
true.
seeds
I
and then
haven't-
be scared.
Speaking of this, Patrick, who edits this channel, said that my grandma told me that if I ran through the sprinklers, grass would start growing out of me.
What is it with kids and believing that things are gonna grow inside
Well,
them?
I think it's just parents being like, what can I tell them so that they won't do this?
terrifying.
I used to
That's
suck,
sick. Just
I
make
used
up
to
some stuff.
suck them sprinklers because the sprinkler water tasted better than normal
stop,
water.
no.
Suck sprinkler too.
Yeah.
Metal water tasted very good.
I drank out of the hose.
I put my
drank
mouth
out
on that
of
thing.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. You're
I
real
mean, I
for
drink
that.
out of the hose, but as last resort, not as a sweet little treat.
Nose is a treat.
I liked how sharp the water felt on my face and on my cheeks.
Lead.
Yeah, that's really nice.
But the gum thing, I thought it's like someone's like, no, it's not 7 years, it's like 1 year. And then it's like, no, it just digests like a normal thing. Like your stomach breaks things down, and if it doesn't
get
break
covered
down, it
by
just
stuff.
moves on to the next step,
Yep.
and you shit it out.
Yep. I mean, I guess if you eat a bunch of gum, it'll block your intestines up, and then maybe it will be in there for 7 years.
Yeah.
You have to eat a lot of gum for that.
Like so much gum.
So much gum.
Yeah, I was low-key eating gum when I was a kid, though. I loved eating gum.
Like swallowing it, or
Yeah,
just,
you get like flavorful gum, and I would just like eat it as a kid. But then it was like the flavor, like whenever it was done being flavorful, I'd just swallow it and I'd pop another piece in.
Damn.
And then I'm just chewing on it.
Oh, wow.
What was your go-to? Fruit stripe?
Oh, I love Fruit Stripe. I love Fruit Stripe. What was the one? The ouch, the gum in the little tin. It was like the Band-Aids. Anyone?
I think that was the fruit stripe with the zebra prints.
the zebra
that was
was.
fruit stripe.
That's fruit stripe.
That's Fruit Stripe.
I
Loved
don't know.
those.
Ouch.
And then there was I think
Because they looked like Band-Aids, yeah.
Yeah.
What's the one that
wow.
came out in the big roll?
Hubba Bubba.
Oh, the
yeah.
no, Hubba Bubba is the chunky.
They
guys.
have a
That's
bubble
bubble
tape, but bubble tape is, but then Hubba
Bubba does bubble tape.
Does bubble tape. And then of course there's Bubblicious.
Yeah, Bubblicious. I
I
prefer
love
Hubba
Bubblicious.
Bubba personally.
I prefer Hubba Bubba as
The
well.
green one.
So do you think this was reasonable?
The
Or
gum
stupid?
one, I mean, because we were told that. Because
Yeah.
some of these sound like, what's like, oh, was just my own little assumption in my head. But I feel like everyone.
We
that's
were
one of
told
those,
this
Like
by
the
adults.
harbinger situation where it's like, careful. If you eat this gum, it's in your body for 7 years.
Yeah.
Careful. If you run through, it's like, I feel like people just make something up because they don't want you to do it because it's annoying to them. So
Exactly.
they're like, you're
Yeah.
going to turn into grass
The
if you run
grass
through
one
my
is
sprinkler.
crazy.
Yeah.
All right, let's do another one.
Another one.
I used to believe that whenever I saw something in black and white, I assumed that's how people used to see. And sometime in the 70s, when color photos and TV became a thing, people got to see color magically. I believed this one.
You did?
This
Do you believe it?
I do believe it. I truly thought this for a long time.
Yeah.
Like until I was like a little too old to like have believed this.
I think that's fine. Yeah.
Because I think you're seeing. Thank you, Ian.
Yeah.
I think because you just see all of this, black and white footage, and if no one tells you,
Yeah, it's the same thing
cameras
with
did that,
it's the same thing with like Greek and Roman statues. Like we all think that they were white, And like a lot of movies show them as being white, but they were actually like all colored, like really colorful.
Statues were?
Yeah,
They're like painted and stuff.
They were painted?
Yeah, they
It's
looked
just
like
over
people.
time they.
The paint went away?
Paint went away.
Oh my god, wait, they were painted?
Yeah,
What?
yeah.
I wanna see.
Like bright colors.
Send me
too.
back.
All right.
I wanna know. What? Like, give me an example. Like, was David, like, they painted his penis?
I don't know about. I don't think.
Dude, what
David-
color was the
Purple
tip?
and-
I don't know. I don't know. If
What
David. I don't
shade
think
was the
David was
tip?
painted, but like all the sort of like the statues outside the Roman Colosseum and all those, like they were all painted like real
Oh,
people.
yeah, I get that. That makes sense.
Which all that to say, if you've only seen things in black and white before 1940, yeah, sure. Like I think it's okay to assume that everything was in black and white.
Yeah, I think, like, as kids, I think I remember once assuming that and then being made fun of ferociously by my older siblings.
Yeah, my dad made fun of me.
What?
When I was like, yeah, so everything was black and white back then? Yeah. He was like, what?
You idiot!
Not me.
So I'm gonna say this one's dumb only because I believed it myself and I think it's pretty dumb.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's my vote.
That's
But it's truly
fair.
just lack of info. Next one. When I saw memorials for car crash victims on the side of the road,
No.
I assumed they were not only memorials but actual graves. Like someone died, and the ambulance got there, saw someone was dead, and the paramedic was like, "Well, time to start digging, boys."
I think I thought that too.
I think I thought that too for a long time.
That would be kind of awesome if it were the truth. Like if it was just like
had
oh,
to be
yeah,
buried right where we died.
Is it any crazier than loading a bunch of dead bodies in a row in a designated area?
No.
It is weird how we're so organized.
I think we should start a new rule where we get buried where we
exactly,
Exactly
where we
where we
died.
die.
Hospitals hate to see you.
I know. They're like,
I hope I die in my bathroom.
it's
Being
not a high
younger.
percentage that we will die in our bathrooms.
Is it?
I don't know.
Just,
what were you saying?
Everyone's just
People do that. Like
ferocious
Elvis.
shits.
Elvis was buried in a bathroom.
God, dark. Well,
Yeah.
since we all believed it, we're not going to call it dumb.
No.
Yeah, not dumb.
Not dumb. All right, our next one. I used to think women just had kids randomly, and the amount that they would have was random too, just because they always seem so surprised to be pregnant.
Huh. Okay.
I guess I get this one.
It's like the stork without the stork. It's like
Right.
I believe in the process of the stork, but I don't believe it's a bird. Like they just show up.
This is just someone who didn't know sex was real.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
this is just someone missing the puzzle
Right.
piece of
Yeah.
sex. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
I have a sibling who thought babies were stored in the boobs as well.
That's a new place for babies to be stored.
They're not.
Hey, bud.
That's the second and third cylinder.
Oh, yeah, I think I'll say about this one. No, there's not much.
No, it's just stupid as f.
I think it's just unfortunately like when with how crappy sex education can be in our country.
That's real.
You never know
Yeah,
where.
that's real.
Yeah. Like I think I thought getting pregnant, your genitals just had to touch.
Sure.
For real. Yeah.
And it like
Or like
activated
the hot tub thing where like you could get pregnant from being in a hot tub.
Right.
I
yeah.
remember being a kid and anytime like in a movie or something I'd hear like sleeping with. And I was always like, are you like, because also in like the Bible growing up, it was like, oh, like Abraham lay with his wife. And I was like, is all you have to do like sleep in the same bed? To,
Right.
like,
I think I
thought
is
about
that
that too.
sinful?
Yeah.
Like to sleep in the same bed as someone?
Yeah, and then Sims showed me otherwise.
Yeah, you gotta go like
Gotta
this.
go
on
into
the-
the comments like that. Yeah.
All right, our next one is I thought life was fair.
Oh, honey.
I think we've all been there.
I think that's a hella stupid assumption. That's stupid because the second I started being upset about something as a kid, I would go, "That's not fair," and then they go, "Well, life isn't fair." You're like, "Oh."
Yeah, I feel like it's a mean thing to tell a kid. I don't know.
That life's not fair.
Yeah.
There.
No, it's a cop out.
Yes.
It's a non-argument to make people confused.
Yeah, it is. It's just like we're done talking about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Life's not fair. It's like, I want the toy. And it's like, you're not having the toy. All right, our next one's scaring me. I knew some parts of the human body were temporary. My baby brother's umbilical button fell off, and bigger kids lost their baby teeth. So I assumed that the reason my baby brother had a penis and I didn't was because mine had already fallen off.
That's
That's
awesome.
awesome.
My penis fell off.
My penis, my fell off. I love the lore, the like confusion where I think Shane talks about how he thought everyone had penises.
Yes.
Like that stuff's so funny to me.
What is an umbilical button?
So that's like, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but like, you know, they snip the cord and they like tie it off. well, that little piece of like the umbilical cord,
It stays there.
It like stays there for a little bit, and then it falls
Eventually
off or
falls
comes off eventually.
When the child's belly button, like their actual closes, that then becomes like dead skin essentially,
skin tone.
and falls off.
Okay, why didn't I know about this?
I didn't know about it either, but it makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Because in movies, I'm always like, I just see him like snip the umbilical cord, and I'm
And
like,
then all of a sudden
I'm like,
they're
how does
like-
that become a belly button? I'm like,
No,
I
I
don't get that.
know.
Like, what are we?
I only knew because I had younger siblings and I saw it and it freaked me out. I think fed
It's
into like I
freaky.
have like phobia shit with like
Yeah.
belly button opening and stuff. So like
I also don't like my belly button to be observed or utilized in
or
any
touched
way.
or be
Yeah.
around.
I kind of
No, I
would
think it's
love not to
disgusting.
have belly buttons or fingernails. I'm gonna be honest.
Why haven't
about-
we
what
evolved
about
to have that
nipples?
go away more?
We'll
I don't know.
get there in like 5 million years.
Yeah.
Go away! And then our DNA will know in the next period.
Well, we still have an appendix, and what the heck do we need that thing for?
To look things up.
You know?
Hey, that was
How about that?
outstanding.
How about that?
That was sick.
Hey, we're
we gotta
on
move on
today.
after that.
Yeah, that was the end of that
We
one.
gotta end on a high note there.
When I was little, I used to think that being lost meant that there were trees everywhere. Because in cartoons and stuff, when characters got lost, they would be in the wilderness or something.
Like in the woods, yeah.
So whenever my family was driving somewhere with a lot of trees, I just assumed we were lost.
That's really
Whoa,
funny.
I love that.
I get
really
as a
cute.
kid, I understand. Like you could think that. Like
Yeah.
That's right. It's so cute. Like when you're young, you just associate one thing with another, and you have no other evidence or information. So you're just like, that's it.
Yeah, you're like,
And
thanks,
you believe
cinema.
that. It's all movies and TV that we
Yeah.
like get all this stuff from. I saw a tweet. Sorry that I was on Twitter. Sorry.
Whoa.
I saw a tweet that was like, I think kids don't like vegetables because so many cartoons make vegetables seem bad.
Right.
I can believe that.
Yeah, so you just like adapt what you're given. I don't know.
100%.
Did anyone
I
ever
agree
get
with that.
lost as a kid?
Yeah, I was skiing and I like took a side little path down the mountain and there was like a lot of powder and I fell and I kind of just got stuck by my butt and I couldn't get my skis off because they were stuck and so I was just kind of sitting there like this for a while and I was a kid and I didn't know what to do and I didn't really understand like the gravity of the situation so I was like, well, I'm sure eventually I'll be able to wiggle out or someone will come by and I just sat there until probably like an hour later my friend came and he was like, dude, what are you doing? And I was like, I can't get up. And then he's like, oh shoot, and he like tried to like, and he managed to like get one of my skis free, and then we sort of like, we got me out.
You were gonna die there.
I got you.
I was like, were your toes feeling normal still?
You didn't ask for help from anyone?
No,
you
I
shout
was
help?
literally, I was like on a little side path, and it was like there wasn't anyone going by, and I wasn't shouting for help because I was like, I'm fine, like I feel fine. And then like I get back, and like my parents like, we were like about to call search and rescue, like we didn't know where you were. I was like, oh no, I'm chilling. Like Carson came and got me.
That is wild.
Yeah.
So you're just
Damn.
like this.
I literally was just like
For an
sitting
hour.
in a snowbank like this, and I was like no phone, no nothing. I was just sitting there. I was
Just
like, I
vibes.
can't get out. I'm just
I
hanging
imagine
out.
your parents like finishing a Bloody Mary, being like, "We were just about to call. We were just about to call. I swear."
My parents were like very chill. They were like, "Where were you?" They were like, "What was going on?" We were about to like call someone, and I was like, "I was just sitting
Yeah.
Do you have an
there."
older sibling?
I do.
Oh, the
That's
sibling.
why. Wow.
You fell in.
Yeah.
You got
If you're
lost.
if you're a younger sibling, they're like, "Oh, I was too crazy with the older one. The younger one's gonna be just fine. I promise."
Yeah.
But if you're the only, my mom would be like,
Yeah.
if it was like 15 minutes.
Yeah. No, I was left at the park many times.
All right, our next one. I was raised Christian and learned what heaven was before space. So when I was little, I thought heaven was up in the clouds and that was just it. When I learned about space and then astronauts, I assumed they just flew up through heaven to get to space like they had some divine transit pass.
Cool.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, that tracks.
Yeah. No, I had a similar thing. I just thought that when I heard heaven, I like knew space existed and I thought that God was just kind of up there in space somewhere. Where it was like out there somewhere in the cosmos is like heaven exists like almost not as like a planet, but it's just kind of this thing that's out there in
That's out
space.
there.
Well, and all
Yeah.
the all the media that we like consumed showed like God and angels like up in the clouds. So like, why would we not think
Yeah.
That they're right there.
heaven was like up there?
Yeah, I think I assumed like when there was like a boring like little cloud in the sky, I was like, that's not heaven. But when there was like a bangerang sunset and the clouds are popping off.
Yeah,
Like,
they
I'm
have
like,
the-
oh,
the
heaven's
rays through
here.
it. Yeah.
Like, oh, there it is. Like, as if like that's where you kind of go, and then it's like this infinite space within that was heaven. But like that's happening over there in the sky. So if I for some reason wanted to go to space, I would just not go at the heaven part.
You'd wait for heaven to
and go
pass.
for like because like where the sunset was as a kid was always over there, and so if I wanted to go to space, I would just go that way.
That makes sense. That tracks.
Because the space opens. Yeah. I like that. Stupid?
No,
we allow it?
Understandable.
I think
Allow
as a child that grew up, like learning about heaven and they are not clear on where or what it is.
Sure.
So it's like as a kid, it's like you just know that it's not on Earth and it's somewhere up there. So like I get it. It makes sense.
All right, our next one. I thought, parentheses, because my mom told me as a child, that the rumble strips on the side of the highway were for blind people who were driving so they knew when they were going off the road.
Okay.
I mean,
Unfortunately, I believed this until I took driver's ed.
oh.
Outstanding.
That's
That's the
awesome.
kind of lies I want to tell my kid.
That's great.
I'm on board until they said I believed it until I was in driver's ed.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
you're taking driver's ed at what? Like 15,
16,
16?
yeah.
Like at that point, surely you have to know that blind people
Can't drive.
aren't driving cars.
Yeah, there are other factors of driving car that don't involve left or right.
Yeah.
There's like start and stop.
Back,
Yeah.
hit person, don't hit person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm all for more accessible driving experience.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
We can
We're in
find ways
self-driving
for
cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean we got
Yeah.
Waymo and stuff now, so
Yeah.
let them drive. All right, our next one is insane, and I don't get it, and you'll see why. Animated movies are filmed just like normal movies. They just wait for the time of day when everyone looks animated.
What?
Wow.
You know, animation o'clock, animation 30. I don't know.
What did this person
I cannot
witness in
follow
their
the
life
logic.
where they were like, oh, it's cartoon o'clock?
Maybe their dad was like Wile E. Coyote or something. That's
Just
crazy.
growing up and being like, why haven't I turned animated yet?
Yeah.
God, when
my
am I going to
God.
be animated?
I think I used to think there was another world where all of this was happening, like different animated, because Nickelodeon made it so cool in those in-betweens, or like Cartoon Network, where you'd see all the
Big
cartoons mixed
crossover.
together, like on like their ads before going into shows, like Boomerang. You'd see them all in one space. I wonder if, but my siblings were so mean to me. Like they would lie to me all the time, and so they'd probably tell me like the Boomerang area. I think I remember them saying like, yeah, that's a real place.
That's crazy.
Like I feel like I remember that.
You had all these people telling you lies.
So then, what the
Dude, it
hell
was Lord of the Flies.
time was it when Who Framed Roger Rabbit was being filmed?
That's like
'Cause
on
that was
the
in
that's like
between.
on
Yeah.
on the cusp.
on the
They
desk.
didn't have a lot of time to. They had that shot
Yeah,
for years
magic
and years.
hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember being a kid and watching, I feel like it was probably like Fairly Odd Parents, and seeing like kind of the black, like chunky line outline of the characters. And thinking at one point, like, I wonder why, like, we don't have outlines. Like, on me, like, why I don't have, like,
I
a black
remember that
outline
too.
around me. Like, why do they have those? But yeah, it's just so that the characters had shapes.
Yeah. I'm gonna go full on stupid with this one.
Okay.
Tis a bit stupid. The time
Yeah.
of day.
The time
It's a
of
bit-
day,
This
yeah.
is like, how did you get there? I used to think all animals swallowed their food whole. It didn't occur to me that animals could chew.
What?
Yeah, I agree. I didn't understand the concept of like an animal, like a predator animal tearing at meat to eat. I think I thought they
like a snake.
or like took big bites, like the arm.
But then, like,
the head.
you see like a dog being given like a dog cake, and by you I mean me last night on TikTok. Like they're like, happy birthday, dog, and the dog's got like, giant eyes because it's like a dog cake, right? And she
Right.
just goes anyway, so I'm like, that dog didn't chew.
Yeah.
There's some truth to this.
I think there is, and then like watching like, nature documentaries, sharks, if you see like a shark eat something, it like goes and just kind of like, and then it's like gone. Dude. It's like, and it's...
Oh my God, yeah, like seeing those great white sharks that had a whole tire in their stomach. I think I still have this assumption that like, there was a scuba diver that was in a shark for like days.
What?
Wasn't there a news story? Can you look it up, Mike? There was a news story where a person survived being inside of a shark. Or maybe I'm crazy.
There was a guy that he got
tires.
swallowed by a whale, but the whale like spit him
back
out
out pretty quick.
Yeah.
I've
That's
heard
in the
that one's
Bible.
in the Bible. I've heard about that one.
No, but
Jonah.
Jonah. No, but they're. I literally picture the inside of a shark just being like a cave.
Sure.
They open their mouth and it's just cave.
Oh yeah, you can like light a little fire and you're just like
Like it's like when you did you guys ever have a toy shark in the bath when you were a kid and you'd look inside and it was just there until the end?
Yeah.
That's how I still picture it.
I think in a way that's probably pretty accurate.
Because whale sharks, have you ever been near a whale shark?
Sure.
In real life?
Well,
No,
no.
I've seen
not in real
video.
life.
When they open,
Yeah.
it looks like that.
Yeah, it's cool.
Imagine getting in there.
Yeah. You should go in
It's
there.
like just a big gaping hole. It's not like because they don't have like when a whale like has like a hinge on its mouth. A whale shark is just like and you see like the giant gills.
Yeah.
I think it'd be kind of fun to get sucked inside for like just a second.
Only if I had like a katana or something to like,
Oh no!
you know, like a
maybe just like something to just kind of like pry it open. You know, we don't need a slice.
Or you could like go, excuse me.
Yeah, tap tap tap.
Oh, I mean that'll be.
I am not a
it's
krill.
last resort if I have to like if you're like slaying a dragon or something. And you're, like,
Just light your torch. Inside.
Well, I think their gills might be big enough that you could probably just squeeze out of them. I like genuinely, I think
Like
they're big
stand
enough
tall and open.
like you could just get out of its gills. I might be crazy for thinking that, but in my head I'm like, their gills are gigantic. Like I feel like you could slip out.
There's like
just
marine
kinda go,
biologists
like,
that
in
are
the
watching
pocket.
this and shaking out
Yeah.
of anger.
Are we dumb or I think we're dumber than the assumptions.
I'm dumb.
now we're dumber than the
I
assumptions.
want to believe that though. I want to believe that. So
We need to do assumptions whale shark.
I need to find this story.
There's a related story, Courtney, of a kayaker who
Yes.
was swallowed by a humpback whale.
Yes.
Right, but the whale spit him
And
out.
they spit him out.
40 seconds.
Yeah. That's newer.
That's the one I know about. That was
I
that was recent.
swear, guys. Help me in the comments. Does a guy get survived in shark for 3 days?
Does a guy get
back
survived in shark?
the 3 days is pretty damning.
I'm
because
thinking,
that-
when I think of that, I'm like, oh, like Star Wars style with the bantha, and he like
Right.
cut him open and lived in him.
Now I'm just thinking about sharks. Like, oh,
Okay, this next one is fun. I thought that people's faces kept shedding until you got your actual face. I expected to get a huge nose with my final form.
interesting.
That's crazy.
It's like the movie Uglies, you know? Like you get to be the hit movie Uglies.
Yeah, I don't know. That movie was ugly.
So
I read the book when I was a
They're
kid.
all like ugly until they turn 18 and then they get made hot.
Okay.
they get made hot and stupid.
That sounds nice.
I think I couldn't perceive my face slowly, gradually changing over time to look more mature. So I thought that at a certain point I would have an adult face. Like it would kind of pop off.
That's what I thought, but about like my body. I was like, am I gonna be like a kind of chubby child forever? When do I get my adult man body where I'm
Right.
like fit and proportional? Doesn't happen.
I think it's a reasonable-ish assumption. I mean, you see snakes shed their skin, our teeth fall out, and big adult
My
teeth
belly
come
buttons
in.
fall out.
Belly button.
I think when I was a kid, I thought like one day I would kind of just be able to grow a beard. Like it wasn't gonna be something where it kind of comes in over time and you start to grow more and more. I kind of thought it was gonna be like, oh yeah, like one day I'm just gonna have more hair. Like I'm gonna start growing a beard.
I feel like that happens to some people. Like you see those 7th graders
That's
with like a
true.
full-blown
Suddenly,
mustache.
yeah, and you see
Happened to
Baby
my
No
buddy
Money's
Nick.
beard. That thing looks insane. It looks like Baby No Money. His beard. It's like I talked to him on assumptions about it. I was like, that thing looks unreal. How it's so connected. But like I feel like when we're taught as kids like how body hair and like all these changes will happen, we're just kind of told that they appear. But it's like I feel like with beards, no one's taught like, yeah, you're gonna start and it might not connect in places and maybe it'll get stronger.
No.
Like you just kind of get told you will have beard and everyone's like afraid of this thing.
Mine's still figuring out how it's gonna connect.
Same.
And
One day
that's
it'll get there.
great.
One day it'll get
You
there.
guys all look at you three.
Look at
Y'all have
us.
great facial
Look
hair.
at us. And our last one is that adults had it all figured out and knew exactly what they were doing.
Real.
I mean, we all thought our parents were like,
Oh,
I think our parents thought that. I think that our parents thought they had it all figured out.
yeah, maybe.
You know what I
I don't
mean?
know.
fair.
Yeah. I definitely remember I don't remember what brought me there, but I do remember going like, wait, my mom is just like me but older?
Yeah.
I'd be like, my dad's just me but older? What? But then recently, like maybe like 4 years ago, I was like, I'm not an adult. Like my friends are adults. Like they have big money jobs. And I just f around on YouTube. Like I'm not an adult. And then my friend was like, yeah, I didn't have my deed to my car, so I just took it to a place that just ripped it apart for like 20 bucks. I don't know. And then he had a baby. And I was like, oh, we're chilling.
Yeah.
We're all chilling.
Whoa.
It like broke my thing of like, oh, my friends that, you know, have this big money job, they're just also me. It's fine. We're all just figuring it out.
I, for the longest time, thought, oh, every adult knows better than me, and I need to believe everything that they say, no matter what. And then you just kind of slowly see the cracks. And like, I think something about when you hear parents talk shit about each other, you're like, oh, so like we're all just
you're messy
whatever.
just like me.
Yeah, like that very much shattered that. And then when you get jobs and your literal boss, who's supposed to be the epitome of authority, starts being a little, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean. You know, like when,
Oh my god, I see how. No, I'm talking about like jobs.
Okay. No, like I know what you mean. Like, at my Jimmy John's job that I had, I was like, oh, Jim's like drinking. That's cool.
Yeah, like when I worked at a play place, you know, play places, and like the boss was there, I was like, this is f***ing for real. Are you serious?
You're in charge of us?
Yeah.
Okay, buddy.
And you're like, wow. And then that's it's kind of a big learning moment. It also can feel really scary when you're like, oh, sometimes you can't trust anyone with like leading you and trusting.
It kind of makes you doubt everything.
Yeah, it's
when
a
you
big
first
moment.
get that. Yeah.
I feel like I remember like when my dad would tell me stories about when he was younger, and I started connecting the dots on like age and stuff, and I'm like, I think he was dumber than I was when I was like in my early 20s.
I've been fishing those out of my parents lately. I'm just like, so tell me another story about when you guys were young.
I love it.
Yeah.
Good.
Like,
That's awesome.
My brother and I fought all the time when we were younger, but like my dad and my uncle like got the cops called on them because my uncle was chasing my dad down their street throwing steak knives at him.
Oh my God.
I never did that. Like my brother and I fought.
Kids doing that?
Yeah, they're kids. They're like in high school, and he's just chasing him down the street throwing steak knives at him.
For fun?
I think they were mad at each other.
It's like not fun.
Mario? I'm like, damn, you're throwing the hammers. Like, holy shit.
hammer bros.
Yeah, no, and they were like, the neighbor called the cops on him.
Yeah.
Like, I never did anything that
That's good
stupid.
reason. That's so,
Gosh.
You're like,
Yeah,
I
you never
did that.
attempted murder on your brother?
No, I never was throwing knives at my brother.
That's wild.
All right, and those are the silly, dumb little things that you did as a kid that we thought were silly and stupid, but we also did as well. I love that sentence I just said. Hey, thanks for watching here on Smosh. Like, we've got other stuff. Watch it. We love you, and now leave.
Yeah, that's a solid intro if I ever did hear
Was
one.
that good? Did we like that?
Ask your parents a story.
Oh, yeah. Ask your parents to share some stories about when they were younger. And get your voice, if you're like in your like 20s and like they're like maybe a little older, take your voice recorder out and like secretly just record them telling the story so that when you're older you can listen back to it. I have done that a few times.
That's awesome.
That's smart.
I love that. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Does your dad assume every rage bait reel he sees is true? Does your grandmother assume that she's DMing you when she's actually publicly posting on Facebook? Well, today we're going to be reading your older family members' assumptions about the internet and technology, and we're gonna be getting into it. And today we're joined by a very special guest, Cal McCraven, AKA Funky Frogbait, someone I would call one of the premier internet experts and commentary YouTubers. You know a lot about the internet and all things on the internet. Would you care to introduce yourself?
Yeah, basically what I do is I over-intellectualize things that are best forgotten in the algorithm. I scroll until I find something that either pisses me off or really interests me, and then I get way too deep into it. And so that's about as professional as I get.
Yeah.
Amazing. Don't you love when you can rebrand doom scrolling as research?
Yeah, this is company time, actually. This is business expense, my internet.
Yeah.
Well, shall we get into the assumptions here?
Absolutely.
Are we ready?
Absolutely.
That's what I said.
Okay, this is a great one. One of our loyal fans said, "My parents think I'm friends with the creators I watch."
a lot of people think they're friends with the creators they watch.
Yeah, that branches out beyond.
My parents think I'm friends with the creators I watch because I act like I'm friends with the creators I watch.
Yeah, it's like weird. They come into my room where they're like pasted all over my walls, and they're like, "Oh, clearly you must have some kind of intimate relationship with this person." I'm like, "Mom," and then like I light my candles for my shrine, and it's so weird.
No, I get that, especially when I talk about my favorite creators. I feel like I'm talking about them like they're my friends, like defending them, especially to someone who doesn't know them, but we're not friends.
Apparently, this is the most common assumption from older family members. So
I guess that makes sense because like I feel like maybe older family members, you know, the time of the internet where they were probably the most active in their life, I think it makes sense that they take the social aspect of social media more seriously. Because I do feel like that is what originally functioned to do, to make individual peer-to-peer connections.
Yeah.
And so we're kind of existing in a space that's very different, where it's the focus isn't peer-to-peer, it's like entertainment.
Right.
So for someone whose familiarity with the internet starts and ends with, that's my Facebook connection, like it's kind of hard to translate that, I feel like.
You know, like interacting with strangers online was like a no-go for so long. And now
100%.
it's like...
And then my Nana sends me AI-generated stuff.
I know.
I'm like, oh, you told me about that.
Truly the full circle moment.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Okay, this next one is good. My nightmare mother-in-law generally avoids using social media in the evening because she fully believes it slows down and stops working when America logs on. We're in the UK.
What?
Wait,
Oh my
that's kind of fun. I kind of want to believe that that's true. That's hilarious.
Like it's as if it's a bus that's
Yeah.
like getting
it's
heavier
full.
because everyone's on there. That's so funny. Wi-Fi doesn't work like that. I don't think.
No, it doesn't.
That's like a kid believing someone turns off the sun with like a light switch.
I love how she's fully committed to it as well. Like she is actively affecting her own life because of this thing that she believes. Like she could be doom scrolling in bed, but you know, she's choosing not to. She's like manifesting this for herself.
Yeah.
Probably a healthy choice.
Yeah.
I feel like where the internet like began, where they're like, I'm 40 and I'm learning about this thing and it's really slow and clunky and there is like a limit and it was, you know, and then you learn all of that because it's like, no, I've learned it all. And then it keeps going and then they go, I actually can't continue to learn this. And so that's their,
They kind of tap out.
yeah, that's what they know. So it's like, actually, no, it's just kind of like unlimited.
Yeah.
And they just can't keep up with it. I know that my parents are like, they lost their ability to internet. I don't know what happened. They were just like, she's like, I don't know how to do. I don't know, like open another tab. She's like,
She just deleted that file in her brain.
She's just giving up. She's just fully like,
what do you mean?
no, I can't learn it.
Are you torturing me?
Yeah.
This is crazy, and only because we were talking about RuneScape earlier, but I just had a vivid memory of my dad when he was playing RuneScape when I was a kid. He was attempting a fire cape. Back when a fire cape was like one of the premier accomplishments you could have in RuneScape, and he was like, everybody off the internet, like I need, if I like disconnect during this, like, yeah. He was like, I'm playing RuneScape, I'm getting a fire cape, like, so.
Your dad was playing
Your dad sounds
Yeah.
like a freaking legend.
My dad is the one that got me into RuneScape. We used to play RuneScape as a family, like just in the living room, like me and my brother and my mom and dad. We'd just be like playing RuneScape.
too?
That's cute.
My parents overheard me watching a video on what gooning was.
Oh no.
They asked me what it was, assuming that Gen Z had made a newfangled definition for it. I told them I
sure
didn't.
did.
I told them I didn't want to explain it to them, so now they assume gooning means going up behind someone and scaring them.
No! What? You are
That's what they assumed it was.
You are setting up your parents for failure. You cannot do that to your parents.
no.
I hope they don't
Watch
go.
out, honey. I'm gonna goon you later.
No, literally, they're like,
Mommy's gonna goon.
I hope they don't go around saying I gooned you.
Yeah. Happy Halloween. Can't wait to go gooning tonight.
Yeah.
I think in the same way that like technology has accelerated in progression, I feel like etymology is also experiencing the same thing.
Yeah.
Where like it's always been a thing that like, these kids these days, they're coming up with these newfangled terms.
Right.
And it's like that's very normal. But like now the speed at which it's happening, like I'm not that old, but like even I struggle sometimes. I'm like, you're digging in your what, twin? Like what are we doing? Like I'm even like struggling. And it's like if I'm like in my 20s and I can't keep up, like I don't even know how people like 40s, 50s, 60s can be expected. It's like it's way fast. Like even within the like life cycle of the internet, it is way faster than it used to be. Like a meme
100%.
used to last years, like had a shelf life of at least a few months, and now like something's uncool like 2 weeks later.
I actually
crazy.
I can't help but wonder. There could be like 2 theories as to why that's happening, which is like, remember how like an inside joke was kind of like your word, and now the internet, it's like friend groups and all this, it's like really kind of blended and been this like mixed space. So inside jokes or references to things like Rizzler and like Gluck 9000, like things like that would normally be in a group, but because it's the internet, like they just flow and move so fast. Or people online are trying to come up with the next word all the time, trying to have that big like viral word or like phrase, or trying to sound unique and quirky. I don't know. There could be other reasons also why it's like accelerating like that.
I feel like both are very valid points, because like especially like your second point, like it's this new thing of like the internet being a career is very much like people are incentivized to do quick turnover type creative projects, like not like, oh, like I worked on this painting for whatever. Oh, it's like, no, like if I can just get that soundbite, if I can just get like 1,000 people to use this soundbite. So it's like it becomes, because there is the financial incentive and like a whole established career path, I do think it kind of creates these forced jokes of like, I want to go viral so bad. It's not even that funny, but like if I can just get 1,000 people to say this, then I've succeeded, I've won.
This one's fun. Someone said, I put on Reddit stories at home, and every time Shane changes his hairstyle, my dad thinks it's a different guy.
Wow. It's like when fathers shave their beards and like their
baby's
kids,
like
To be fair, that actually happened to me when I was a full-grown adult. My dad has always had like a giant beard, and I remember when I had like moved out and was like not living at home, he sent me a picture of himself with a shaved beard, and I was like, why is he sending me a picture of a random guy? I was like, holy shit, that's my father. Insane. Because he just had like a full beard for so long, and seeing his clean face, I was like, that's a different guy.
Wow.
No, that's really funny. Like, we just have like 5 different Shanes at the office.
I will say, I feel like I get recognized in real life less than Shane because I've changed my hair so much in my career. Like that's my inner like theory, or maybe I'm just not as cool, and that's okay too. But that's like, I'll usually get away with I'm taking a picture of a fan with Shane because they don't realize I'm me.
I can usually profile my fans pretty easily if they have colored hair or look like they have pronouns. It's like
look like they have pronouns.
Non-binary. My people. I visually kind of clock when I walk into a room. Who's gonna walk up?
Hell yeah.
My favorite is when someone is so like confident about it. Like they're not sheepish at all, like not coming up. Like I walked into a Panda Express recently, and the guy behind the counter just goes like, arms up. He's like, Trevor? And I was like, my dog. And we're like low-key friends now. Like he's cool as shit. And like, yeah, he gives me like free egg rolls every once in a while, and he gives me his employee discount. His name's Edgar. He's like an awesome guy.
Edgar.
The first thing he said to me, no joke, was like, he's like, dude, you suck at the don't win game. I was like, okay, man. I was like, all right,
give me a free roll.
Yeah.
Give me a roll. I wonder if, to tie it back to the old people, to bring it back to why we're here today, I wonder if, because like the media that they watched and continue to watch are like, you know, everyone looked the same. It's like you're either a cartoon character, as in like not actually a cartoon, but it's like, you know, you're a character on a TV show, you're dressed the same way. So it's like, in the digital media sense, it's like we get different haircuts. I dye my hair blonde. You know, there's less of a you have to look exactly this way. I mean, I'm sure there's still some stuff that
like news anchors or
right. So it's like we do look different, but maybe this guy just has Shane blindness.
Yeah.
Shane blindness is funny.
Okay, so this was another big recurring comment, but my grandparents cannot recognize AI no matter how hard I try to explain it to them.
Yep.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I think that's just going to be the case.
Yeah. Maybe it's a glasses thing too sometimes. Sometimes
Like
when we
they
get
just can't
older, our
see?
vision just gets worse as we get older. And, you know, like I used to think about like, oh, why does old people's makeup like sometimes get messed up, like seem more messed up as they get older? I'm like, oh, maybe because our eyes get worse and we aren't having like that precision application.
Yeah.
So like being able to really see the details that can make it obvious.
Yeah. Well, the details have gotten a lot harder to see.
That's the thing is like I would say like at this point I'm pretty good at like pinpointing it, even with like the newer tools that like are a lot more effective at like creating slop.
Yeah.
But like if I were to like actually have to sit and explain to someone like why that's AI, I think I would struggle.
Yes,
it's
100%.
Like, it's kind of like it's like something like it's almost like the uncanny valley.
I was just about to say it's uncanny.
It's not. Yeah, it's like something I can't like quite put into words. It's just like I know it when I see it. Like I know that this is AI. But like if I were to explain to like my grandma, like okay, this is why this is AI, I wouldn't be able to.
It's like
she
a
kinda
little too
know.
smooth. Maybe.
Yeah.
I've just started assuming anything that I don't like. I'm like, that's got to be AI. I don't like it.
This person criticizing me probably a bot.
AI.
Gotta be a bot.
probably
It's one of those
AI, man.
monkeys from Superman. Like that's a monkey behind a computer.
God.
There's no way anyone doesn't like me.
Yeah.
My dad will like very rarely will send me something or like be like, look, like I love this video. It's like Bigfoot. And he's like interviewing people. And I'm like, so that's AI. And he's like, what? Like it wasn't made? And I was like, no. And he's like upset that it's not like there's no like dignity in it. Yeah. But it was like made. And I'm like, yes. Yes, that's the lesson. Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, but again, he didn't recognize it. He had to be told. But then once he was like, "Oh,
He has
this
the
wasn't
right
like
spirit
exactly,
about it. Yeah.
exactly," and I think that's all we need.
Like it's really hard to like either A, like explain to people like why it's a problem, or B, like help people spot it. Like it's like there's kind of like there's kind of a void of language that because this technology like erupted so quickly, we don't actually have a lot of tools to like educate. Like we're now having to catch up to the technology in order to like inform people about it and have the right terms to explain to them why it's bad or why it's anything. It's we just don't have that.
We don't know how to talk about it yet.
Yeah.
No, I mean, unfortunately, I could go on for 8 hours about
Yeah.
it.
That's all of us just going like,
Like,
Meanwhile, it's like they're probably talking about like AI cat pictures online. Like, yeah.
100%. Okay, this one is good, and I'm gonna tee it up. There's a story with it. So my grandparents think posting on Facebook is the same as messaging privately, and then a related story is I had an uncle who is a straight man with kids comment on a Facebook post about hooking up with another man in the woods. He didn't know that we could all see his comment.
He posted about cruising. He's
cruising.
He's cruising.
God, that's awesome.
Who was he trying to send that to?
Maybe the guy in
His
the
bestie?
woods.
Yeah.
The woodmen.
The woodman.
How do we know this is on accident? Maybe that was his way.
Self-sabotage.
I do feel like you see so many screenshots of like where like it's just like an old white dude that has the picture where he's not smiling and it's just up down from here and he's just saying the craziest shit and it's like I genuinely can't tell if he cares.
Yeah, like he might have been trying to Google this.
Yeah, 100%.
I don't know what to. I think that Facebook should have like an age. Like you should be kicked off of Facebook if you're over the age of 50. I think.
Where should they go?
Then Facebook wouldn't exist anymore, Trevor.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like, but I think about it, and I'm like, I can just see, like, unfortunately, how it's like I can see the tangible effect that Facebook
There's
has
gonna be
had.
some 51-year-olds
like,
that are gonna be really upset.
I know. And there's some sharp 51-year-olds out there, you know?
I just like my grandma specifically, like I just see the tangible negative effect that it's had like on her life of like, especially like, when someone like just the loneliness, like she like will just sit inside and scroll on Facebook and it's so damaging when you're just fed these things of like these affirmative things and then you have this echo chamber of like them all just like telling each other like, yeah, you're so
Echo
valid
chambers
for
are
this.
dangerous. I will say 50 I think is simply too young because that means I have 20 years left to vibe on the internet. And I need more. I
mean Facebook specifically.
Just Facebook.
Yeah,
I think
Facebook. I've heard the like rumblings of like should people have a license to operate
That
online?
one, yeah.
That's
I
my
agree with that
radical
one.
thing that I'm kind of into of like I think having people's like
I think you should have to
identity
retake
attached.
the test
every now and again.
Yeah, one pass. I don't think you should immediately have it revoked, but
Right.
like maybe past a certain age, you just have to let everybody know that you're still safe to be around. on the road. No, but it's so funny because like my nana like basically exclusively communicates with me now through Facebook links, and I'm like, damn, maybe we can have a little bit of a heart-to-heart, Nana.
Yeah.
Like it's like I just like clicked link and I'm like, that cat was so cool. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. It's just like, oh man.
This one is a related one, but my parents seem way more addicted to the internet than my kids.
Yeah.
Oh wow! So this is coming from someone.
I've definitely experienced
I think there's truth to that. I genuinely think I wouldn't be surprised if I spent less time actively scrolling on the internet than like some of my family members.
Which is so ironic because they were the ones that were always like, get off your phone, it's that damn phone. But it's like now they're on the damn phone like all the time. Yes. I'm like trying to tell my mom something and she'll be like, I'm like, okay, come on, girl. Pull yourself together.
No, they're on their damn 2012 HP laptop that is incapable
full
of
brightness.
full brightness, text size, like 72 point font, just scrolling.
And it started with like, if you have a Facebook, you're gonna say what your address is and you're gonna get kidnapped and taken away.
Yeah.
And now they're like, oh, my information got stolen again because my password is 6.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, no.
I think it is just like we have an understanding of like the negative effect that it has on our psyche to the point where we're like, I can't, like I need to limit myself from being on the internet. I could easily spend 8 hours a day scrolling. Okay, my granddad, 76, thought influencers all worked for one business and went to work together in one building every day to make content with different floors being the different types.
Oh, that'd be kind of cute though.
That's not an unreasonable assumption, I think, for an old person to make that doesn't know much. And honestly, there are some places that are kind of right, you know, when you have like content houses and stuff, where it's like 10 people living in a house and they all do their own thing.
It's more organized, and I think that would be nice. There'd be more accountability, maybe, on like how influencers are running rampant sometimes.
For sure.
That's so funny. I love the idea of just going to like an office building that just has influencers like up on the top of it.
We march in our little uniforms.
Little bell.
Our little lunch pan to
the floor, please.
Swipe my key card in. Here's a day in the life of my work at influencers.
That's awesome.
The shit posting floor.
Comedy floor. What's that? -3?
Yeah. I'm the CEO of influencers.
Y'all don't get windows down there.
Yeah.
This next one's near and dear to my heart. My dad still does not understand the concept of watching gaming YouTubers and streamers. Why don't you just play the game?
Why don't you just play the game?
That's funny.
Yeah, I watch so many gaming, and it's like
so many gaming
videos and gaming YouTubers, especially like Let's Play, like watching someone. And honestly, for me, like when I was doing a lot of it in high school, it was like I was really interested in a game, but I either didn't like have the money to buy it, or I didn't want to spend the kind of like active time playing it myself. But like if I can put Jacksepticeye on the screen playing Resident Evil 7 while I do my homework or do something else or play RuneScape, then it's like, I don't know, that was just really nice.
It also helps that those games are like kind of story driven.
Yeah.
So it's like instead of play the movie, I'll watch the movie.
Right.
Yeah.
Just because I don't have a PlayStation.
I don't think like watching all gaming content is necessarily equal. Like I think there's like tons of like really legitimate reasons to like watch instead of play. Like I know a lot of like people will comment on my videos because I like to play a lot of horror games when I do that type of content, and they're like, well, I would never be brave enough to like play this game myself, but you make me laugh so much and you make me feel like way braver to like sit and go through this experience with you. So there's things like that where it's like the content is like difficult for people to consume like directly, so they like kind of have you as a buffer. And then also like for me, like I was like obsessed with like Let's Play YouTube in like high school because like I didn't have any money, so I was like, I want to play this game, don't have the money for it, I'll watch Jacksepticeye play, I'll watch Markiplier play, or any of those like classic OG like Let's Play YouTubers. And there's also games that are just like, they're interesting, but they're also punishing. So it's nice to watch somebody else who's just good at it get to the good bits, whereas it would take you hours and hours, or like you would just have to devote a ton of time to getting good at it just to have the same result. So I mean, I guess there is like, it can get to a point where it's like, you own this game, like maybe you don't need to watch a streamer play it for like 6 hours. So I think it depends. I think there are really good legitimate reasons to
100%. I have 6 siblings, so I grew up being the one who wasn't allowed to play, or like you had to wait your turn.
The unplugged controller.
Yes, like so I got really used to watching people play video games all the time, and I love it. Like some of my favorite weekends are when I can be chilling on the couch while like Shane is playing a game and I just get to watch. Like I'm having a blast. And also like growing up when you get stuck at like a part and you're like, that's kind of some of my first gaming videos was when I needed to figure out how to get through a thing, when I like got lost or something. That's where it all started, and then so on. Yeah, I can barely do some scary movies. So like Last of Us, I've never played.
controversial. I think people have thought I've played. But I watched my sister play the first one, watched Shane play the second one, like all that, because I too scary. And when someone else, like Markiplier or someone is playing it, I'm like, oh, well, I know they're going to be okay because they uploaded the video. So I'm going to be survive. And they make it funny, yeah.
I my whole room is lit up when I play horror games, so like I'm not that brave. Like I have like tons of these filming lights up, so it definitely makes me feel a lot more confident.
Good. Yeah, I can't play horror games either.
I always have the lights off as I don't know, I'm a man, I'm gonna turn the lights off and play this horror game. And then I'm screaming and Raven's like, you moved the entire couch jumping, because you got so scared. And I'm like, no, I'm a man. I'm a man. My grandma, for the life of her, can only use her flashlight on her phone if she asks Siri to do it for her. On vacation a few days ago, when everyone was asleep, we started to hear her say, "Flashlight off," louder and louder, to the point she was almost screaming at her phone.
Oh, no.
That's awesome. Oh, man.
I mean, it's so interesting because, I think that service, having Siri, a voice-activated assistant for a piece of technology, I think originally a lot of that type of stuff was actually specifically developed for the elderly and the disabled. So it is, on one hand, it is hilarious, it is unnecessary, but on the other end, if you think about it, even though we all kind of casually use that type of technology day to day, it was originally designed for specifically that use case of somebody's grandma who can't figure things out. So it is annoying, and I can't imagine that, but that is ironically kind of what it's supposed to do, is to help a grandma out in the dark.
That's so funny.
Yeah. No, this is more of an endearing one.
It's endearing.
For sure.
I definitely am grateful for, I don't know if it was just the specific generation or where it first started, but when I was in elementary school, second grade, going to computer class, and Mrs. Wechter taught us what every button was and what right click was, and I felt like that helped me be so tech savvy and unafraid to explore every piece of technology I got. My first flip phone in 2006, I was I will explore every setting and learn every single thing that it means. And that's a skill. I feel like people now maybe iPad kids they're learning that kind of stuff in their own way.
It's inherent when you are growing up with it. But when you have to learn it as a skill.
Yeah, and it's now we're letting go of cursive licenses and pen licenses and people learning how to be on the iPhone. It's crazy. But yeah, that's so interesting. Siri, that's such a wholesome way to use Siri.
I know, it's really cute.
Yeah.
It's truly a foundational skill thing that it isn't really, I don't blame my parents or any older generation for struggling with technology, because it was one way and then it was a different way and then it's a new way. And we just luckily got to learn the settings. It will probably look like a gear.
Yeah.
You know, that simple link that we have of all these different
take it for
things,
granted.
they don't have. And so I'll have to, my mom will be like, how do I do this? And I'm like, where do you think that is? She's like, I don't know, probably the settings. And I'm like, cool. Where do you think that might be? And then she'll go, oh yeah. And then she'll but you have to go down to the foundational.
Yeah.
Because I would be so scared to jump into something
You
where it's
don't
just
break it.
a bunch of buttons and I don't know.
Suddenly I changed it to Japanese and now I can't even get back.
Right.
Yeah.
And my password's 6, so I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get back in.
My mom will always say, don't do this trend on TikTok. It's dangerous and could kill you or get you in trouble. And then I've never heard of the trend at all.
Oh, that's the news doing that. That's the news going ooh, let's scare them. It's
Right.
one kid did this one thing that we're calling a trend.
Yeah.
And he got hurt. Be scared of things.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of it reminds me of when the Tide Pod thing was happening, right? I think that's one of the most well-known instances of that, where it's even today, people will reference the Tide Pod challenge, and it's there was barely anyone actually doing this. There was
the reaction to it was bigger than the actual way
you would think that
happened.
everybody was just guzzling them. It was so great. And I think that once again, that clash between traditional media, trying to understand and navigate social media, and also being an older generation. But at the same time, there being that other factor of often these news outlets operate on fear mongering. And so it's it's very easy to tell your audience of 40 years old and up and hey, your kids are doing this crazy thing that in this world that you don't understand, but we understand this world, so we're gonna tell you what's going on. So it's a lot of different factors that kind of create, and it's I like to think that our generation's a little bit better about it, but not really. If you think about a drama going on TikTok, we're all oh my God, immediately.
And then for years, I'm not able to get the Tide Pods I want because they're behind a locked case, and God forbid the grocery store's understaffed, and I can't get that shit.
The best tasting Tide Pods I can't get my hands on. Okay, here we go. My dad didn't want me watching YouTube videos because he was convinced I was downloading them and giving the computer viruses. It took years to convince him that the videos played from the website and I was not, in fact, downloading Naruto anime parodies on the daily.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, well, I think based on our last conversation where we killed our family's home computers with viruses, that I think there's a foundation there.
I bet that kid maybe
Some trust there.
I think,
some true fear in that one.
Like, you don't want viruses. You just brick your computer like one click.
Who knows? Maybe that person who sent that one did cause a couple viruses in their past.
In their life, yeah.
Maybe that's a freaking idiot.
Dude, this computer's like steaming. Dad won't let me do anything.
What the asshole?
And so much of media, I feel like, when you would see the internet and computers kind of represented in the early 2000s, so much of it was just like, viruses on the computer. Like, how many times is it a punchline to be like, oh, I clicked this link and now there's all these pop-ups on the screen type stuff happening. So it definitely was a thing like
10 MILFs in my area.
Yeah. Only 10. Only 10.
Only 10.
Dude, my area is way better than yours. I recently discovered that my grandmother keeps locking up her phone because she opens it, sees the number pad to unlock the phone, and tries to dial a phone number. That's honestly...
That's so understandable, actually.
It looks the exact same. And you can dial, the emergency SOS. No, if you type 911 into your passcode keypad,
there's like a separate little button that you click and then you can dial the emergency number.
I knew there was the emergency context screen, but it'd be really funny if you just entered 911 into your keypad and it called. I did that. Okay, kind of pretty much unrelated entirely, but one time I was in a restaurant. It was a sandwich shop that we would always go to when I was a kid, and there was a telephone booth. And I was a kid and I'd go in there and I'd press buttons, but it was like a payphone. And I one time just picked up the phone and pressed 911, and I didn't realize that if you call 911 on a payphone, you don't have to pay.
Right.
It just calls it. Oh. And so then someone picked up, and it was like, 911, what's your emergency? And I just hung up. And then they called back, and I got in trouble.
Yeah, I did that at school once.
Classic case.
Schools had payphones.
Naughty children.
Nobody tells you that you don't have to pay to call 911.
They let you do it for free.
They let you do it for free. I bet we could sell this online is a phrase I heard about 1,000 times when we moved my grandma out of her home. My family was handing me scraps of paper and mass-printed books and insisted I sold them online.
You could just have you heard of a garage sale?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, those work really well.
They do.
Garage sales, yes.
I clean house every time.
I think there's this assumption probably amongst these older relatives that it's like, oh, I can, buy this Civil War book in 2 seconds, so surely we can, get rid of this crap soon enough.
Or they're these Pokemon cards that, you've got a card and apparently it's worth $50. Why don't you sell it? And I was like, well, no one's going to buy the $50 card.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of them.
It's going to sit on sale for 4 months.
Right.
if not longer.
Yeah. No, selling stuff is I hate it's such an ordeal. Even
I'd rather just
Facebook
give it away.
Marketplace.
Take it away. Take it for free. I really don't care.
No, literally.
I'm actually losing money by trying to sell this.
Yeah, I get more from it if I get the joy of a friend is enjoying the thing than the $15 or whatever that it could have sold for,
Yeah, thank you for selling me your lamp yesterday for free by putting it in my backpack.
This literally just happened. Raven and I are moving, and we had these 2 chairs we wanted to get rid of, and we were like, it's gonna be so annoying. What if we just put them in this kind of big lobby area in our apartment with a sign to take it for free? And not an hour later,
they're gone.
I saw this kid carrying the chair into the apartment, and I was like, yes.
Oh,
and I didn't have to do anything. Oh, it feels so good.
Everybody wins.
Yeah.
My 65-year-old grandmother is on her laptop every day watching vlogs, listening to podcasts, or gaming. She loves it and has taught herself everything. Many of her friends are the same. Interesting.
Where are they from?
That's amazing.
Yeah.
We've got an educated grandmother.
Hell yeah, grandmama.
That's sick.
That's dope.
Awesome.
That is awesome. I love the idea that there's, grandmas out there that are learning.
Yeah, I mean, I will say my mom, she's a grandma, she grew up learning web design and computer design and stuff. So turns out she was playing a lot of Sims. So
that there's a generation that was all about that. There's a bunch of people like that.
Yeah.
Well, it's so awesome and healthy too. As you age to keep your mind sharp.
Yes.
Like, you know, stave off like potential like memory problems and things like that as you age, to like continuously learn and try to keep up with like the younger people in your family. And it also helps you stay connected with them too.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure it's like a lot easier to bridge that connection with his grandma because she's so freaking with it. And so it's like it makes conversation way easier, and she can keep her mind sharp and continue to learn and grow. I think that there's like a problem in like the way that we like view the elderly, that we expect them at one point to just fall to the wayside and just kind of go away like at some point. And it's a really tragic and like horrible thing. And so like I think like encouraging, like I think it'd be great if we had like computer boot camps for grannies, like where it's like specifically stuff targeted for old people, so they don't have to feel like self-conscious about like younger people picking it up faster. Like a bunch of people of the same age group being able to like literally like what you were talking about, like this is a gear, this is for settings, and like not have to feel embarrassed. Because I think the reason that like a lot of old people tend to like passively consume and not really go much farther than that is like there is kind of this fear of like a little bit of like a pride, like I don't want to have to ask my grandson over and over again how to do this. But it's like I feel like we should make more of an effort to like, since the internet is now such a big part of our society, and if we want the people that we love that are aging to stay a part of society, we need to hold their hand and bring them along, even in this weird internet world that might be difficult for them to understand.
I feel like as we're moving forward in society in time, that will not that it's not something that I would love to have happen right now, that will become less and less, I think. Just because I'm looking at my grandma who like can't even text. And then it's like my mom who can like text, you know, pay her bills on the you know, like she can do some internet stuff.
Yeah.
But then, you know, once we're old, we'll have a pretty decent, you know, library of knowledge to keep up. So hopefully that becomes less and less of a thing. Yeah. So that when we're grandparents, we can just like text our grandkids and be like, hey, you asshole. Yeah. Call me.
Come visit me.
Yeah.
No, but on the
I see your location on Snapchat. You
oh my god, imagine.
So funny.
No, but on the topic of like keeping your brain active and like learning new things, like when I learned that it's not just when you're a baby and it's like, oh, you need to expose your baby to so many new things and show them things so that their brain cells are being like they're forming and being used, because otherwise those, if they're not used, they kind of go by the wayside. And so like me and Shane talk a lot about like how we want to forever and ever just keep learning new things and new skills, because I'm scared of losing my brain cells.
I know.
Yeah. No, it is. It's tough because like a big thing, with your brain also. And like as you get older, like it's really important to have genuine human connection. Like being in relationships with people and having people that you talk to is like so good for your brain. And I do feel bad because it's really easy to giggle and laugh at like grandparents that like, you know, spend all day on Facebook or don't know how to use technology, but it's like, yeah, it would be really awesome if we were just like helping them more and like letting them use it in a really positive way, because it can be used in a really positive way. Like, you know, it'd be really cool if my grandma got on and played Valorant with me. Actually, no, it wouldn't.
My grandma cranking 90s.
Cranking 90s in Fortnite. But yeah, no, you're right. It is like something I wish that we were better about being more educational and helping them more. Let's be better. Let's be better out there. Let's be better out there.
Hey.
Okay, for our last one, this is really sweet. My mom gets real mad if I don't press like on a video when the creator says to like it.
Oh, speaking of which,
Yeah.
like this video,
Like the video.
Like the video.
or else someone's grandma will be mad at you.
No,
Oh, you know what to do.
Is that thing still
Hit the bell. It is still there.
Okay.
It's still bell.
Notifications on.
That's so sweet. I love the idea. Like they said to like it. Like why didn't you like it?
Don't you like them?
Don't you like them?
That's so real. Yeah. I mean, it's such a. I'm weird about liking TikToks because then it goes into my like. Because I like TikToks to then like show Shane later, like that's
how I do.
Or if I need to like save something. So I don't like liking. And then on Twitter for a while when you could see likes, you know, you're choosy. But then there's like ones like Instagram and like YouTube where I'm like, oh, like whatever, likes for free, take them all.
Right.
Yeah.
Instagram Reel shows, like if you follow somebody, you can see what they've liked. Like if you scroll across the same video, and sometimes I'm like, I'll get a DM from someone like, what the hell are you watching? I'm like, you're not my mom.
That's so funny.
You just hit the follow button. Let me scroll and look at what I want.
That's so funny.
I like my Reels cursed. I've curated it specifically to show me awful things. That's what this app is for.
That's your job.
Yeah, no, if I hit the favorite on an Instagram Reel, that means
I didn't like it. You didn't see shit.
It's actually the opposite.
You might make a guest appearance soon. Keep on the lookout.
There needs to be a like button, and then I just want to interact with this, but I don't know that I like the content.
Like that video game notification, like so and so will remember this. Like, that's what I'm doing. I'm like locking that in for later.
Or if I like really want to be incognito, I will send it to someone who I know never watches the TikToks I send them, and so you're my own
So it's like a little
personal
bank.
bank. Yeah, not a spank bank, but a view bank.
A little view bank.
Well, what did we learn today? Did we learn anything?
We learned to be nice to old people.
Yes.
Old people are people too.
How about that?
Yeah.
Just learned that just now for the first time.
What?
I didn't know.
They are?
Are parties not your thing, but you can't help but wonder what the heck goes down at them? Or do you love parties and wish more people talked about the unwritten rules? Well, today, we have gathered to discuss all of your assumptions about parties, game nights, raves, and any other function that you could think of. And we also have a very special guest. It is a Smosh OG, Sarah Whittle.
Oh, hi! This is my first time here.
Oh my Your first time making an assumption?
Ever, yes. And it's a party.
It is a party.
Have you ever filmed in a basement before?
I'm not gonna answer
that. This is Assumptions Parties.
Yes. And next to Sarah, we also have some other Smosh people. Let's talk about them. Tommy Bow.
Hey, I've partied. I do party stuff. I'm still young in parts of my body.
You've already been cast in this video, don't worry.
It's an audition.
No, just my qualifications are.
Yes.
He's partied.
I've partied more than you have.
More than me.
But maybe I have a nemesis over here.
Oh, okay. And the nemesis is Chance McCrary. How you doing, Chance?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're good. This is just a party, you know? This is how you meet people.
Yeah. You've partied.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
All the photos I've seen, all your parties are filled with the most beautiful people I've ever seen.
Hot.
They're so
Chance had
hot.
a gorgeous birthday party.
Yes, we recently had
It
that.
was so gorgeous.
Can I be invited next year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can fly in?
You have to
Yes.
turn out an
It was
outfit,
animal themed,
though.
and you had to turn out.
You had
When
to
do
turn
I not turn out?
No, you turn out.
That's true.
Period.
Remember when we all went out to WeHo and you were in a Christmas tree outfit?
Yes,
That
I
was
was
crazy.
so popular that night. I was so popular that night.
Yeah.
And that's the best kind of parties, when you're popular.
Yeah.
It was a hit in WeHo,
And
just as
WeHo's
a Christmas
always
tree.
All right, so let's maybe get into these assumptions.
Can you get into your party mode?
Yeah.
When the girl in the movie takes off her glasses and she becomes
She becomes hot. Can you become hot for us? Oh my God!
And now I'm ready to party.
Whoa.
My lip was kind of caught with my teeth back there, so I think you get a good slow-mo shot of that.
We'll fix it in post.
Great, okay, glasses goodbye. First assumption, I always assume I'm going to have a bad time at a party, but I usually have a pretty good time. This feels kind of universal.
Yes.
Or maybe I'm just relating to this person. Okay.
I think I wouldn't want to go if I thought I was going to have a bad time.
Well, and I'm the type of person that's like, you're gonna have the time that you say you're gonna have.
And that's for real.
So that's the energy you're bringing to the party.
Yeah.
And so even if I'm not in the mood, I'll go in very low stakes. I think that's the mentality you should go into. If you're going out and thinking you're gonna have a bad time, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah. There's times where it's like I get invited to a party and like I had like a really bad day and I haven't been able to shake it and I'm just like, I'm gonna show up to this party not my best. I don't want to bring anyone down, so I'm not gonna go.
Yeah.
It's like you gotta bring what you know you're gonna bring, and then it will become what you bring.
Totally. It's almost like transparent, right? Like, when you walk up to somebody at a party and you're like, you're bad vibes.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like I don't want to bring bad because no one wants to be the bad vibe.
This is also kind of reminding me of like how it is to work out at the gym, where it's like,
100%.
you don't want to go to the gym, but then you get to the gym and
That's
you're like,
real for
I'm
the gym.
hot.
Yeah,
no,
you're
that's
right.
for real.
Good.
Yeah.
Even if you go to the gym and you're there for like 20 minutes and you're like, I can't do this, you at least go, well, I made it.
I made it.
At least I did
Hardest
it.
part is showing up.
And then you
That's
feel
right.
better. Your endorphins are pumping.
Exactly.
I kind of feel the same way at a party. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
Right.
Or it's like before you're like, oh, well, who am I going to talk to? And like, what if I spend money? But then once you're there, you're like, wait, I love friends.
Yeah, and you can always make new friends. Like,
New friends.
Yeah.
Making new friends is hard.
It is hard.
It's hard, but then it's also sometimes like butter. Like it'll just happen sometimes.
Exactly.
Sometimes it is.
Yeah.
Oh, the worst when you're like, you don't know many people at a party and you like the first person you meet is kind of a buzzkill and then they like are with you the rest of the night.
Yes.
And you're like, no,
I didn't.
Why did I use so much of my social skills?
Yes. And people are like,
horrible.
so like, who are you guys?
So you
and you're
guys
like,
love
I'm
each
not with
other.
them.
And it's like, I met them just now.
I actually just met this guy.
Yeah.
So
But I think that's where like a good timed like bathroom break calls for itself.
100%.
okay, yes. And you know when it's like you like the dialogue that you just give to yourself that no one listens, that's like, oh, I need some ice.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Nobody
Yeah,
hears
exactly.
that.
Oh, I need some ice.
You're like, you know what? I think I need
And then everyone's like, oh, she probably needed some ice.
Go do your thing, girl.
Yeah.
My personal best advice is if you are feeling like it might be a big challenge for you to go out to this party, I think give yourself a time limit. Like a lot of the times when you go out, sometimes it's like, oh my gosh, how late am I gonna stay? And am I gonna drink? And who am I gonna meet up with? I think designate a buddy and then also just give yourself like, okay, if it hits 10 p.m. and I'm not vibing, I can come home.
I've done that so many times and it totally works. And usually by like 9:45, you're like, wow, it's almost 10? Nah, I'm not leaving. I'm having a good time.
Now we're generally entering the vibe of house parties here. I assumed parties were a place for people to mingle and how people got into casual dating, but I've literally never seen that in real life.
I definitely think that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely mingling. I mean, casual dating, I think a party is a great opportunity to meet somebody.
For sure.
But it's, I don't know, maybe it's rare now to be like, oh, I'm dating somebody and we met at a house party?
I think that's still like a college thing. When I think of house parties, I went to the most house parties when I was in college. And that was a part, like, yeah, it was a main group of friends, but then they would be friends or like siblings, or they would bring their friend from out of town or their hometown or whatever. And so I do feel like that's a more low-key place than the bars to be like meeting people potentially that you could date.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. House
Definitely
parties,
be kissing some people.
That's what I was gonna say. House parties are way more of a place to meet someone than a bar or
Right.
like, you know, like a dance club or something.
Yeah.
I feel like at bars, you go out with people that you already know and you're meeting people you already know. You're not trying to meet people at the bar. But at a house party, it's more curated. And so it's like everyone knows someone by some association.
Exactly.
Hopefully.
So that there's your conversation starter. How do you know
Exactly.
houseplant who's throwing this
Yes.
party?
I also want to point
That
out.
houseplant would never throw a freaking
Don't talk to
party.
him. Don't listen to him.
Oh my God. That is casual.
Do you see what just happened at this house party? We made a connection.
I assume that the good cry in the random upstairs bathroom and hide with the host's cat are both universal party experiences.
For sure. I feel like at one point, all of us have to have the party cry and the animal time. Like, I mean,
Your
like, it's
social
universal.
battery sometimes can get overheated. And so if you feel like there's a potential of that overheat to like cool down a little bit and you can go back out to the party, I feel like those are two good options to like jumpstart it.
Yeah. What is it that you guys think overheats your battery? Like, is it too many conversations? Is it like communicating with somebody that you aren't like immediately hitting it off with? Is it feeling alone?
Putting the pressure on me, asking me a lot of questions in a room of people I don't know who don't know me, and they're like specifically asking me questions. I'm like, no, I'm here to learn about you, actually.
Right.
Yes.
Not doing show and tell on myself.
Feeling like the spotlight in a way.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Similarly, I think for me, it's when I am mingling, I'm doing the thing of bopping, but I'm finding myself repeating a lot of the same things that I just said.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, wait a minute, I'm starting to sound like a record player. It's not fun anymore. Now it feels like checking boxes of what I need to discuss. I need to step away and pet the cat.
Yeah, I think you just need to check in with yourself. I actually took a nap in the middle of my wedding party.
That's incredible.
Yeah, because I just was like, my ears were tired because it's like a lot of noise. I was like the bride, so it was like a lot of people talking to me. It was in Italy too, so it's like a little language barrier. So there's a lot going on. So I just checked in with myself and I was like, you know what, I'll be better if I take a disco nap. I go upstairs in the silence, close my eyes for 10 minutes, and come back downstairs. And so that's what I did.
And it worked.
Yeah, and I didn't even tell anyone anything. I just was like disappeared for 10 minutes and came back.
That's incredible.
Love that.
Yeah.
Checking in with yourself is definitely good advice.
Yeah.
But I do think if you're like so devastated that you're like, I'm gonna cry in the bathroom for more than like 5 minutes and can't get it together, it's okay to go home.
It's okay to go home.
It's okay to go home and go to your space and be comfortable in your space and like call it a night.
Now it's interesting that you bring up space place, because our next assumption actually talks about the physicality of that. As a Southeast Asian person, I always assumed that the portrayal of house parties in Western media was the standard for what a house party should look like and how messy the parties can get. House parties might be something that we can all relate to, but that looks very different for lots of people.
100%.
Like what we're probably all picturing right now is like semi the same. I feel like what I'm actually picturing is like stuff I've seen on TV as well.
Yeah, same.
Right? Like the big, like the stuff from like One Tree Hill and
like,
stuff like that.
old school, like the house on the campus, and it's like the red cups, and there's like just a shit ton of people.
Yeah.
But I very rarely have been to house parties like that, actually.
I've been to a few. I feel like there's also the whole factor of like you see that, and so you want that to happen at your house party. I feel like the house parties where it's like, we're here to get drunk. You know, like that feels like there's a few house parties that are like, that's the goal here, is for all of us to get so drunk. Those usually look like the movie house parties, at least from what I've been able to like clock.
Yeah.
But there's so many house parties that are so chill.
Yeah.
And it's just like cocktails and hanging, and it's so, and the last few house parties I've been to, you hit a certain time where like half the people leave, and then you like look over to the host and we're like, let's start cleaning up.
Yeah,
We have a task.
exactly.
And I love
that
cleaning up
era.
at a house party.
Yes.
Ooh, it's
happening right now?
It's
Yes.
so nice when you're hosting.
Suddenly I have a task with a
Yes.
goal. And like the brain juices that are like, ooh, I did it.
Yeah.
And then the host is like,
Thank you.
Yes.
It's so
and you're like,
nice.
you're welcome, thanks for throwing the party.
Yes,
and
you
it
did
takes
a
like
good
10 minutes.
deed.
You're like, let me just pick up all the shit everywhere.
Literally, it's just throw everything away.
Yeah. In college, that was like the morning after for all of us.
Right, of
like
course.
we'd wake up and we're like, okay,
because we were
we'll
also-
we'll help. But like now, older, it's like, okay, now
You gotta do it the night before.
now you do it the night of, when, because it's also like not going till so late in the night. And I think
Totally.
that's such a nice thing. It feels like community where you're
Yeah.
like, we had a nice time. Let's like show our thanks to the host by like helping to clean.
That's also another interesting thing that I feel like it's probably, hopefully taught to you, but most definitely I think you understand it and hopefully follow through on it as an adult. Don't show up empty-handed.
Yeah.
Showing
Oh
up
my
with something.
God. Everyone shows up empty-handed.
Right. They're just kind of there expecting to take up space and drink whatever they can and what they find and eat the food and then duck out. And it's like so unfair to the
Unless
host.
instructed, you don't show up. I think what's super helpful is like the party attendees be like, what do you need? And I'm like, I need a couple of bags of ice. I need a little bit of water.
Ice.
That's like top tier.
Moving on. If your friend dragged you to a party, they must stay with you for at least the first half of the party.
Oh.
How long is a party?
4 hours.
Define a party.
I kind of feel like the friend needs to stay with you the whole time kind of thing.
Oh,
I would
interesting.
like. I'm thinking if a friend invited me to a party, I mean, maybe it depends on the relationship.
Yeah.
But if it was like one of my besties,
and you're there plus one.
exactly, like
Yeah.
we're going to this party, like yeah, we're doing it together. I feel like if they were ducking out, I mean, unless I'm having like a grand time without them, and I know lots of other people, I feel like I would be like, yeah, I'll head out soon, or like let's generally leave at the same time.
I feel like there's two sides to it, because if you're being brought to a party, you kind of have this assumption that you're going to be
Yes!
He said
Yes!
it. He said it.
that you're going to be buds with that person. But also, if you're bringing someone to a party, you want to help them, but you also don't want to like have to babysit them the whole time. You don't want to feel locked into them.
Yeah.
So I think it's a balance. I don't think there's a hard and fast rule
Exactly.
about you for half the party you've got to stay. I think it's kind of like, I want to make sure you're comfortable once you're, and you can even go like, hey, are you good? I'm gonna go like
Exactly, yeah.
I'm gonna go there. And then it's like, you can come if you
Let
want,
me go
but like
talk
I'm
to
gonna
this-
go hang
yeah.
out with these people over there.
Yes.
And then, flag it like that.
The culture of my friends has been that we can, so there's a lot of pre-games that go to different places and different events and different blah, 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 but we'll go to the same pre-game. And it's just kind of an understanding for me that you just go and then you can go off whenever you
Disperse.
need to. You just like have to check in and say, I'm about to go here to this thing.
Yeah.
Do you want to come with me or are you going to stay here?
Yeah.
Totally.
It's once again
I
giving
think,
the-
yeah, I think I misread that at first because I was assuming
Oh, sorry.
that this meant staying at the actual party, but this is specifically referring to staying with
each
you,
other, yeah.
like side by side, and that I actually think I disagree with.
Oh, that's a hard
I think it's
no.
contextual, but I think like we're maybe more extroverted folks than like most people. So maybe an introvert feels like, hey, you brought me to this party, like kind of like let me be your shadow. But I also say like a party is like really a judgment-free zone. I really think so. So even if you're introverted, like you can survive on find your own fun. Like it's the energy you put out and everything like that, I think. And also sometimes friends aren't reliable, especially when you're like younger in your 20s. Like sometimes they're gonna ditch you. And so you kind of have to like, you know, make lemonade out of lemons or go home. And it's not the end of the world. It's like not that big of a deal.
Going back to it again, the first part of the sentence is actually crucial. If your friend dragged you to a party, it's this friend has specifically been badgering you and have been like, hey, I know you don't have plans Friday night. Please, please, please come. I really want to go and I don't want to go alone. Will you come with me, please?
Well, if they're saying that, please, I don't want to go alone, then I would, of course, assume that we would be hanging out all night. But if I'm being dragged to a party, first of all, you can't force me to do anything.
Exactly.
But if you're dragging me to this party, I feel like I would just be like, okay, I'm gonna go, but I'm gonna leave when I want to leave. You know what I mean? It's like, I'll be at this party, but as soon as I'm finished, it's like, well, then I'm my own agent then.
I'm doing you a favor.
I'm doing you a favor, and once, you know, you feel like I've done the favor, it's like, okay, we're here at the party, you feeling good? I'm gonna leave, I don't wanna be here.
Which, how long do you have to stay to complete that favor? To be like, I did it, I went with you.
It's whatever the person who dragged you there feels good.
Good, I'm saying 30 minutes.
30 minutes is so fast.
Now, we touched on games a little bit earlier, but we're specifically dealing with board game parties now.
Ooh.
Board games. This person assumes that board game parties are for people who don't know how to socialize.
What?
Ooh.
No.
Okay, burn.
That's an assumption, all right.
Yep, absolutely. I feel like this is just your classic game night, which I know we all love.
The most fun and relationship building nights I've had are board game nights
100%.
because I think the like negative side of house parties is sometimes you don't get to connect with like all the people that you wanted to connect or meet them or like whatever. And same with those like tabletop parties, like beer pong and stuff. Like it creates a fun moment, like, and relationships and like
competition
and lore and inside jokes. Like I think it's actually like such a great vehicle to create more lasting relationships and memories with each other.
Totally.
And they're usually more low key.
Yeah.
So it's just like, you know, it's you know, you're more open, it's more of a flow. There's less of a chance to have like a bad time.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. And that I feel like fully encapsulates like the game night. But this next assumption is kind of introducing playing a board game maybe while at a house party, like on the side. I foolishly assume that if we start playing a card or board game at a party, that everyone will actually play.
Ooh, that's tough.
So set the scene a little bit. It's a party, and now suddenly you're like, I have a fun game that we could play.
Even like drinking games, like it has to be the right game for the right crowd. Because if you choose the wrong game and it's too many people or they're not focused, it's over.
It needs to be a simple game that people can come in and out of.
Exactly.
Yes. But it's a bold move to be like, I know what we should do.
Right. It's kind of like right underneath pulling out a guitar.
It is such a bold move, but I feel like it's also,
it can be great.
You introduce it, make the decision boldly, but you don't hold on so tight.
Exactly.
You don't keep trying to fight the flow.
Oh no, if it doesn't work,
Because then everyone's like, ugh, you're making the vibes bad because you're shushing people now at this party to try to focus on your game that no one seems to want to play, but you're so attached to it that you won't give it up.
Yeah, I think it just goes back to like, you gotta feel the flow out and set up proper expectations. It's like, hey everyone, we're gonna have a board game night with some drinks. There are 700 rules. Get ready for 700 rules. Because I would go, oh, that's not.
I'm not showing up.
Yeah, if it's a game with like 700 rules, you gotta like give them the heads up. I think also what is like really annoying is when someone doesn't want to play by any of the rules. Like kind of like when you're playing with grandma. And grandma just wants to, I'm not talking about cheating.
I felt your ahem being targeted with my head turned. Rule pitching is very fun when it is content focused, but agreed not at a party.
She said it here, folks.
But then also, you can't be a hardcore rule
Exactly, yes.
policeman.
Yes.
Because are we not here to have fun?
Yes.
Are we not here to enjoy our time?
Exactly.
But don't break the rules like crazy.
Well, one type of party that board games are probably not going to be at are Hollywood parties.
Okay, transition.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay.
I assume Hollywood parties are actually miserable and overwhelming, but social media makes it seem like everyone is having the best time.
Now, what are we describing as Hollywood parties?
This one feels like an influencer event kind
Got
of
it.
thing, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of what the
I think
question's
so.
implying.
I'm imagining like Hollywood Hills. This is like, you know.
Yeah, like some beauty brands having like a little party, a little pop-up.
I've been to some very, very fun ones.
Same.
And I have been to a lot of
Yeah,
It's just like, I don't think I've been to many bad, like this was so bad.
Oh yeah.
But it's mostly
just like, okay.
Okay, I got free shit.
Yeah.
Walked around,
Didn't
talked
spend
a little.
any money.
Yeah.
Met a couple people that I like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's, it wasn't negative.
It was just.
But it was just like.
Totally. I feel like a lot of it too is like random people that you just met, or like a lot of stuff that's happened to me at these parties too is people will just come over and they'll just immediately be like, hey, what's your social?
Yeah.
And I'm
Right, it's like, ew.
Well, don't we want to pretend to get to know each other
Yeah.
first? But like immediately right to the Instagram.
And I'm not gonna lie, me and Angela have torn up some parties where we just have so much fun because we truly, so many people at Hollywood parties, these events, care so much about what everyone thinks of them and how they're interacting.
Yeah.
And they are really, they don't go to many parties. Like they go to, these are their social events. And so they don't like know what to do at parties. They're just as party depriven as people who are super anxious and like, I mean, they are super anxious. This is like where they go to party. But me and Angela are like, okay, let's go to the hat booth. Let's go to the dance floor. And we'll be like tearing it up. And people are like watching us, like standing around like, whoa, what is going on? It's such a weird middle ground where we get to still have fun at these events.
Totally.
We don't have to,
I
like-
think that's key is that you got to make your own fun.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
You know?
Because really, they've just set up the party and they want you to engage with like the different activations or the little things or get a drink or whatever and post content. And like, I'm always someone that's like, I'm going to be the first one to do it because I think there's also like a shyness. Like there's like party shy as a group and they're like, oh, there's like a little seating area over there with snacks, but no one's over there, so I won't go. And I'm someone that's like, I've been on both ends of this as the attendee and as the person that set up. And the thing I want is for the attendees to like go and engage with the different types of things. So I think you're doing the right thing because oftentimes when I do that, people follow. Like they will do it and I'm influencing them and then the vibes are so much better and it's actually getting crowded over here, like that kind of thing. I think if it's like a brand thing, that's like what you should do. And you should also mingle and talk with people. You don't have to always talk to people that'll like get you further in life.
I never ask for someone.
It's
I do
so
not care. I am
lame.
not. Networking is not like let me actually network with you.
Exactly.
Sorry for that voice, but it was like I don't know what
You
that
should
was.
be. Yeah.
But it's like networking in person, creating real relationships, like real connection.
Networking is just making friends. That's what it actually is.
Right. This assumption says, I assume it's not cool to try to talk to celebrities if you see them at a party. How do we engage?
It depends on if you're acting like a regular person or not.
Or are you like, you and me, we're so above this?
I think it's like, because we've all been like approached before. Not that I don't think we're on the level that this assumption is kind of talking about, but like it's still the same style interaction. When I walk by someone and they go, Tommy, it's like, hey, whoa.
Yes.
You know, but if someone just like, hey, what's up? Yeah, no, pretty cool. Big fan of your work, by the way. If you're just like, if you treat them like a human being that's there with
touch. This is for the public. Do not touch people you don't know.
I feel like you definitely can talk to celebrities. Just talk to them like a normal person. You're at the party, they're at the party. You are equals here.
And you know them. They don't know you.
Right.
You have a comfortability with them that they don't have with you.
So get to their level.
It's like you have
don't
to
know
treat them like you don't know them.
They're
like,
a stranger.
Would you hug a random woman on the street? No, you probably wouldn't.
Hopefully
so
not.
don't hug me either because I'm a random woman to you.
I was waiting for that.
Exactly. No, it truly is just so delicate though, because I think we've also all been in that position where it's like you do see somebody that maybe you used to watch them on a TV show that you really like, and it is kind of like, oh, oh my gosh, I'm like starstruck a little bit. But you have to have that sort of like, okay, calm down. Nobody would want to talk to me if I was like, but they'll want to talk to me if it's like, hey, I'm cool. You're cool.
And I think you should approach it like situationally. Like look at if it's a meet and greet line, that's a situation. If they have security, if they have their kids, like you have to be very aware. And you also have to be okay with the fact that like you don't have to engage with them. And if you do, it's most likely going to be a very short conversation, and that's okay. Like if they're at a party and they're getting paid to be at the party, like they have a job to do.
Opposite of a Hollywood party, perhaps, is a costume party.
Ooh.
Kind of in the season for us as we film this, as Halloween is approaching.
I love a costume party.
Love a costume party. This person assumes, I'm going to be too dressed up for a costume party, but then everyone else is more dressed up than me.
Here's my philosophy. If you're overdressed, you're never underdressed.
Exactly.
And so if you come and you're stunting in an outfit, who's going to be hating?
I have never gotten overdressed. I've never gotten the idea of overdressed. I'm like, okay, slay.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Like it has
wow.
never been out of place for me. Like I've never seen that.
Yeah.
I've never been like, what are you wearing? That's way too much.
Yeah.
No.
And one of my favorite compliments I've ever gotten about my style is like they said, you dress really smart. And I'm like, ooh, I really like that. So like, if it's a costume party, I love a good theme. It gets me into like the character and stuff. It's just like good old fashioned fun, just to be fun.
Tommy?
And what do you think?
I share the sentiment exactly. It's like, if you're going, like, go for it.
Yeah.
Like, if you're doing a costume party, like, go for it. But then also, for a Halloween party, like, I feel like we can all let go of the guilt of, like, a bad Halloween costume.
Yes.
No one's going like, oh, you have, like, a $15, like, Amazon costume on. Like, it's like, some of us aren't Halloween people. Some of us are bad at preparing for Halloween costumes.
Yeah.
So, and I used to feel guilty. I used to not like Halloween because I was like, I never prep, and I'm gonna go to these like parties, and I'm gonna feel so ashamed of not having a good costume. It's like, that actually was me doing that, and no one else was actually judging. We're all just here to have a party, and it's a thing.
Well, sometimes I think your environment does provide the structure for what your costume should be. Specifically with this assumption, this person assumes gay costume parties are way more on theme and costumed than straight costume parties.
True.
True?
I would say true most of the time.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just
gays love to dress up.
And that's when you
the freedom of shackles of.
Oh.
I mean, like, socio norms are not there anymore.
Yes,
we're already fighting against the current, so like you can dress up in anything you want.
True.
Yeah. And then again,
More
it's
creative.
like,
and and sometimes it's like a lot of less creative, and sometimes it's just like that's you are wearing a thong. Like
exactly.
that is, how are you Superman? How are you Superman?
But then it's also like
I have
work.
an S necklace. Okay,
like,
I guess
cool,
you're right.
work.
You're
But
Superman.
that's all you're wearing.
That's the only thing on your body right now.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we need to get into the more intense parties as we naturally segue into this. And when I think of an intense party, I think of a rave.
Ooh.
Have we been to raves? Anybody?
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
I've never been to
I've
a
never
rave.
been to a rave either.
I want to go to one.
I don't know if I want to.
It depends on the rave.
There's so many different genres.
Because if you're just saying rave, that is one specific type of thing. And I went to a rave recently. The music was so bad. But like I went with my friend and I was like, okay. And I was like, maybe it'll get better. And I'm sitting there and I'm like,
what did you wear?
Yeah.
What did you wear to this rave?
I forget. Well, because one time she invited me to a rave that was a gay rave and I had no idea. And so I was wearing like a leather jacket and like full pants and I showed up and everyone's in shorts and like a tank because it's supposed to be like a kind of like gay rave. And so I went home because it was like 3 a.m. and I was dressed wrong. And so I was like,
you were at
we're
a
not
circuit party?
Yeah, I didn't know it was a circuit party. She was there for the music. And I was like,
the music.
No, literally. She's like, I love this DJ. And so like, I was like, oh yeah, sure, I'll go to a music thing with you. And after it's fun. And it was like, oh, this is a gay circuit party.
Yeah.
I see.
But I've been to same person, went to that other rave. Music was and it's fine. Honestly, a rave community rocks.
Yeah.
Everyone's really supportive. Everyone's there to have fun.
Yeah.
Everyone's like,
there's not a lot of fights.
There's like no I've never seen a
No, I
fight.
haven't
It's always
either.
very like, oh, like this person is a little drunk. You'll go like, hey, you good? Can I get you water or something? Like you're taken care of. It's very communal.
Much
You know.
more fights at a baseball game or at any sports event.
Yeah. Well,
There's
this
gonna be a lot more.
person kind of agrees with your most recent experience, Tommy. The assumption here is getting ready for the rave is actually more fun than the rave itself.
Ooh.
It depends.
It depends, right? I mean, this kind of feels along the lines of like the pregame before the party.
Yes.
And the pregame, when you're playing the drinking game, you're just with your friends. It's a safe little like house mini party. Always more fun.
Yes.
Always more fun. You leave the location and you're like, guys, remember.
Can we go back?
King's Cup.
Sometimes the Uber on the way there is really fun.
It's iconic, actually.
It is iconic.
Yes.
If the music is great, you're like, yeah.
And the
there's-
Uber driver is
there's-
just right.
And proximity too. You're just so close together.
Yes,
for that.
yes. Except when you're in the passenger seat and you're like, what was the joke?
Yeah.
You're in the passenger seat. I guess I'll get some ice.
Right. And then you step out of the bar and the three back there are like besties and you're like, well, I know the
there's-
Uber well.
There's like a party here in LA that I guess you could call a rave, but it's not really a rave. It's called Heaven. It's a lot of fun, but it's more of like a queer event, I guess, because it used to just be like underground, like electronic music, and it was very like, you know, ooh, we're dancing, but it was, you go there for the musician that you know, and it's still kind of like that, but now it's like, now there's like drag performances and it's all about the look you bring. And so it's like, for me personally, I was more down to just put on some clothes, feel okay, and like watch this music happen. And then now it's like, if I'm gonna go to Heaven, I'm like, what am I gonna wear? What am I gonna, you know, because now it's a event.
Absolutely.
But either way, parties like that where there's a lot of different things going on, you can like, oh, I'm gonna go like watch this happen or listen to this, and then I'm gonna go outside and hang out, and then I'm gonna come back in and get a drink or whatever, versus like a traditional rave, which is like, there is DJ, we are here dance, this is all night.
Yes.
You know, it's like, it's a different vibe. So I think it depends on what party it is as to whether it's more fun than the pregame.
This assumption says, if I don't get at least 3 compliments from random girls in the bathroom, I assume the outfit I'm wearing isn't good enough.
Aww.
Now, what I'd like to say, my theory on fashion and outfits is like, yes, it's the piece itself. It's also the person and how they bring it to life. But I think it's also how you feel about your look.
Yes.
And I think that is also transparent. Like if you're wearing a new t-shirt, I feel like there's just an attitude about yourself and your look that you kind of give off new shirt. And people can sense that. And that's why they're like, I like that shirt. And you're like, it's new. How'd you know? Because I'm giving that attitude.
I mean, getting compliments is always nice, especially on your outfit or whatever. But I think it's not a necessity to know that like you're looking great and feeling fine. I think it should all be self-fulfilling.
Yes.
So it's like you feel good. It doesn't matter if you don't get any compliments. If you think you look hot, you're hot. And so I don't think you should look for that outside validation for like what is a good enough outfit. But I get it. I've also done that when I like go to work and I'm like, Claudio, no one's complimented my outfit today. But it's definitely not ruining my day. I know I look good.
The power really is in you. And you know, there's no day that is mostly about you than your birthday. Birthday parties.
Dear Lord.
So
I'm gonna
good.
say you've been deeply successful this entire time. That was the only one that we saw through the
Birthday parties! Okay, first up, the assumption is the thing I was told in elementary school about birthdays is you have to invite everyone or people will be sad and feel left out, which is actually a terrible way to make a guest list for a party.
Correct.
Yeah.
How do we decide?
This is a tough one. I think when you're in like elementary school, that makes sense. It makes sense to like invite most of the kids in the class. But I think it's a tough one because you also run into like, if I don't invite Chance, like, but I do invite Tommy, is Tommy accidentally gonna reveal?
At least you got mentioned.
You needed ice.
Who's that?
I think there's just a worry that the word will go around that like not everyone's invited. So I think that's always tough. But if
Let
we're being
them talk.
real, exactly. Like I'm not friends with everyone.
Right.
And it's not your responsibility to make everyone happy. And
True.
their happiness is not your job.
Exactly, yeah.
I would say that the transition, I think, happens around middle or high school. Because in elementary school, you have a class, and these are the people that you're seeing every single day. And I would say, you know, if I were a parent and my kid was the only one not invited to a birthday party, I think I would absolutely bring this up to the school board. And I would be like, excuse me, my child was left out. I think once we get to about middle school where it's like we have lots of classrooms and lots of children and there are more people not invited, then it feels a little less like a responsibility to include everybody. Maybe. Yeah. I'm not a parent, but I just feel like I have to go to bat for my kid.
I feel like the age where I was like, I don't want that person. I don't want, it was never like one targeted thing unless there was like but what if there's a bully? What if that child is bullying?
But I remember like having like
the rest of the class, like he deserves to not be, he's a bully and it's gonna make everyone's time worse.
That's true.
So it's like, I don't think you need to invite the whole class. It's like, I would trust my child. I nannied and worked with children for so long, and speaking from my own memory, like by 3rd grade, I knew who I wanted to be at my birthday party.
Yes.
I didn't need to invite the whole class.
Yeah.
Like, it's like I want Hudson, I want Alan, I want Justin, I want Carter.
Yeah.
Like that's who I want at my. I don't need the whole class.
Totally, yeah. Maybe it is once you reach that level of the child being able to have that agency and being able to have the conversation of this is who I want and this is who I don't want, versus like maybe younger kids who are just like, these are all my friends. What's a classroom?
Yeah.
No, it's messy, and when it comes to weddings, that's when it gets really spicy.
Yeah.
And there's like sometimes it's like you have to send the invite to the people even though you know they won't go and blah, 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 blah.
Courtesy invites.
Yeah, I always think that's difficult, but ultimately like we are all adults here and you should realize like when it's a certain party, the dynamic of people that I'm going to invite versus not invite. If you're being real, then it's not that big of drama.
Well, we have one final assumption.
Okay.
And this is about the conversations inside of parties. This person assumes that parties are just for talking about how crazy other parties were.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
Definitely has happened before. You know, you're at a party and you're like, how crazy was last night? Or, you know, how about that?
You're going to a party 2 nights in a row? Pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
Sometimes.
I feel like this happens at something like an event that takes place monthly or something, and then you're at this, and then you're like, oh, well, last month's was way more fun, or something like that. But that feels so situational and like kind of rare. I feel like I'm not talking about other parties at parties that I'm at. I'm talking about this party.
What is usually talked about? Like, what do you guys feel like is your go-to? Or usually like, how was your day earlier? What were you doing before this?
It can be anything. Sometimes it's
Yeah,
the
really
cheese
do anything,
board.
yeah.
Like, did you try this cheese? Oh my God.
Yes,
I know
it's
they made
important.
cheese like that.
Yeah, yeah. Or about each other's pets.
Totally.
Yes, that's always a good one.
What are you watching?
What are you watching?
Questions are difficult. I feel like you gotta know, because we don't wanna go to the, like, I'm asking so many questions that this person feels like they have a spotlight on them, but you do wanna get to know them and maybe also ask interesting questions.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is the easiest way to bond with somebody.
Yes.
When you ask them something that like really makes them think and you're both like, ooh, yes, and you're getting creative and it has nothing to do with your life or your job, but just like some concept that you're both discussing. It has to be the right vibe, but I think that's a great way to connect with somebody.
Yeah, okay, Arasha, space or time?
Space.
Why?
I just think space is so interesting. Not like space up there, but like physical space that we take up. I had this phase where like months at a time, that was all I wanted to talk about. Like just imagine how many people have been in this circle before us and have been discussing their assumptions of other topics, or like just other creators that took up this space and were in the room.
So you mean at another time?
At another time.
Wow, it's been incredible getting to know you at this party right now, Arasha.
Sorry, I'm a little f***ed up right now.
And we didn't even talk about other
Do
parties.
you need to go get
Water. Wake up.
Wake up. Does anybody else have like a hot take about parties or any assumptions that you have about parties?
I have a question.
Please.
Because this is a debate between my husband and I, is I kind of love to put like an estimated end time on the invitation now that I'm getting older, because I don't want to be doing like a 2 a.m. like board game night or whatever. So I'll do like a from 7 to 10-ish kind of situation. Does that feel lame to like put a little end time on sometimes
I've started
like that?
doing that, not as an end time, more as like, if you're gonna be, people are so late in LA.
This is true. This is true.
Especially to like social events, like people will show up an hour, 2 hours after.
Yes.
So I've started putting an end time, not to be like, you have to go home at this time, but to give people a gauge. Like, if you're planning on coming that late, it might not be worth it for you.
Yeah.
But then also to say, if that's still worth it for you, you know what time it's around estimated to end. So now you can come for that hour if you want to come for that hour.
Yes, I love that logic.
That feels appropriate.
If you see that end time, it'd be like, oh, well, maybe I won't show up. Like, there's a party tonight I'm going to that starts at 9, and then says from like, it's like 9 to 12. And I'm like, I know it's going till 2. I know the 12 is there, so I don't miss my friend's DJ set.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No,
so
but
it's
that
like,
is so
it makes
real.
sense. They put the break on it, so it's like, oh, so definitely come way before then. But I don't need to be there at 9.
Yes.
But it rewrites the lateness then.
Unless you came there with one person, you don't need to say goodbye. Especially if you're
Huge.
interrupting people's conversation to say goodbye.
Huge.
Especially if you're making an announcement that you're leaving. Way to kill the vibe.
True.
Way to let everyone know that they should also leave. Like, or like miss you
Interesting.
now that you're gone.
Yeah.
No, just big
Big fan of the Irish goodbye is what you're
walk
saying.
Out.
Oh.
I've never left a party going, they didn't say bye to me.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
It was just like, oh, I guess they went home.
Yeah.
So just leave. It's chill.
So
You do not need to
interesting.
say goodbye to
I feel like this is something I'm learning now.
No, I think it's like
You're a big proponent of, I'm gonna come up. It's sweet. It is nice.
Yeah.
No, I'm the same way.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
love just checking in with each person, just being like, we're ducking out.
Yeah.
So good to see you. See you Monday.
It makes sense when there's like 15 people.
Yeah, but a massive party, you don't need to go to everybody. That's so true.
Yeah.
It is again another delicacy of the Irish goodbye.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but it's so true that you also don't want to interrupt conversations, and you definitely don't want to bring down the vibe by being like, I'm leaving, so other people should start to.
Yeah.
Unless the host is like, leave and tell people.
Yeah.
Anybody else for a final hot take
I had
on
one, but it left my brain.
the party?
So.
Should we all go have a party right now?
Oh, I've got one.
Oh, please.
I think just as a species, humans, I think we should celebrate a little bit more the wins that we have in our lives, you know?
I love that.
I think we should just have a little more celebration. Like, ooh,
I got my graduate's degree. I'm gonna throw a party about that. You know?
and as opposed to like, oh, it's just my birthday, or what, I think like, let's have more little parties.
I agree.
I love that.
I agree.
That actually, I think, sprung something in me about the birthday party. I just want to say this out loud. I don't know if it's something that I necessarily agree with, but again, I read it somewhere. Your birthday party is like the one day in the entire year that is specifically about you. So if people don't come to that birthday party, it's basically a sign that they don't really care about you.
But it's not.
You disagree?
I disagree.
Well, if you give everyone in your life a 5-hour window to prove that they care about you, that's a lot, that's hard.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm pooping so much, I can't go. Now I'm not your friend forever.
Simply out of the country.
For sure.
Exactly. Don't live
So
here.
that's why you have more parties that are about you.
Maybe I'm having a
Yes.
bad day and I'm gonna be
And
a
I don't wanna-
bad vibe and I don't want to be there because I'm just gonna be miserable.
Totally.
And I said that
Exactly.
earlier, exactly. So it's
Yeah.
like, give yourself more opportunities to friends to show up for you.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's maybe just an overemphasis on the birthday, which
Agreed.
is like, yes, I was born on this day, but also I got my graduate degree. Let's celebrate me this way and show me that you care about me. Mm-hmm. Nice.
Nice.
So I'm gonna have a party tonight.
Oh, I'm having a really bad day.
Boo. Haha. Just kidding. You're watching Assumptions on Smosh alike. I'm doing it again.
No, it was good, it was good, it was good, it was
We're doing
good.
it again. We're doing it again. Boo! Yeah, you're on Boo. It's scary because I'm hosting an episode of Assumptions. And we're talking about things about Halloween. We're talking about assumptions about ghosts, spooky things, Bigfoot, cryptids.
Ghouls, goblins.
Yes, and we're talking with a YouTube legend. Everyone give it up for Ethan Nestor.
That's really generous of you to say.
Ethan, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
The stuff I do on YouTube, it's video-based.
Nice.
Good place to start.
A lot of times I'm on camera, I'll do some things, hopefully get a chuckle out of the audience. It's there.
And sometimes it's not.
And sometimes it's not, and sometimes it's not. Exactly.
Do you believe in spooky stuff? Are you a ghost believer? Like, what's...
I have never experienced anything firsthand. I'm a skeptic.
Okay.
The only time you seem to doubt it.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the drop.
Well, the only time that I had a weird thing happen was I was in a place that was supposedly haunted, and we did like a whole tour of it, and I felt fine the whole time, and then we went into this one room, and as soon as I crossed the threshold, I had like a weird like fight or flight kind of instinct where I got really nervous all of a sudden for no reason, and I was like, oh, I should not be in this room. Like, it was like a weird instinctual feeling of like I shouldn't be in here, and then I found out later that the dude that owned the house back in the day killed his wife in that room.
So you were like, I have to save a woman.
Yeah, that's what it was.
I should have been here back then.
I should have been here. If only I was
But
here.
you're a skeptic, and you're a skeptic.
Mm-hmm.
And you?
Ghosts are aliens.
Ghosts are aliens.
And aliens exist.
Well, yes, Angela.
It would have been really funny if you said no.
Angela?
I believe it if it's a cool story.
That's honestly so valid. That's really valid.
Okay, these are assumptions people have about ghosts and the paranormal. Ghosts are a shared delusion that we experience because we expect to experience them. Like if you knew when you walked into that room, if you knew prior that that was the room that...
But he didn't know.
But he didn't.
But I didn't know.
But you did know it was haunted. Like,
So-
would you have felt that way if you were just in a normal house?
Well, so that's the thing, is that for the rest of the house, I didn't feel that way. Because we were going around and I was like, oh, cool, old house. And then we went into that specific room and it was like any other room. It was normal. But then once I stepped in, I was like, whoa, bad vibes.
Yeah.
So
That's
that
why I
was
feel
weird.
like ghost sightings are, I think sometimes they're really legitimate because when they're not in a space like haunted. Like when you're like at like a theater and they're like, oh yeah, we've seen a ghost.
I believe it. It's just like time is such a fickle thing that we think is so concrete. So like people existing in different...
No, I'm listening.
People existing in different times and like they don't even know that they're outside of their own time, or maybe you're the one outside of your own time.
What if
Yeah,
ghosts
give it to me.
are people time traveling from the future, coming back to give us a warning, maybe?
Or from the past.
Messages.
Or from the...
I think
from the
that's,
past.
you know, this is the thing where I'm a skeptic is because people jump to ghost. When they go like, oh, I saw this white thing appear on this footage, so it's a ghost sighting. I'm like, I see the white thing you're talking about, that shows up on the security camera. That's all we're seeing.
Yeah.
That is
But you're jumping to,
dust.
that's a dead person, like in a spirit form. I'm like, no, what we know is that we don't know what the hell that is.
Yeah.
But to jump to it's a ghost, I do agree to an extent of like when you're primed to believe something.
Yeah.
Or when you desire to believe something, which is why I'm skeptical. Because I'm like, if I desire to see something, my brain will make it happen, right? We do that. We can be delusional about so many things in life. And that's our brain going, oh, we want to believe this, so we're gonna make that pattern appear in our heads because we're looking for it. But
It's like when you get a new car and then you suddenly see this car everywhere, but you're just noticing the thing.
Or you
Oh
think
my
about
God.
a color and you start to see that color everywhere, like that, those types of things. But my take is just that I'm like, there's unexplained.
Yeah.
I also don't agree with it in that it makes this assumption that there's nothing unexplained in the world. I'm like, no, like you look at across cultures, across history, like there's stuff we don't know what the hell is going on.
There's also like the human eye can see so little of the actual light spectrum that we are able to, that we know exists. And there's so many animals that can see so many more lights and so many more frequencies and can accept information. in
shrimp.
different- Like mantis
Whoa.
shrimp, exactly like that.
See, I smiled at you while you were talking before because it's just so funny. We're at the top of this episode and usually it's like, assumption, I eat pasta every day. No. And now we're like, time. Like we're 5 minutes in and we're like,
Time is a fickle thing.
Assumption, I eat pasta every day.
So funny.
similar to your assumption, this is another one. Ghosts are echoes from the past. Time isn't linear and sometimes folds in on itself, and 2 points in time touch. So what we are experiencing are people in another point in time, and you're both haunting each other.
Yes! Yes!
That's kind of cool.
I've said that before because I love that idea. And I'm just like, wait, what if something really intense happens? Like, does that not,
It's like
resonate?
Interstellar.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Folks.
Yeah.
So this is the assumption that we're in one timeline and all these other timelines are intersecting.
Yeah, because I mean, look, I'm not a physicist or anything, but like all time is happening at the same time, right? Like I feel like I've heard that before, and it's like, what is time like in regards to like other things, and like time, gravity affects time. I'm like, this is the thing. It's like when you're stupid, everything's possible. Yeah, and I'm stupid as hell. So
this is not the conversation I thought we were gonna have.
It's Halloween.
You're like, favorite Halloween costume?
Time.
Okay, I think this one's interesting.
Okay.
I just wanted to tell you that before I said it.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Read that one.
Yesterday, I want to say 30 ad reads, and last night I woke up in the middle of the night saying the ad read and thinking of the prompter. So I think I'm just a little f***ed. Okay, here we go. Generational trauma and cultural context heavily influences your attitudes about ghosts, how you perceive them, and how you explain their existence.
Yeah.
Glad I said it again. Yeah, I think a lot of cultures, like really, like, I mean, there's the Day of the Dead.
I was just thinking Coco.
You were just thinking Coco.
Literally thinking Mama Coco.
What's I think it's in Mexican culture, the woman that drowns her kids.
Oh, yes.
Oh, what is
La Llorona?
Yes.
I think
La Llorona.
I think that might be incorrect.
I don't know. Probably. I assume that's correct. I fully agree with that because, like, like I love like horror novels and horror movies and stuff, and it's so interesting when you get like a foreign film, like that's a horror movie, or you read a horror novel from like a different country, right? And you just see how differently their take on like ghosts and demons and things. It's like, because Western horror is so like, it's so moral and justice based, where it's like, oh, you did something bad and you'll be punished for it. That's like how all of our ghosts and demons work. But then like in Japan, it's like completely different sometimes.
Well, this one's interesting too because it's also generational trauma. Like, I'm thinking, like, just even people being like, oh, this runs in your family. Of like, oh, like, this has been happening since your father or since your great-great-grandfather was on a boat.
Yeah, do you think that curses are similar to ghosts? Are they connected?
Yeah, I mean, one of our favorite movies, Holes.
I was thinking Holes right before you said it.
I knew you were thinking it.
Are you serious?
I'm not kidding. Because we were listening, and I was like, we should talk about that generational trauma in Holes. And then Chance and I could talk about how much we love Holes.
It is such a great movie, but it's like...
But Madame Zeroni...
Effects of the... Yep.
How much of that is real, and how much of them is them being like, it's a curse?
They manifest the curse by saying they're cursed all the time. They're
or
like,
are they actually
remember
cursed?
This curse? Well, yes.
Do you think that in some ways, that's how hauntings happen when someone's like, my house is haunted? It's that same thing of them just saying that their house is haunted, so they're constantly looking for that
ghost
stuff.
But also maybe they're opening up their self to the ghost. Now it's like now I'm looking for it, and now I'm like sensing it, and so I'm like
That's actually really funny
showing
then.
itself to those with eyes to see it.
Whoa.
Beautiful.
I'm gonna go into my friend's ex-boyfriend's house, and I'm gonna be like, this is haunted, huh? I feel it.
You're gonna make it haunted there.
That's a curse. That's some magic shit right there.
This feels like it.
Wait, have you guys had ghost experiences?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll move on.
Yeah.
This next one's funny. We don't have to talk about it because this one's funny. Spirits like to be silly and pull pranks on the living.
I love that.
Do you feel like you've had experience with that?
I would
Some
be
silly spirit.
so open to that. And I see some people on like TikTok and Instagram where they're like, yeah, like my house is haunted, I have a ghost. But like, she's really cool. She's this old lady and she'll just like move the fruit around in the
Yes,
house
I've
or
heard
whatever.
these, yeah.
Yeah, those are great.
That's cool. I would be down to be, I would be open to that.
Wow.
And you gotta be funny.
You have to be funny, and you can't be weird, and you can't be scared. I don't want to be scared. I want to have a cool little roommate. Ian and Anthony, they did that.
Ghostmates.
Yeah.
Ghostmates.
I mean, I will say, like, I
thought it was like Postmates, not roommates.
It's way before
that
Postmates.
type of. Okay, but you understand how it sounds like Postmates.
Do you think that Ghostmates inspired Postmates?
I think it was around that they both coexisted, but they probably influenced each other a little bit. I did have an experience once. We got a tour of a haunted house, and like going through it, there was a lot of like weird stuff that I think like can be explained. But then at the end, I think we did have an experience with like that type of like ghost where they were like, oh, these ghosts are gonna follow you home. And like you look in the mirror and it was like, oh, there's like this silly little like guy like with a big hat.
And that happened to
he's
you?
like, and he was like gonna follow us.
Are you talking about Haunted Mansion?
It's just the Haunted Mansion at Disneyland. Sorry, I was trying to get through that.
I like the barbershop quartet.
Yeah,
They're really good. They're less
like
ghosts,
one
but they're statues, like
they're
animated statues.
and they're just
so-
kind of hanging out.
How do they do those effects in there? It's crazy.
Yeah, it's got to be real ghosts.
It has to be.
If you are a ghost, haunting the Haunted Mansion at Disneyland is hilarious.
That's funny.
Like I would do that.
But it must feel inappropriate. It must feel like you're hanging around people mocking you.
It must feel
I'd be
inappropriate.
upset. I'd be like, you fools.
How dare you?
I think most hauntings are the result of bad interior design. People feel uncomfortable in a space, but they can't put their finger on why. So they think it must be haunted, when really it's just the layout or lack of natural light or something.
That's awesome.
Wow.
Really, you're stupid.
Like either this room has ghosts in it or you're fucking bad at what.
The feng shui is just off.
Yeah, the feng shui is all off. They're using a lot of the big light, you know? There's not enough little lamps everywhere.
But isn't that just the spiritual energy of a room? So if it were off and I were a spirit living in this room, I'd be like, you're haunted now.
Yeah.
I've been to a
I'm gonna
couple
f this up.
boys with mattresses on the floor apartments, and that's a spooky vibe.
Very spooky.
Like, would a ghost even matter at that point? Like, there are some places you go where I'm like, the ghosts are not the
ghost
the
is this
issue
big,
here.
the ego's massive.
The rats, the
person.
cockroaches, the carbon monoxide that I fear is spilling out.
The mold.
The mold,
the
there's
mold.
black mold.
Oh, there's a guitar that's
breathing
out of
and
tune. He'll still play it.
And he's there. And it's just like, and he's scarier than the ghost.
Man,
Yeah.
that is so true. You get into some situations and you're like, the ghost is not a problem.
Oh, that's kind of my ultimate take on ghosts. I'm just like, the people.
Yeah.
But honestly, though, going back to this, I will say there are some spaces that feel just so naturally old and weird that then I'm like, there's something weird here. But it's just old. Do you know what I
Liminal
mean? Like,
spaces.
yeah, like sometimes at like old hotels, like the Madonna Inn, sometimes I'm like, there's something going on.
Oh my God. I just went for the first time and I was like, there is a witchcraft afoot.
But I think it's just the design and there's weird ass lighting.
I think there's some sacred geometry that's not happening and that is being subverted.
Yeah, I think it's the
Because I was
interior.
gonna say, if there's a haunted house, right?
Yeah.
It's like this place is filled with ghosts. I know it. And they demolish the house. Are the ghosts gone? Or if they built a new place there later, would you
Yeah.
believe like, oh, the ghosts are there now? Because like, it's kind of my thought, you know, when people talk about like hauntings, especially in America, I'm like, do you know how many people like have been murdered? Like
That's
across
true. Like,
every square
at least,
inch
like,
of this
10.
country? And I'm like, you'd think there'd be
Yeah.
a lot of demons or a lot of ghosts like coming after people, but is it tied to a structure?
Or tied to a consciousness, like maybe a ghost doesn't want to move on or doesn't even know that it's moved
like
on.
Coco.
It's like Coco.
Okay, no, but here's my point. Have you ever been into a beautiful place that's gorgeous, that's taking your breath away, and you're like, there's ghosts here? Like, does anybody walk into like an Apple store and they're like, something spooky
Yeah, it's
in here?
devoid of ghosts.
You know what I mean?
love
Like,
that you're like, have you ever been to a gorgeous place?
But I-
the
just
Apple
like-
Store,
or like
for
like
instance.
Las Vegas. How many fucking people have been killed in
Yeah,
Las
it's
Vegas?
so true.
And I'm like, I don't hear about hauntings like the Bellagio's haunted as hell.
Yeah.
It's gotta
Probably,
be.
yeah.
If ghosts are real, those hotels have so many ghosts.
I did go, when I visited Versailles in France, I remember being like, it was gorgeous. Like, it was like stunning, but it was like, something's fucked up in here. There's some kind of shit. There's some like
Well, it's
rich
French.
people ignoring their country of sad people.
I had that feeling in Mexico City.
Really?
When I went up to the castle that's like in the middle of the city that like the Europeans put there. Ooh. And I was like, ooh.
I almost think anything old makes me go, ugh.
Yeah. Well, it's trippy.
Because that's why I mean, Apple Store feels brand freaking new.
Yeah.
I think that's a fun challenge for the ghost community, is to maybe haunt an Apple Store.
I would love that.
Okay, the next one is the scariest thing you could do is drink a potion at 3 a.m.
No, there are scarier things.
Yeah.
There are scarier things to do.
Scary things. Next.
I think being an adult, potion is medicine. That was weird. That didn't land. Cut
Potion
that.
equals Four Loko.
Potion is wine.
I
Here we
think
go.
it's scarier to, and I'm being a person that has done this, before. Get up in the middle of the night, have a glass of milk. That's weirder than having a potion.
Yeah, that is weirder.
That makes you spooky.
Yeah, you just go and have a glass of milk. That's way weirder. Than
Are you wearing a
potion.
nightgown with the hat that has the little bowl?
No, I just have socks on, but I am holding the candle still.
Butt naked with socks on, drinking milk.
Yeah.
If the government actually had alien specimens, we would have seen them by now.
No.
No.
Incorrect.
The government can hide whatever they want, and they do.
And they really do.
And they really do.
And they said they do have alien specimens.
Yeah.
They said it?
Yeah.
So here's my thing. Do we think they're telling the truth about them? The aliens? Or are they using the alien stuff to distract us from other things happening?
They're using the alien stuff to distract us from other things happening.
But I do think they still have alien stuff.
They definitely have this stuff, but they're like rationing the information that they give to us.
They're
I feel like.
microdosing us
Yeah.
with the alien stuff.
That's crazy.
Wait, do you think that the aliens are
What are your thoughts on aliens?
government?
What are my thoughts on aliens? I think, I don't know. Sometimes I think the government is the stupidest group of people ever. But then I think sometimes there's so much we don't know. So I don't know. I feel as if they do exist, I feel like we would have known, or like, I do feel like we would have seen or known by now. Like we're like
One
we have
of their
so much
big
shit.
tactics was to discredit people, especially in the 1960s when this movement was going on. And I think that is coming to fruition today in their control of media and news outlets and how they can spin a narrative.
I think it would have to be someone who's not telling. Like, if Trump knew about aliens, he would have spilled it. Like, that guy's too
That's
dumb.
what I'm saying.
He's
That's
too,
what I'm saying is, like,
that
I feel
guy's
like-
too dementiaed out right now to
That's
not be like,
exactly-
I've seen him,
I know.
and they're big.
They're huge.
Little green eyes.
The U.S. has the biggest aliens.
I believe they confirmed that there was biological specimens.
Yes.
They've said.
See, no,
They
Nicole,
can't-
I think they're just distracting me so I won't get birth control.
I think they probably, it's probably being like, no, aliens are real, but the Epstein list is not. is very much their tactic right now.
Next assumption, all cryptid sightings are simply people not knowing the animal they're seeing. It might be an escaped pet or just exotic to the area.
That ain't right. That's wrong.
I also disagree with that.
Why do you disagree?
So here's the thing. Before we had worldwide communication, even just telephones, you know, everyone's just telling each other stories. The thing that I think about is all these stories of crazy sea monsters over all of these different cultures over the years, and I think that they were seeing something. I don't think the Loch Ness Monster is alive with us today. I think she's passed.
Not until she shows up in the comments.
I know, dude, right? But I think that there was a plesiosaur stuck in the loch.
Okay, just
And
one.
She died a long time ago.
Whoa.
But they've got these like underwater tunnels and stuff and caves down in there. I think at some point
You think a
she was
plesiosaur
there.
got in there?
Yeah.
It's also that thing of like, oh, sea monsters. Like, well, a blue whale is 100 feet long, and apparently their veins are so big a human can fit inside of them. Like,
What?
yeah,
I
they're.
want to swim in them veins.
I heard that once. I don't know if that's true, but they are gigantic. And then giant squid they are monsters.
I remember where I was
I hate
when
I
that
hate
happened.
them.
When what happened? When a whale was big?
No. When a whale was big.
I'm losing it.
I walked out to the beach once here in California. This was the coolest moment ever. And there were a bunch of whales like breaching the surface, and it was towards like sunset. Now it looks insane.
There
They're
used to be
massive.
stingrays, and I feel like all the time at the beach, and now I don't see them.
I only saw them this once.
I can't keep up with this. You guys are like a new thought each second.
You know what a whale is?
Yes.
Do you know what a stingray is?
Yes.
What's a stingray?
It's the teacher in Finding Nemo.
Oh, correct. Yeah.
What is your guys' favorite cryptids?
Can we have options, or
Well,
is the
like-
Babadook a cryptid?
No.
What
No, I
makes
don't think
something?
so.
See, I know nothing about these.
It can't be spiritual, or I mean, I guess it can. Like the idea of a cryptid is that it's like kind of like a creature out like in the wilderness that is being seen. Like the Mothman is one. So Bigfoot,
Such as Ian Hecox.
yeah, and he has big feet. Bigfoot is like the most famous one.
Copy. Now I get it.
And it's just like, oh, is there a large ape walking around in North America?
Pizza rat.
That's a cryptid.
Yeah.
Do you guys know about rat kings?
Yeah.
Yes, they're awful.
They're fucking crazy.
Wait, are they real though?
Yeah,
rat
that's
kings
real.
are real.
Rat kings
I
are.
just had them in D&D. I didn't know that they were in real life.
Yeah, it's when all these rats are, in a confined space, and then their tails get tied together, and then they're just a
giant ball, and then
We should do
awful.
assumptions, rats.
Yeah, rat
that's good.
assumptions.
You guys should do a Smosh rat king. I don't know what that
basically
means.
are that.
Yeah, that's so true.
I'd say,
We have a long shoot day. We were.
Or us at a happy hour, yeah.
Yeah.
Who is the most, across the entire Smosh cast, who is the most cryptid-like?
Anthony, because we rarely see him.
In and out.
He will truly appear, and you're like, I think that was Anthony.
Yeah.
And he walks by,
I can't be
"Hey!"
sure.
Yeah.
And he looks a little different every time. And
Yeah.
then it's like, oh, there was a sighting of Anthony in our office, but it's like, but there was a sighting of Anthony in Prague like 2 days ago. So you don't really know.
That's so good, Shane. That's
You're not really
perfect.
sure.
So perfect. Okay,
Yeah.
what is one answer your favorite cryptids?
Loch Ness Monster, by
Oh,
far
you're
for me.
like Loch Ness. Okay.
I don't really know
What is
many
yours?
cryptids, I feel like.
Well, so there's Mothman, there's the Yeti. There's so many versions of Big Ape, because there's the Yeti, there's Bigfoot, is Sasquatch a...
I think they're
Yeah,
all
Sasquatch is
of the
that.
same vein of like giant ape hairy creature. There's the Jersey Devil, which is like a winged goat monster thing. Yeah.
In New Jersey? Or?
I think it's in New Jersey. People in New Jersey are like, I'm seeing that. Mothman. Chupacabra,
Yeah.
famous one that drinks the blood of livestock.
Goat sucker.
Yeah, goat sucker. And then Mothman is West Virginia. People were seeing it.
Whoa.
Mothman's
Yeah.
cool. He was supposed to be a symbol of something bad about to happen. But the whole thing is Mothman causing these bad things happening because there was this big bridge collapse?
Or
and people-
forewarning.
Or is he warning? Look. But
Yeah.
a lot of times they have this statue of Mothman and he's like ripped.
He's hot.
Is that
Mothman's
real?
kinda hot.
Is he real?
Well, no.
That's the
People claim to see them, and then it's like, oh, what's going on? And then there's just a lot. I mean, look, it's similar to haunted houses, just like big, gigantic, vast, scary woods. People are like, yeah, you see stuff. But if you've gone camping, you just hear a lot of shit, and there is also big animals out there, so you don't know what you're seeing or hearing.
You have to say what your favorite cryptid is. I'm the only one that answers.
Okay, that's so true.
Yeah, it's true. That's true.
Okay, I'll say. Why are y'all looking at me? Can I say the jackalope? I'll say the jackalope.
Jackalope is a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Is there like a dragon one?
Oh yeah, I mean, sure, you could say dragon.
I think my favorite's that jacked
I'll say
one.
dragon.
Dragons. There are people who are like, no, dragons were real.
I do think they were real.
Then yeah, there you go.
Are dragons a cryptid?
I think you could argue anything's a cryptid if you're like, I think this thing exists and it's just not classified and it hasn't been. Nobody's like seen it or discovered it.
That's been classified. It won a Tony.
What's your favorite?
What's yours?
Mine's that ripped guy, Mothman.
That ripped guy.
Yeah.
Angela loves Mothman.
I'll truly just go with any like big sea creature.
Yeah.
Like I'm just like, what if, and maybe it's just like, oh, it's another type of whale that's just been so reclusive.
Yeah,
But I'm
like a
just
whale with teeth. Or
I'm
something.
hoping, I would love it if we were like, we discovered another big fucking thing. But that happened with the Greenland shark that they thought was extinct, and it's like, no, they found one. And it's like, holy shit, I guess they're still around. I'm like, okay, that's a big fucking thing.
It's a big fucking thing.
They're huge.
Whoa.
Guys,
Oh my God,
He's gonna
what
bring out the
sharks?
song.
what do you guys know about deep sea gigantism?
Yeah, man.
Kind of
Just big stuff in the
They
sea?
get bigger.
Yeah.
Big stuff.
They
Like crabs, the size of
Big
cars.
crabs.
They just keep growing. And did you know that lobsters,
They keep growing.
They will just keep growing, and eventually they just die from exhaustion because their shell gets too big, and so they're basically just like molting over and over again, and eventually they get so big and they can't molt anymore. And then
So
they
I didn't know
their,
that.
Their cells aren't they're not like decaying or something, so they're like immortal or some shit.
Guys, slow down, slow down.
Yeah.
We have to pivot.
I love Halloween.
We have to move on to Halloween.
Yeah, we have to move on to Halloween, you guys.
We have to move on to Halloween because it's fun and candy. Okay, this next assumption is Halloween is good. Did someone genuinely write this?
Halloween is good.
I love an excuse for an activity.
Yes.
To celebrate something. I don't know.
Or what do we say?
Sure.
Halloween is gay Christmas.
It's true. We just
Gay
said
Christmas.
That. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's wild.
It lasts for like 3 weeks.
It is almost all of October.
Yeah.
But never past. You never do anything on November 1st.
Unless, like a couple years ago, it was on a Wednesday, and so Halloween weekend was the weekend before and the weekend after, even though it was November now.
You have to. Yeah, you have to.
What does it land on this year?
Friday.
Thank God.
Yes.
Trick-or-treating should be more accessible for adults to participate in.
No.
Wait! Easy. Careful. As a kid, I was only ever allowed to trick-or-treat.
To twick or tweet.
As a kid, I was only ever allowed to trick-or-treat twice. Parents called it devil worship, shaking my head. And by then I was a teenager, so I was already getting weird looks and judgment. I'd love to have the chance as an adult to dress up as spooky things and get candy. I don't like sweets, so I just give the candy to nearby kids, LOL.
So dress up and go to the store and buy yourself some candy. Don't show up at my door dressed as fucking Dora the Explorer.
I'd say I'd say there are plenty of versions of adult trick-or-treating that aren't adult trick-or-treating.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ever heard of a bar crawl?
Yes, a bar crawl, a Santa bar crawl.
Yeah.
Santa Barbara
WeHo,
bar
just
crawl,
in general.
sorry.
Oh, what?
Nothing.
WeHo, just in general.
Yeah.
But
Just
I do
any
think,
night, doesn't have
I
to be
think LA
October.
has more dress-up activity things, like,
Mm-hmm.
but there aren't that many in other places. I'll say that.
Yeah, because it's just the thing of like, I know it's Halloween night, but like you're still like, when there's kids at your front door, it's like, okay, you can open the door for kids, but like some adult at your front door is a little different.
Actually, I kind of, if they're cool, I'll be like, oh, hey.
But you don't know if they're cool.
That's so true.
You don't know
It's
when
like,
you're
I'm
opening
now
your front door.
scared.
That's the problem. And then they're saying like, oh, and then I'll just go give candy to kids on the street. It's like, well, now we're treading the line that Halloween treads, where it's like, hey,
Yeah, but I think this person's talking about being able to dress up.
Oh, well.
And they don't even like sweets. They just want to dress up. And I think like, even like when Barbie came out and everyone was dressing up at the theaters just in pink, I was like, I miss like I just feel like more movies, like just dressing up to go see a movie is so fun.
Absolutely.
As an adult.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess that's the thing in LA where I feel like you just see adults dressed up all the time.
You dressed up for Dear Evan Hansen, the movie.
Shut up, I didn't. I would say
She had a cast and a striped shirt and everything.
it's almost like you like every time you're on camera, you're like, what can I say to just ruin her reputation? He said I loved Olaf the other day on a live
But you
stream.
do.
No, I don't.
Oh, you're gonna sit here and not say you love Olaf, but you love Mater.
You love Mater?
Oh, you draw the line at Olaf.
Okay, but
You
I
look
will
like
say-
you're Mater bounding right now.
Mater bounding.
It's called Disney bounding, you sick.
It's called a road trip.
It's called getting a flat tire and having to get my car towed.
It's called a road trip, you child. Shut up.
I would say also to this person, and I don't know their living situation, but like, I think what could probably be even more fun for them is eventually like being the person that people come and trick or treat to, and you set up a really cool, awesome
Experience.
design of a place.
Also, I've learned this from you. Every party can have a theme. And I think people associate themes with kids. And like every party Chance has is so themed. Like, well, even like we did like an Airbnb weekend and he was just like, one night is wig night. And that's it. That's just
simple.
the case, right? It's like.
I feel like it just helps your memory too.
Yeah, I think as an adult, if you want to dress up, you can. And you can also create the occasion to dress up. Have a little get-together with some friends. Make a themed party. You can have a theme at any time.
But it's hard to kind of just go from this question into this next one. So I'm just going to say the assumption and we're just going to be gentle.
Okay.
This assumption is Chance and Angela both are giving the vibe they still trick-or-treated well into their teens.
Okay. I don't think that's true for Chance.
It unfortunately is.
You did?
Because we're both church kids and you
Yeah.
trick-or-treat till really late.
Angela, I want you to tell me, if you can, what you went as for your last time trick-or-treating. Do you remember?
What was the last hurrah?
Do you remember? Did you know? Did you know it was the last time?
There is something that I should say, because I've said this. I have said this before.
What?
And it's why I love Mater so much. It's because one of my last Halloweens, I got a child's Mater costume that was meant to sit on them like a big car, and it sat on me like a little bit of a crop top.
So you were sexy Mater?
No, I wasn't sexy Mater. I did it with like jeans. But I remember I thought it was so funny because it was a kid's costume and I kind of wore it like a little vest.
Okay.
Do you still have it?
No.
So you're kind of like ironically trick-or-treating that last
And that's why I think I stood up for Mater that one time. There's this video and I'm like, I love Mater. And I tried so hard to find the picture because I was like, if I find this picture of me as an adult. But that was one of the last ones. Yeah, when was the last time?
I think freshman year of high school.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I think I was in 7th grade.
I wasn't going with like my parents. I was going with like other friends, and then we were going to like skipping most of the doors, going to the bowls.
Yeah, you're kind of like.
Going to the bowls.
I feel like when
whatever.
Were you dressing up still?
Yeah, we were definitely dressed up.
Were you going trick or treat?
No, we weren't going to the doors. We were going to the bowls.
You were just going to the ones that you don't knock on.
Yeah.
It's kind of like you're a teenager, you're hanging out with your friends, walking around, which is probably what you did all the time anyways.
That's so true.
But now you're just like, oh, we'll just go grab candy.
And that was like when you were, I was remembering the other day, like when you're a teen and you don't want to hang out like with parents, you don't want to go to each other's house, so you just walk around the mall.
Yeah.
Yes,
and you don't shop, you just kind of walk around.
hanging out.
Do kids do that in AI dog podcast?
I mean, every once in a while I'll see some kids walking around the Grove and I'm like, you have it so weird.
Yes.
There's like an activation for you to take a picture in everywhere you
know.
go.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, we were just like standing outside of Lids. Just like talking.
You're like, do you want to get a lid? Like,
no. I know that this isn't on topic, but how is Lids a real company? How do they pay their employees? How do they rent that spot?
Not sure.
There's no way that they're selling enough hats.
I'm not sure. But you look around the world and people are wearing hats.
People are wearing hats.
They are wearing hats. Angela, what grade were you in when you last went trick-or-treating?
I want to say similar to Chance. I want to say it was like right at the end of high school.
Right at the end. Hold on. That is not the same.
That is not the same.
That is not the same at all.
I said freshman year, which is
you
the
said
first
freshman year was the beginning of high school. So you said being 18 is different than being 14.
It's very different.
I wasn't 18. I think the latest I went was 16.
Okay.
God,
you were driving
God. My internet.
Driving door to door.
That's not that insane. I don't think being 16 and going trick-or-treat, I think that's like, yeah, because you're a teenager and you're in that weird phase where it's like, well, what are we going to do?
The last time I remember, and this is the only reason why I remember it, is because we drove to a place to trick-or-treat.
Oh.
And we drove to this really, really, really rich neighborhood that our friend had a connect in because it was a gated community. And I remember my friends were just like, everything is king-size bars.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I was like, we have to see this. That was the last time I went trick-or-treating.
See, in Arizona, it was like normal trick-or-treating, like very suburbs, but then LA, I would hear about like, oh, there's some rich neighborhoods in LA.
But also like in churches, like
shit.
at my church growing up, they had trunk-or-treating.
I've heard about trunk-or-treating. I'm like,
We
that's
didn't
just
have
sad.
trick-or-treating.
What is trunk-or-treating?
Is it awesome?
Like a tailgate, but candy?
It's tailgate, but no alcohol. It's tailgate, but Kit Kat. It's like, and it's
Parents
outside.
have to be drinking.
Maybe, and good for them. Have fun, but they make the trunk like really fun.
Okay.
Like you make it look spooky, or it's kind of like a car show.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
On Halloween, if it's a work day at Smosh, everyone comes dressed as something.
The crew does, but we're always filming for a video that comes out in January, so wouldn't really work for us. We film almost every Halloween. I
always come dressed up.
Yeah, you show up. and
Ethan
you're
likes
just
to
dressed up.
buy
But I
and-
already got an avail check for this Halloween for us to film, and I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
I made the mistake of saying I was available previous years, and I will not be available this year.
Smart. I should have done that.
Yeah, I feel like every Halloween I've had with Smosh, I show up with just like normal clothes because
you
it won't
have to.
change. A lot of the crew, I know Lizzie has some insane costumes every year. There's
Yeah,
some
some people dress up.
Yeah.
Now, I have a question for you guys, and I'm so sorry to everybody behind the camera right now. Which not which person in particular, but when you think of a department, whether it be art or camera or sound or whatever, who goes the hardest for Halloween? Is it the art department?
I don't think it's the art department.
No? They slack.
I just don't think that. Yeah, I don't think they're dressing themselves. They're building art outside of themselves. But
There's a couple, like I remember a couple last year that were like, oh, they made this. This is really cool. But I think you're right. There's a lot of the programming team and the editors that I think.
Yeah, I think it's the people. I think
editors.
I think it's a lot of the people who like they're sitting at a desk all day, so like they get this opportunity to like express themselves and do more. They want that because they don't get the opportunity.
Because they're just sitting there, keyframing things and making cuts.
They're sitting there doing all the important work.
Okay, but this is a good connect. The next one is Halloween was specifically made for us gays.
I think it's very much in the modern context. It feels like it. Like every gay person I know, they're celebrating Halloween on a level that I will never achieve.
But also, like, WeHo Halloween is bigger than WeHo Pride. And WeHo Pride is thousands and thousands
But that's specific to this area.
They close down, like, miles of the street. And it is full the entire way.
Why do you think that's true? Is it just, like, what is it about Halloween?
I mean, think of drag culture. It's so fun.
I also feel like there's a lot of power in a costume. Like, when you're choosing your costume, it's like, why are you choosing that? What is it about that called to you to dress up as this year? So I think it's very freeing and very, like, showing it's like how Batman becomes more Batman than he becomes Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
It's like the mask becomes the real version of
a new
you.
persona is really fun.
It's a very freeing holiday, right? Because it's also like it's the rebellious holiday. It almost feels like and it's almost like conservative people they like, oh, it's devil worship. It's all these things. So I don't know. I feel like it could be very freeing.
Yeah.
As a holiday.
It's also just fun.
It is
it's
just
fun to dress up.
It probably just boils down to it's fun.
And all our other holidays are like based in like religion or old traditions.
That's the thing,
and this one is just like, oh, sure there are some like old origins to it, but it does feel like it's just fun. And there's no like making fun of it. Yeah. This assumption is Shane has unironically gone trick-or-treating or to a Halloween party as the chosen.
No, I have not. I don't dress up as the chosen and go out there because like I take that role very seriously.
Go out there.
Go out there. I do love, and I'm actually very curious for this year. I think last year a lot of people dressed up as the chosen for Halloween.
Yeah.
And I think it's so cool.
I think it is so cool that character specifically everyone can connect to so they can do it.
Yeah.
And there's like a little bit part of them that has that chosen in their heart so they can play that. And it's easy to find. Like
it's an easy costume.
Yeah.
Do you think the chosen would think that Halloween is good?
I think he would. I think he follows the lore of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, where Halloween's actually the safest day of the year as far as demons and ghouls and ghosts and everything. So that's actually a day that he does take off. I think he loves Halloween in that way, and he's a big horror film aficionado.
And of course, when he takes it off, he gets roped into some adventure.
Then something happens.
Yeah, he's like, "This is my day off. I'm not worrying about it."
That's true. Yeah. And what do you think the chosen thinks about Halloween being made for gays?
Yeah, he has no problem with that.
He better not. That was weird. I don't know.
He has no problem.
He's not. He has no concerns of like that. You know, he's just worried about like making sure he's doing his job and everyone's safe from like the netherworld or whatever. Yeah. But on Halloween, the portal's not as strong.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's how Buffy the Vampire Slayer works. So.
I just want to go on record. I love when people dress up as those characters.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
so
Me too.
cool. Like I get tagged in every year, similar to The Chosen, where there's one Starcade character that I think that costume is just easily accessible, and they just wear. And I get tagged in so many people being that character that I play for Halloween, and I fucking love it. It's so cool.
Oh yeah.
And niche Halloween costumes are
It's a
like
Grace Chastity.
Yeah. But as as someone who was little and I would have like costumes that were deep cuts from something that no one would really understand, it's so cool to see people then do those.
Yeah.
And you be a small part of that. It's cool.
I really appreciate it when people do it.
I hate it when people dress up as Smosh characters. It really grinds my gears.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Has anyone been Ethan Nestor for Halloween?
Yeah, people have done certain stuff. People over the last couple of years were Alice Valentine, I did drag once.
Okay.
Nice.
That's awesome.
People did that. Pretty fun. Pretty fun song.
Okay, before we go, do you guys have any personal assumptions about the paranormal, just of your own?
Oh, see, I was gonna make a Halloween assumption that the Milky Way candy bar is the worst by far, and I feel like it's statistically true because you look at any candy bowl, there's always Milky Ways left.
No,
at
I
the
feel that
bottom.
way about Snickers.
What the f are you talking about?
You've lost your
You've lost your mind.
Milky Way it hits every time.
No.
Are you kidding? Actually,
Everybody in
this
the
is
room
actually
just shook their heads.
Wait, that's
I don't
actually
know.
crazy.
You talk about lids. I don't know how Milky Way is still around.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Milky Way is like the more like, what?
What?
I'm not just doing this. Sometimes I feel like I'm always on the opposite side of the.
I always go for the Reese's.
Oh yeah, Reese's are gone
Take
immediately.
5.
Kit Kats are always gone pretty
Starburst.
fast.
Kit Kats are my favorite.
Yeah.
I have a peanut allergy, so Halloween I felt left out as a kid. Had to just keep going for the apples, and every time.
No.
It was really rough.
A caramel apple is delicious though. They're
Caramel
difficult though.
I'm going to a pumpkin patch today, and I'm going to have a caramel apple.
Oh my god.
I'm really.
You're literally going to a
I'm
pumpkin
going
patch?
to a pumpkin patch, and I'm going. Guys, I'm gonna go in a corn maze.
Oh, be careful! Don't get lost.
I would love to.
That was such a chance moment.
That was awesome.
Don't get lost.
That was awesome.
Anyway, love you guys. Let us know what else you want to see and everything else. And go check out Ethan's stuff in the link. And bye. Happy Halloween.
You don't have to. But tell me when you're Halloween. What is it?
Tell me when you're on Halloween.
Tell me when you're on Halloween.
Okay, before we go out, we're just gonna scare any ghost in the room and in the video. 3, 2, 1.
Hey, you should go.
How cold should you keep your apartment? How many dishes should you leave in the sink? How many guests can come over without notice? These are all questions we're gonna attempt to answer and argue about and agree upon in this episode that's all about roommates. How about that? We did it.
6. I'm kidding.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying.
And on that note, we are wonderfully greeted and welcomed today by our incredible guest, Kel Kripe, great comedian, TikToker, all-around great person. Hello, hi.
Hey, everybody.
Hi.
I'm so happy to be here. I just want to say I've never said that before. Like the 6-7 thing, I was my first attempt at saying it.
I honestly landed.
Okay, good.
I think you should say it more often.
Wait, am I like completely lost?
On the 6-7 thing?
I'm just trying to play along. I don't know what 6 or 7
know what
is.
6-7? I think I think it's like a teenager thing.
It is a teenager thing, yeah. I hear they're afraid of 8.
Can you tell me?
That was crazy.
See, that wasn't millennial. What's the one above millennial?
7, 8, 9 X.
I'm X. I'm Gen,
What are you
I might be
talking
the
about?
first Gen X, Gen Z.
What are you
Wait.
talking about?
Okay, first explain that, then we shall move on to roommates.
Oh, 6-7. I actually don't think I could explain it. But I just was like trying to appeal to the youth immediately.
Got it. Yeah, the youth are loving this right
immediate
now.
appeal.
Shout out to the youth.
And that appeals to them, saying that. They're like, oh, that's me.
The youth loves when you call them the youth.
Yeah.
They really do. Are we ready for our first roommate assumption? Pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Ready?
I assume everyone has at least one roommate horror story. I think that's a guarantee.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's not an assumption.
Yeah.
I think we all do.
It's a guarantee.
Yeah.
guarantee.
I feel like the roommate horror story is like bringing people back to the home without notice, like having a party when you got to get up at like 6 a.m. in the next morning, or not taking out the trash and having an excuse, and then you are like, you know what, I'm just gonna prove a point. I'm never gonna take out the trash to see what they do, and then it piles up, beyond the height of the refrigerator, little things like that.
So have you told Ian this?
Ian's not in this episode for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, I needed to air it out now. No, it wasn't actually him. It wasn't actually him.
Did you two ever actually live together?
We did. We lived together for 4 years.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yes.
Within the party thing, that does make me think this wasn't my direct roommates, but I was on floor 2 of 2 floors, and directly below us, the guys had a party, and I was trying so hard to be chill. Like, I didn't want to be neighbor that complains about the sound, but then it was, I think, 4 a.m., and I woke up to
Alvin and the Chipmunks Bad Day cover. And I was like, we're calling it. I was like,
yeah,
I think we can
at that
call it
point.
there, guys. We should be going home
It's
anyway.
time to go home.
Oh my
And I
God.
just texted, I was like, hey guys, I'm really sorry. I have work in like 3 hours. Oh my gosh. And they're like, yeah. No. we're trying to get, I think that was the song to try to get people out.
Oh, they were
actually.
trying to
Yeah.
like.
I think they were
yeah.
trying to get people out.
Got
Wow.
it. Horror stories, roommates.
Horror stories.
Horror stories. I
Yeah.
guess it's just how you think of what horror is.
Okay.
Very true.
Sure.
No. I don't think I really
You're
don't.
not being accused of anything. It's okay. It's okay.
No, I really don't think I have any horror stories.
Did you have any roommates?
Yeah, I was living with my best friend, and I don't. I mean, like, I guess one time she was really into like kombucha making, so there was a lot. Like, I think
A lot of
she
scobies everywhere.
a lot of like pots and pans and mason jars, and I
yeah.
think she like did an Amazon order thinking she ordered 20, but like 200 showed up.
Okay.
But like that wasn't like, I'm like, okay, I guess we'll just have a bunch of jars.
Yeah, I think that would be a horror story to some people, but your mindset's like, cool, we got jars.
I just like who cares?
That's fair.
I did have something really frightening.
Oh dear.
My roommate had an iguana that was about this big. You had to hold it with 2 hands.
So that's a big long grown.
Yeah, big long grown iguana. And the way the iguana used the bathroom was you had to take it into the bathtub, get a nice thin layer of warm water, set the iguana in the bathtub, and then wait until it did its
went.
business.
Stop.
And one time I was watching the iguana. I would watch the iguana when she went out of town, and I forgot my AirPods. It takes the iguana like 15, 20 minutes. So I took the iguana, set it in the bathtub. Also, none of us used the bathtub so that the iguana could use the bathtub
That's
as a
It was
toilet.
the iguana's bathtub.
And so I set the iguana in the bathtub. I forgot my AirPods. I'm sitting there and I'm hearing my other roommate having really loud sex.
Oh no. So you're just sitting there going.
I'm listening to sounds I'd never want to hear while staring at an iguana, waiting for it to poop. Yes. And that was a moment where I was like, I love everyone here with my heart. I
get
can't
outta
wait
here.
to have my own place.
And today I learned something about iguanas.
Yeah. I don't think that's
That doesn't seem like a
common way.
traditional
It seems like a
iguana.
normal iguana.
I think it was like a special relationship kind of thing.
Got it.
It's a special iguana and a special relationship.
Yeah.
If you use a dish, wash the dish. God, is that so hard?
It's gotta soak sometimes. Sometimes it's gotta soak a little bit, right?
No, it doesn't.
A little
No,
bit.
it literally
For
never-
like 30 minutes max. 30
I would say maybe even just 15.
15, okay, sure.
Like you got some oatmeal crusties on the side, sure, but it doesn't take that long to
And
soak
you
it.
have to know you're coming back to it. You don't just put it there and leave it.
There's-
That's a different story.
To me, rather than like, oh, well, this needs to soak, I feel like just own up to that, like, I can't do it right now.
That's fair.
You know what I
That's
mean?
fair.
Yeah. It's so, like, soaking is
That's
just like,
true.
I can't right
That's
now.
true. Yeah,
I can't right
yeah.
now, but I wanted you to see I, like, put in some effort.
Yeah.
Right.
But
And-
then sometimes when you, like, have a bowl and it's full of water, now it's taking up so much more space.
Absolutely.
Totally.
And it's a
then
splash hazard.
Yeah, splash hazard.
Yeah. And then you're like,
And
why
it's
are there
like-
fruit flies? Oh, because there's shit in the sink soaking.
And it's, like, really dangerous.
Yeah.
So
It's, like, so dangerous.
So dangerous.
OSHA would have a panic attack
So
about it.
dangerous.
I think it also depends on if you have like a dishwasher or don't have a dishwasher.
Yeah.
Right now I live alone. Thank God.
You're your own roommate.
I am my own roommate, and he leaves dishes in the sink a lot. And that is something that you realize once you live alone, and you're like, oh, now that I don't have someone that I am trying to please, I'm just like, oh, well, that's my own mess. So, well, without a dishwasher, it's like sometimes things I do kind of need to soak it a little bit.
I think it comes down also to like knowing yourself, right?
Absolutely.
Like if you know you can't do this in a timely manner, maybe switch to paper, plastic, you
And
know,
let me
like
tell you-
disposable.
I am using the
I think it's okay to be forthright with, you know, with your shortcomings.
Yeah. Your roommates will love you. The earth might not. But you
Yeah,
know
the earth
what?
might not.
But the roommates will be fine with
Hey,
you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you
You
don't have a
can make it up
dishwasher.
in some other way.
But you are totally right though that
You save on water.
When you're totally right that when you soak
touched
it,
hands.
you are right that when you
It's beautiful.
soak it When you soak it, what you really are doing is not wanting to handle it in the moment. But you know what? Sometimes you're just lazy and you don't want to admit it.
Wow.
But I was gonna say, it reminds me when it's like clean versus messy. Like my girlfriend and I are recently coming into airport compromises, which is how do you compromise when one person wants to be early and one person wants to walk on? Like someone's gotta give there. And I think as the early person, it should go to the early side.
Yeah.
Sure.
So same with clean side, like clean versus messy is like, if you're in a shared space, I feel like the compromise should fall closer to the
cleaner,
to the clean.
the cleaner
course.
person.
I think being messy is also a state of mind. Like,
Yeah.
you know, when you see mess, then your mind is also messy.
And that's so true, because when you clean up, you feel
a lot
lighter
better.
and brighter.
Yeah. And I think that also comes with age too.
Yeah.
That's true.
But then there are some, artists.
Some incredibly talented,
artists
funny,
who,
great artists.
like where they like, there's the thrive in the mess, or the mess is actually, I know exactly where that is.
That's me.
You are that person?
Not the
Okay.
artist, but
But the mess.
I love a messy state, but I also like learned that instead of being like so stubborn thinking that like I know where everything is in this mess, it also just feels really good to like come to your home where you have worked really hard on like making it look nice and like I want to like preserve this organizational space.
Yeah.
You're right. The more cluttered a space is, the more cluttered my mind feels.
I think some people need to do the like, I can't clean until I do all my stuff. And then some people like, and I'm in this boat, is like, I can't do my stuff
until it's clean.
Yeah. Which
Yeah.
is also procrastination.
Yeah, it is.
Following up on the cleanliness of it all, we have some assumption opinions in here. Cleaning up after cooking doesn't stop at doing the dishes. You also have to wipe down the counters and the stovetop.
Yeah.
And the microwave.
Yeah.
I feel like the deeper clean stuff could be more like once a week.
Yeah.
What?
I would agree. I think
Unless it's splashing everywhere or something.
if you are making pasta sauce and the sauce is clearly on the stove, clean that up.
Yeah.
Right.
But like
Yeah.
a deep, like taking all the little thingies off and getting
Oh,
deep.
no.
I think that's like asking one step too much if your roommate is already struggling with just the dishes.
Exactly. But you're right. You need to zoom out and go, okay, where can we set the
You
bar
have
with
to,
this person?
you have to pick what you'll take.
Exactly.
I think for us, every time we cook and then we eat, we always, and when we're like doing dishes, we have a dishwasher, but we don't use it. We just hand wash and then dry. We always end up like still spraying the tables and everything and just like doing a thorough wipe. And then at the end, everything is like spotless again.
Sure.
But when I'm alone, I've lived alone for 2 years, and I'm like, I could do that whenever it needs it,
Right.
and I'll notice when it needs it.
Yeah,
and I'll take care of
Hey,
it.
dude, want to come over and wipe down the table with
Yeah.
me?
Hey,
It would be really bonding for us.
But if the cleaning products smell good,
That helps.
that helps.
Yeah.
I think I like want to say yes to that, but I know I don't even do that myself, so I couldn't expect someone else to.
Yeah,
How often does everyone clean their microwave?
never.
I don't use my microwave much. But how often do you use a microwave? Because then that determines.
I use my microwave every day, I think.
I'd say same.
If you use it every day, you could probably get away with cleaning it like once a week.
Okay, good to know.
Good to know, yeah. Noted.
I clean
Noted.
Funny microwave story that I'm not sure if Ian has ever told. This is a story about Ian.
Is this a Smosh lore microwave
This is a Smosh deep cut, deep lore microwave story that I don't know if Ian's ever told.
Okay, and this is why you come to this channel.
Let me just preface this by saying simple mistake. Anyone could have made this mistake.
I'm sure.
Right? I'm in my room. Ian's out making some dinner in the kitchen. And I start to smell something. I come out. He has opened up the microwave and he's like, oh shit. And apparently he put his chicken nuggets in there for the oven time. So they were in the microwave for like 15 minutes or something.
Oh.
So they were just black little burnt crisps with little, I think he was putting out fire.
Yeah, they'll do that.
Yeah.
And so did your whole place smell like burnt chicken?
Yeah, for like a day or so. But simple
good.
mistake. Honestly, I was like, dude, I get it. I would have made some dumb choice like that.
Yeah.
I've had not leaving it in too long, but I've come home and my girlfriend has left a whole plate of food in the microwave for a while.
It's just
Like
been
just
in
like
there.
cooked something, completely forgot
then
it was in there
Yeah,
and walked
I have
away.
done that.
Yeah, but I love that girl, so she can keep doing that if she wants.
We have another thought here. This
These are honestly like good rules that are listed here. Don't leave any mess in the bathroom that you would be grossed out by if it wasn't your own.
Of course.
I think that's 100% true.
Yeah, bathroom should be one of the highest like priority.
Absolutely.
Cleanliness, especially if it's a bathroom where guests use it.
Yeah.
For real.
Like, how do you feel about like rings in the toilet and
No
shit? Like
thanks.
starting to cake up.
Ew.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you want to keep it clean.
Yeah.
You want to do a little wipe down.
Yeah. Boy bathroom is unlike anything you've ever seen before.
And on behalf of boys, I apologize.
It really is just so. I mean, okay, it's like boy bathroom, girl shower. You know,
For real.
That's fair.
like girl shower, wild. Boy bathroom.
I've seen some bad boy showers.
What do you mean girl shower?
Like I feel like girl shower. Like for my girlfriend, also okay, love that girl. She
this whole episode
I know.
is being like, we're good.
She likes to like if her hair is coming out when she's showering, she'll like put it on the wall.
Oh my god, I do that too.
Yeah, so
And-
there's
You make
like
art with your hair?
Yeah, so there's
oh
like
my god, I do that, and it's like, and then it dries up, and then
Did we not just say if there was some gross stuff in the bathroom that you would be grossed out by, you shouldn't do it? And you're putting hair murals up?
Well, that's the thing is not grossed out by it.
Yeah.
it's not. It's
just some silly
And
hair.
at least a
You know-
shower, there's usually a curtain. It's like when the
You can tuck it
toilet and
away.
the sink, boy toilet, boy sink,
Yeah.
A boy thinks bad.
boy
Something
sink.
about the hair being intentional does make it a little cuter
Yeah.
than if it were just like everywhere. There was a Love is Blind episode that I was watching, and like it was, you know, the moment when they finally lived together.
Yeah.
And the
For 2 weeks.
huge gripe this girl had was that the guy had like some hair that was on the bottom of the bathtub floor after he took a shower. Are you like cleaning up every single hair
No.
after you get out of the shower?
I do
No.
feel like I weirdly like self-conscious scanning, but like I wouldn't hold someone to that
Yeah.
because it's hard. It's not as visible.
Yeah.
Like when you were first out of the shower.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's all
Well,
steamy
unless
in
you're
there
creating murals.
I was creating murals.
And also, as a member of the body hair community,
Mm-hmm.
shaving it's
Yeah.
every day, and then it's
Yeah.
like all the little crumbles, and it's like I have to wipe this down every time.
Yeah.
Again, I live
Every
alone,
time.
so I'm like, I'll leave a crumble or two.
Like all the specks on the
I
sink?
think we could workshop
Yeah.
the word crumble here.
I might open a cookie brand.
And I will say really quickly, it's just that I am fully gay, but I do want to say if you're a boy out there, having a clean bathroom is probably the hottest thing you can do.
Absolutely.
I think.
Oh, yeah.
If I go into a boy bathroom and it's really clean, I'm weirdly like, wait.
And that's why I love when someone's like,
Wait.
Wait.
Am I?
And then I go, no. But I have a friend I can tell or something.
I love when people are gonna come over to my place because I'm like, I need to clean up.
Yeah.
And then I'll do my, and that's all it takes because it's not that. I'm just like, oh yeah, I just gonna. And they're like, wow.
If I
it's
know
gorgeous.
someone's coming over, I will definitely clean it.
Yeah.
If no one's coming over, it's just me, I'm like, okay, like I'm so busy right now, I don't want to do this. I'll let it be a little bit grosser than I would ever want anyone else to
Absolutely.
be.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah,
It's not,
yeah.
we're not living
Yeah.
in filth. It's just not.
Olivia, don't look at me with that side eye. If you were coming to hang out, it would be clean, don't worry.
Yeah.
I know, but knowing that you're not just clean.
I'm clean enough.
Clean enough.
Clean enough.
Do you shower?
This is fake wet hair. I did not shower, haven't showered in weeks. This is actually just grease.
I'm gonna come over like unannounced one day. Like, time to inspect.
I'd be like, just a second. Come on in.
We have an incredible assumption here. Living with close friends can almost always guarantee friendships falling apart. How do we feel about that?
I've had the opposite experience. During pandemic, I shared a 1-bedroom with my awesome pal Trevor. And so he was in the one bed and I was in the living room. And every night we had one pot. We'd make top ramen back and forth and sit down and watch Glee. And I think we're still incredible friends to this day. And that was like really close quarters and hard. And I think our living styles were just really compatible. But it definitely puts a test
It's
to every
definitely a
friendship.
test,
But it doesn't guarantee you will have a falling out with that friend.
I think it will reveal a lot about your dynamic.
Yeah.
So if you have a falling out because of that, then maybe you weren't going to last that long as friends anyway.
Yeah, well, I think it's like, it reveals just your true living style. And to me, it's always been like, oh, this doesn't mean this person isn't my friend anymore. It just means we're not like compatible.
We're
in
not
this
supposed to
way.
live
We're not supposed to
together.
live together, and that's okay.
It also helps show like your communication style, how much you're willing to show respect and compromise. I think those are important in any relationship.
I'm definitely like a chatter. Like I'm the roommate that comes home and is like blah, 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 and that's not good either.
Unless you're with someone who's also down to chat.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Yeah.
Yeah. I lived with some friends of mine in a house, and we got so much closer through it, even though there were, and I love you guys so much. There were things that I didn't love, like they cooked a lot, which I like one of them, like he's a chef. They're a couple. So I lived with a couple in their house. And it wasn't their house, but you know when it's like, this is your house. I'm the other guy. I'm over there. This is your home. But I'd come home and I'd be like, it's like, okay, long day walking, and I'm like, wow, it's garlicky in here too. God.
I kind of like the smell of food being cooked. Did it get annoying?
I do not like that.
Really?
I mean, I love food and I love the smell of food, but it's like when you enter a space and it's like, I didn't choose for it to smell like asparagus today. You know, things like that.
Yeah.
And there, you know, we had like issues with like cleaning and like leaving doors open and stuff like that, but nothing ever got too far that it ruined our friendship at all. It was just kind of like logistical shit.
Like I once lived in a place that was 5 of us.
No.
Yeah.
Oof.
Which
No.
technically, legally was considered a brothel. In the city of Orange, 5, I was a gal at the time. 5 gals living in a place was legally considered a brothel.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Tommy, how long have you lived alone?
3 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I've
maybe
lived
a
alone
little
2
bit
years,
more.
and I'm starting to be like, I kind of want to smell the scent of someone cooking food, even if it's some shit I hate, just in my house. I feel like there'll be a warm, cozy
The trick is
feeling.
to leave a little too much in the trash can. You'll come home to a smell.
I have done that after a vacation. I'm like, what the fuck?
I'm a great cook.
Yeah.
Okay, Olivia's looking.
Okay, looking
I'm
for a roommate.
honestly an incredible cook. Like, really good at cooking.
You are. You literally are.
Yeah.
You truly are.
I truly am really good at cooking. It's wild.
You made an incredible tiramisu on Bit City.
No, but I wish I had like a chef's kitchen, I guess. Like separate from our main kitchen so that the food can be released outside.
Be released. Release the food.
Yeah.
This one says, I assumed all roommates treated living together like a little family. But stories from other friends had me realize how incredibly lucky I was to have roommates who turned out to be my best friends. We would go grocery shopping together and split the cost, plan what we'd have for dinners that week and who was making what, and chore day. If something someone was doing would bother us, we'd all talk to figure out what the solution was. I truly miss living with my roommates. Okay, they lucked out. That is not the normal experience.
Good experience.
The shopping, splitting the cost feels very not normal.
Yeah. We had a rule which was like condiments fair game for
Sure, of
everyone.
course.
Like we shared condiments, but it's kind of nice to have like everyone had a shelf.
For sure.
And that
Yeah,
was
yeah,
your
yeah.
food. I don't know. I think it's very sweet to like be close with your roommates, be great friends, but sometimes the assumption that like, oh well, surely when we're all home from work, we'll all, like watch a movie and snuggle is a little hard for me to get on board with.
Yeah.
I feel like I would definitely need some time apart from roommates. I feel like that's maybe a little bit too
It's
family.
too close.
It's too family for
too
me.
family.
Go move home.
Yeah.
That's what you want.
A bummer thing I will admit was like a fault of mine was in that house where I lived with 5 people, they did Sunday Sparkle, which was cleaning every Sunday. And I happened to be out of the house every time. But it was because I always kept to my one corner of my room. And 2 of the roommates, love them, love everybody, dancers who were kind of always like dancing barefoot outside, coming inside, dancing barefoot
So the
outside.
floors
It was like,
yeah.
they were like cooking wide things and I was like not really cooking at the time. So it was like, I didn't think I needed to contribute to Sunday Sparkle as much as like daily picking up after myself.
If you do barefoot dancing outside, that's when you go to Sunday Sparkle.
Yeah, that's if you dance barefoot
You qualify.
outside. Yeah, you qualify.
For Sunday Sparkle.
Yeah.
This one says, it should be common courtesy to let the other roommate know if you're bringing people over. Oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
100.
100%.
Yeah.
Every
Of
time.
course. 100.
Even if it's like, oh, my partner's coming over and they're always here,
Yeah.
still.
Yeah.
Really, you think so?
I think so.
Ooh, well, I don't know.
I think
Like, I don't think my boyfriend tells his housemates that I'm coming over anymore. Because I have a key now.
If it's agreed upon beforehand, like, oh, they're gonna come by, is it cool if they come by whenever? I think it should always.
Oh,
it should
they
not
probably
be
had the conversation where like, now Tommy's just gonna show up.
Yeah, as long as that conversation's been had.
Right, okay.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and speaking of partners, this one says, if a guest is there for 2 weeks solid, they either have to start paying rent or leave. Too many roommates try to sneak their partner into living there. Oftentimes the partner has no plan to help with the rent or groceries, and it can lead to some pretty bad situations.
Yeah.
If they're staying 2 weeks straight all the way through, I'm like, yeah, you should contribute something.
Yeah. No, that I have experience with that.
Really? That sounds like a TV plot to me.
Yeah, and it was like, but
Life's
I
a
was
movie.
also staying with my boyfriend, so it was not that big of a deal. But yeah, that I can see. I remember now. Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It was interesting, but I think it just needs to be communicated, and it's
Yeah.
not like an easy thing to communicate.
Right.
So just like never talk about it.
I don't know if like the rent of it all, if it's like after the 2 weeks you're gonna go, I'm like, I don't know if I would be like, I want rent.
Yeah.
But like, I would be like, could you take the trash out actually? Like if you're
Yeah.
gonna be here and you're making trash, could you take the trash out?
Yeah, at least be picking up after yourself.
Oh, absolutely. Like be a ghost in the space.
Be a ghost.
Yeah, be a ghost.
Just go ahead,
Yeah, just
go
don't
ahead and be
exist.
a ghost. Just go ahead and
Don't
be a
exist in the
ghost.
physical realm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just turn translucent.
Can you Danny Phantom for us?
Yeah.
I feel like it needs to be a discussion with the other roommates, like, oh, this person, my partner, whoever, is gonna be here for an extended time, or, oh, I've noticed, like, they've been here for longer than I thought they would. And then the person staying there should also be, hopefully willing to make themselves not just feel at home, but make the others feel like they belong there by also contributing in some way.
This says, as a feminine person, I think that if someone is gonna invite men over, I'd like a warning or something like that.
yeah.
I don't wanna leave my room and have a strange guy I've never met before standing in my living room.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Just in this.
Yeah, exactly. It's weird when like a dude comes to your house and looks at your stuff. Like, eyes off of my stuff.
If a guy comes in an apartment, his eyes should be closed.
His eyes should be closed at all times.
And then turn back
Blindfold.
around and go home.
What if he's really nice and just trying to help out and does your laundry, folds your underwear for you?
For a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
2 weeks,
Just
then he
really
moved
helpful,
in.
3 weeks,
That's
4
really
weeks. Yeah, now that's sweet.
Our next assumption, even if your roommate is your best friend in the world, agree to split rent and utilities fairly and get it all in writing. Sign it. Notarize it if you're so inclined.
Notarize it.
Yeah, you never know what can happen over the course of a year, and you cannot be left totally on the line if something switches up. Document everything.
Sure.
That's either someone that's been burned or someone with like lawyer parents.
For sure, for sure.
But honestly, I do think that's good advice to put something in writing when you're on good terms
Yeah.
that says, hey, we're gonna do this all fair. Let's all sign this.
That's like a prenup with your friend.
Which is not that bad of a thing to do, right?
I think it's okay to set these rules and like it doesn't mean that like you're not my best friend. It's just like, hey, like when we feel out of place and disoriented and emotional and we can always go back to this piece
First
of paper
agreement.
that
Yeah.
we agreed upon.
Yeah.
And
To
then
me,
it's-
that paper is the least we signed.
Right.
I don't want to do extra
Yeah.
legal work.
There's also just like the splitting, like when I first moved in my like North Hollywood apartment, which by the way, people at home, North Hollywood is not Hollywood.
It is not Hollywood.
They just call it that to be like, it's Hollywood, right?
The mountain range in between it.
We had, the setup was really weird. Like on our lease, it was just like, this is 2,100. Like that was like the lease. So we just had to go, okay, I'm gonna get the big bedroom and the bathroom that's attached to it, but the bad parking spot, and I'll pay
Yeah.
like 800. You two can share a bathroom, but you'll get the bigger bedroom and the better parking spot. You'll pay 700, and then you lose, and so you're gonna pay
Yeah.
600.
Yeah.
You know, and so we split it up like that way, but we
That was
never
mine too.
wrote that down or anything.
Yeah.
We just kind of went with it. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I mean, I guess you don't always have to write it down, but it is nice to have something where like we're all like excited about this. Let's
Right.
like get on the same page about this, and then not ever have to worry.
I
about
think
it.
I wouldn't think about doing that unless I had been wronged.
Absolutely.
And I fortunately have yet
That's
yet
true.
to be wronged. There's still time.
There's still time.
You're
There's
still
time.
naive.
Yeah, I'm still bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. I could absolutely get scammed.
I feel like one day I'm gonna get scammed.
I
you
just
know?
feel like
it's in the air. Our next assumption: having roommates always feels like someone's in your home and you can't really feel comfortable or at home ever. Frowny face.
even with people I love so much, there is just an element still now that it's just my girlfriend and I were sitting on the couch watching TV. Sometimes I'll just take a deep breath and I'll go, no one's gonna walk in here. That door is closed unless we open it. Like there's something that's so nice about like, even if I love seeing this person, it's hard to settle into feeling totally comfortable knowing that someone could come in and out at any time.
Yeah.
I vocalize that a lot. I say, that door is not gonna open. Say it a lot.
You're staring at the door all night, just keeping your eye on it.
The only way that door's gonna open is if we open it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's definitely pros and cons.
Beautiful.
Pros and cons of living alone. I think one of the biggest things is like knowing that the space is gonna be this way, and even if I'm gone for a week, I come back and it's exactly how I left it.
It is nice though, sometimes where I'm like, oh, if I didn't have roommates, I wouldn't have spoken out loud today. Do you ever have that?
I do.
Yes.
Like sometimes the only time I've talked to someone or had any human interaction is if like we were in this kitchen at the same time or something, and I'm like, oh, that was actually really good for my soul.
Yeah, it is always fun to like go out to your day and say the first word of the day and go, oh my God, that's the first thing I've said today.
Yeah.
How about that? We have sharing etiquette is so important. My roomie and I bought a bag of candy corn pumpkins and had a few, by the way, delish.
Whoa.
I know, crazy. I love eating wax.
I hate that shit.
Told our third roommate she could have some too. We left, came back, the entire bag is gone except for one at the bottom. Rude.
One, and wait, are what is it? Candy
Pumpkins?
corn pumpkins? They're like this big.
They're pretty big. No, they're pretty big. They're like this
They're
big.
substantial. There's some heft.
They're not
There's
this
some
big.
heft.
They're this big. They're not like this.
They're not the
like
size of a
this.
dime, they're the size of a quarter.
Yeah. I'm just like, leaving one is almost more insulting.
It's not that big. Yeah, the sharing etiquette is crazy. I don't know about the sharing of it all. I feel like once you open that door, it's like you have to be ready to sacrifice that whole bag of whatever.
Yeah. I feel like if you're gonna drink all my Diet Cokes, you should probably help replenish some.
Yeah.
You know? I don't care if you ate all my candy. Just like
Get me more
get
candy.
me a little bit more candy, you know?
And I do have a confession on that. When I lived in my North Hollywood crummy apartment, my friend was out of town for 2 weeks. I was desperately hungry and stoned at like 2 a.m. I did go into the kitchen and he did have a bag of granola. And I did eat that whole bag of granola.
Did you replace?
I did replace.
See, that's great.
I did replace.
It's not that hard.
Yeah.
I don't think I can look at you the same way.
I'm so sorry. I know. We have come to the most important question I have deemed right now in this chair.
Okay.
We need to come to an agreement on the thermostat. It was an all-out brawl in college last year.
Yeah.
What's everyone's temperature
Yep.
go?
Okay, so I don't like AC, all right?
What?
No AC for me. Yeah, it's tough.
Olivia!
No, I know, but we reached a good compromise, which is I think 72.
72?
That is AC. That's pretty good.
That's cold.
Oh, really?
I think that's cold.
Oh, yeah.
It's not cold.
That's a little cold.
No, it's like 71 when we're feeling freaky. 72 is like what I'm comfortable. Wait, sorry, was it 74? Oh, it's actually 74, sorry.
74?
74 is like what?
Year round?
That's not bad.
No, but like summer, it's like cold.
Do you heater in the winter?
Of course.
Okay.
I love warmth and coziness, and I don't like AC. But yeah, I think we've reached, it's like, okay, if it's like really hot, yeah, we'll do it. But then it's not like you keep it on for that. It's like, okay, we keep it on for this period of time, and then we go back to like.
Is this in the contract?
I don't know. I think that is something that we should probably set.
Yeah.
Damn.
There are so many comments right now saying, what? I've never had AC.
Yeah.
And for those wondering what an AC is, it's kind of like this magic box where a bunch of little cold elves blow.
Yeah, they're going.
Yeah. It's really bad for the environment.
Yeah. And I know like AC is like a wonderful privilege to have.
Yes.
I did not have an AC in my apartment for a very long time, and it was the second story. It still is the second story. Coming home and it's like 92 degrees in your home, and you're just like,
Yeah.
It is a
Like,
privilege
please
to
help.
have that.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. It's-
Okay, yeah. Go to AC temperature in the summer. You said 74?
Like 71.
71.
I don't know, maybe 68.
68.
Maybe 45.
45.
45, 68, 45, 74.
6,
Yeah.
7.
No!
Tolly, what was
That's
yours?
kind of like that song.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty good.
Gorillas.
I don't know if I have an answer. Basically, I'll say this. I sleep the best when I'm cold.
sure.
And I love a 68 degree.
Oh,
I know
68.
that's
I was
know
thinking
that's
68.
I know that's crazy, but I like I want to pull the blanket up to my neck and lay completely flat and be like, it's nice. I have the fan going, wee, I'm AC going, wee.
Wow.
It's awesome. During the day, I'm fine with 72, 73, whatever. We all know you can always put stuff on, but you can only take so much off
But
when
you
it's
can't
hot.
take your skin off.
You can't take your skin off as much as
Yet.
I've tried yet. And we're working on that. Stay tuned. We're gonna open a business.
My GF, I don't know. I didn't
It's
have the
okay.
time to say
It's okay.
girlfriend
It's
just
okay.
now.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm running late.
That was awesome.
Sorry, I'm texting right now. I'm doing voice to text.
LOL.
LOL, yeah. She loves it absolutely freezing, and I love being cozy at night too, but it's hard to get out of bed when you're like an icicle.
And that is the problem.
Yeah.
That is the hard part.
When I'm sleeping alone, I like it like 74, and I like my body to be part way out, and I'm just on my bed. If there's a fan on, that's good too.
Yeah.
Sleeping with someone, like good 71 or something, right?
Okay, because the
body
double heat.
Yeah, body. You gotta have it cold enough to get.
Yeah, and I like want them to be close to me, right?
Right.
And I do just want to compliment all of us for not one person making a 69 joke.
I know.
We said 68, we said 70.
Your GF would be proud. I love when the water drips out of the AC and then you plant a plant outside of it and the plant just grows infinitely. Yeah, right outside here. Right outside there. I planted a vine like 8 years ago and it's grown all over the entire side of the house.
Outside?
Yeah, because the water drips out.
6 seconds.
6
seconds.
6 seconds.
Let's set the record, y'all.
I thought that was a Vine reference. That's how old I am.
It is a Vine reference.
Oh, what?
And then we did a whole.
And then we brought it back to 2025.
Yep. Great job, everyone.
The year we're in now. The year the youth are thriving.
Here we are. Okay, our last assumption. Here we go. Sound levels should be discussed and respected! Exclamation point.
Of course.
That means no blaring EDM in the bathroom at 2 a.m.,
Yes.
telling your drunk friends not to scream, laugh at everything, and move into your bedroom if you want to watch a movie at full blast.
Yes.
100%.
100%.
Yes.
I'm so conscious of that if my volume's above like a speaking voice on anything, I'm putting in headphones if I'm with someone.
Sure.
That reminded me of a story I was dying to say for this, which was when I was sharing a bedroom with someone and I was like, I hadn't gotten really close to the roommates yet and I just felt like I wanted to be a ghost. Like I didn't want to leave a mess, I didn't want to contribute. I was so quiet where they all were like, does Kel actually live here? Like I would tiptoe around, and one day the person I was sharing a room with, she had her friends stay in her room and forgot to tell me. And I got ready. I was already trying to be so conscious of my sound. I got ready. I blow dry my hair fully in the room. And imagine this, being so nervous to make a sound, blow dry my hair. I hear like, and someone was in the room with me. And I felt so bad that I blow dried my hair in my own room because someone was in there, and I hand wrote an apology note that said, I'm sorry for blow drying my hair. I didn't know you were here. And my roommate was like, Kel, I should have told you someone was in there. Like that was my fault. And I'm like good friends with all of them now, and we just laughed that it was like, we all felt so bad you wrote an apology.
You seem so considerate.
And I felt so bad. I'm just so sound conscious was a long-winded way to say that.
All right, does anyone else have any like hot takes or assumptions to talk about roommates wise?
My hot take is if you have a roommate and your roommate is your best friend or your friend, I'd say enjoy that time. Like all the things, the crappy things that can happen and all the whatever things that happen, enjoy that. Enjoy the holidays in that apartment, because years from now you are going to be living on your own. You're going to be living with someone else, and it's not going to be that person anymore. And just live in that moment, because I really miss living with my best friend, you know? Yeah.
One of my actual biggest hot takes, I have to say, I've always been a second floor neighbor. People love to make the joke, oh, my upstairs neighbor, what are they always moving furniture? What do you want me to do? I'm walking.
I'm walking
around. I'm doing everything you're doing.
I'm walking, dropping things, and rearranging my furniture every day. What's wrong with that?
Now in my place where I live, it's so beautiful. And there's an 83-year-old woman living below my girlfriend and I. And she's like, you'd think I wouldn't be able to hear, but I've never heard better in my life. And she complained to us within like a week of being there, saying we were running and that she could hear every conversation we were having. First off, the running was the cats. We were not sprinting around our 1-bedroom apartment.
Right.
Two, I just don't know. Like, I just want to say to upstairs neighbors right now, like, you're valid. Like, you literally, like, are okay. Like, you can walk. And downstairs neighbors, I'm gonna say it, need to get a grip. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna back you up on that.
Really?
I'm an upstairs.
Because I didn't pick it. It was the only available unit in this apartment complex.
It was the only one I could afford, and it's right near my work.
And now I can't walk. And if I drop something, I have to feel fucking. Oh, sorry. I have
You can
to
say.
feel, I can say. Okay, good.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to say it though. It's,
Oh, okay.
it's like a person. It's like yeah. It's like a personal rule.
The self-censorship.
Yeah. But now I just have to feel awful if I mess up. We have to be so conscious of every sound, and just upstairs neighbors, I hear you, I see you. We will get through this. Don't worry so much.
The downstairs neighbors also hear you and see you.
Okay.
That's true.
Like, they should move up then. I don't get it. Or everything should be ground level.
Yeah, or could the buildings be made thicker or something? God.
Yeah, luckily the downstairs neighbor was like, I mean, look, it's not your fault.
Mine's also chill. I'm like, hey, I am the klutziest person. I drop 5 things a day. And he's like, yeah, I know, it's fine.
Anthony, you got a hot take?
Just clean up after yourself and be respectful. And like, if you have a roommate, like, even if there are differences, I feel like if you are being passive aggressive and building up resentment, that's not helping anyone.
Not at all.
Just discuss it, and like, the short-term discomfort prevents that long-term suffering. And I think that we should all be more open to just like having an honest discussion, being like, hey, I still respect you.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get on the same page about making sure that we could both feel comfortable in this space. I don't think every conversation has to feel like an attack. And I think that sometimes we just get so scared of that confrontation that we never have it, and then things get just progressively so much worse than they ever have to be.
And on the other side of that, be open to those conversations.
And I think I feel closest with someone when we can have difficult conversations and still be like, oh, but we still respect each other.
Yeah, like, in terms of being open to feedback is like, even if you're the clean one, trust me, you do things that are hard to live with too.
Oh, yeah.
I say that as myself. Like,
sure.
I'm definitely not perfect. And so being open to that. And I've learned you can start conversations with like, hey, this doesn't have to be a long thing.
Yeah.
You know, let people know this isn't going to be an intense conversation.
Yeah.
But it's scary. It's scary.
Well, anyway, that's been our assumptions on roommates. Thank you so much for joining us. You're a gem.
I had a real blast.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
This was great.
I can't wait to do this every day forever.
Yes.
And because you are moving in here.
I am moving in here.
They were roommates.
Does friendship really always win? Is a friendship breakup worse than a romantic relationship breakup? And can you make friends as an adult? That's right, today we're talking about your assumptions about friendship. And today we are joined by Gort.
Hello.
We're clapping.
And our very special guest today, Yasmin Saeed, TikTok legend.
Let's go.
Yasmin, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, I guess I'm like a comedy content creator.
Yeah.
And also I do music. And also an actor.
We met at Just for Laughs Comedy Festival in Montreal. You were one of the highlighted new face creators.
I thought they said nude face this whole time.
Yeah. You thought it was nude face creators?
Yeah, we're like, wow, I like that one.
Yeah,
I like that one.
Yeah, you win.
So that leads us to our first assumption, which says it's so easy for dudes to be friends because they can bond and stay close by playing Call of Duty. What?
Who said that?
Yeah.
Who said that?
Who said that? Reveal yourself.
I don't need meaningful conversation.
Yeah.
I've got COD with my boys.
Yeah, I like when my boys are just screaming slurs with the sound of
Like, what the
gunshots
hell?
blaring in the background. No.
That doesn't sound healthy.
I played COD one time. And on the campaign mode only. I never played multiplayer.
You did the story mode?
I never
I keep
played.
thinking of fish.
COD fish.
That's where my head's at.
You can make friends while you're fishing for cod.
Oh, can I?
Yeah.
Oh.
Young men are going fishing.
It's becoming a thing again.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've gone to a pier a couple times, like different ones like Santa Monica or Malibu, and there are young men in their 20s fishing with their bros.
Fishing's coming back in a big way.
I think it's really cute.
They went
Arasha's
from
boyfriend.
cod to cod.
Literally.
Let's go. Yes, pass it on. Yes. That is so funny. Fish instead. Real friends are people that you don't need to be constantly stimulated by other stuff. You're able to sit and in silence. And
I do think that those are some of my favorite kind of friendships where we could just do something casual, like, fishing, or like, something more on my level, like, doing a jigsaw puzzle or something. But like, where you're doing something while, like, a conversation can happen if it happens, but there's not pressure to always be on.
I agree. Because the thing about that, they talk about male loneliness.
Yeah.
The issue is that they don't have friends who are like close enough to have like deep conversations. So like, I feel like that is probably a good example of why it's a problem, because it's like, no, you have to have a friend who you're able to talk to and you're able to like.
Who's there for you at your lows? Yeah.
This next assumption says friendship breakups are worse than romantic relationship breakups. You think so?
100% agree.
I think they can be, depending on how long that friendship was, what it meant to you.
Have you guys experienced friendship breakups?
Yes. I've had friends that I had to like cut out of my life, and it feels like an ex. I'm trying to think of like explicit like we're done. I think, but I agree with it because it's like when you're finding your partner, your life partner, there's like standards and specific like substantial expectations of what you want in your life. But with friends, I feel like it's way more fluid. And so if you have to get to that point where you have to break up as friends, that's gotta be tough.
Yeah, if there's like a moment where you have to put your foot down and announce it, I've never had to do that. I mean, like publicly, like Ian and I had a friendship that fizzled out, and then we were able to reignite that. But I haven't had any moment where I've had to be like, "You are done. You are out."
You're done.
Yeah.
Have you had to do that?
I had, yeah. It was like a really big fight. And it was like, without spilling too much detail, it was basically like something happened. I found out about it and I was telling her about what was happening, and I was not expecting the blow up. And then, so it was kind of like she was like berating me and like it's your, like, you should have known better, but like I didn't have anything to do with like the situation. And then I was kind of like, wait, like that didn't feel good. And then it was like
a learning moment.
Yeah. And then it was like, we try to like, we talked about it, but then there was never like a full apology for it.
And that's when it matters more is how it's handled after the big catalyst.
Yeah,
everything.
Exactly.
So people will make mistakes in the way they communicate, but if you can talk about it afterward and you could like set a better foot forward, that's what matters.
Yeah, exactly. So it was like this weird kind of like back and forth, and like I like was like, hey, like this made me feel like really awful, and then she became like really defensive, and then she eventually was like apologize, and we kind of like shared our love for each other. But I don't know. Then after that, it was kind of
just never the same.
Yeah, just never the same, and like I still like have love for her, and I guess I was never like we're done, but I don't know. It just doesn't feel the same.
Yeah. Like the thing too is like with friends, if they treat you poorly like that, like they take their anger out on you when you had nothing to do with it, and if you allow that to happen, like especially if you have history and you're like, well, I know them, this isn't how they always are, like that can then set the standard for them to think they can treat you like that.
Yeah, and I think it was again something like that where I was like, I don't want to be known for like, I don't want to be the punching bag every time like something bad happens.
No, it's those times when things get rough of where you really like learn each other, whether it's friends or in a relationship, and like how you guys get through that bad part, and you learn how you treat each other through bad parts. I had this friend, we were friends for so long, but I just realized as we were getting older, it was becoming more toxic, like as we were entering like womanhood and all these things where I was like, oh, this friendship is not, she's a bad friend, and also it's making me a bad person. Like I feel crazy. And so I had to just like eliminate this person from my life, and like I still am like scared if I see them in public. It's
interesting
because they're just unpredictable, and
that's scary.
Yeah. So yeah, it's awkward when you feel like you can't have that conversation with somebody. That says a lot too,
Yeah.
Here's a spicy one.
I'm scared.
You should not be friends with your good friend's ex.
Ooh.
Oh, that is a spicy one.
That is a spicy one.
Okay. I think there's a lot of nuance to this.
There's a lot of nuance here.
Yeah.
Of course.
I don't think it can be this black and white.
Yeah, I agree, because I think there are multiple things. It's tricky because
it is
like,
complex.
If you're also best friends with that ex.
Like they were previously in your life as well too, kind of thing?
Or even if like
eventually?
along the lines, you're kind of like, you turn, and I feel like it's also gender-wise, like, you know, if like for me, if it's like a lesbian relationship that my friend was in, and then it's like, you know, I feel like some people may think that's less of a taboo thing to be still friends with that ex versus straight relationships, or like, you're still friends with the guy, like now are you like, is there something going on between, you know? But then also if it's like, if they broke up because they were a piece of shit.
I think that's a huge part of it, is why you broke up.
Yes.
If they were a complete piece of shit that disrespected you, it's kind of weird for your close friend to still be friends with them knowing that they disrespected you so horribly.
I agree.
But if it was like kind of a mutual thing that fizzled out and you realize you weren't right for each other, or they moved to a different I don't know. There's a million reasons where it's okay, and there's a million reasons why it's not okay, I think.
Yes, big time. I think it's also like the level of being friends. Of like, what do you mean? Like, are you getting coffee with them every week, or like, or is it just something you guys still follow each other on Instagram? Like,
I think it depends on if you hate your ex, if you're okay with your friend being
and are
friends
your
with
friends
them.
on a united front?
Yeah.
Because I love the feeling of like, yeah, he did suck. I'm unfollowing them, and I'm like, they're done.
Yeah, and that's so dependent on what they did and how things ended. But I definitely have friends who became friends with people I was dating, and then after that person I stopped talking, my friend would still hang out with them, and it didn't feel weird to me.
At the end of the day, if it doesn't feel weird to you, then there you go.
Yeah. If you're in a heterosexual relationship, you shouldn't have close friends of the opposite gender.
No.
What? This is so silly.
Who put that in your brain?
I don't know. This is so normal, but I think it's so silly in my opinion.
it's silly too.
It's silly. It's so interesting and common when you see that. I think it's controlling.
I think it's controlling. It's very closed-minded.
You're cutting off someone's like life when you're not allowing your partner to have friends that are opposite gender, and it's like, what trust issues do you have that they can't even be like in the same dynamic as someone? Like, I just see this, and this is me being assuming, and good thing we're on the show assumptions, because when I hear this assumption, I assume that the person who made this assumption is a man, is a dude, and it's like that. Okay, well, if you view that I'm getting tangled up and overwhelmed by my own perception of like, like, so you as the poster are incapable of being friends with the opposite gender. You're self-reporting.
I assume this was a woman who like had been told this her whole life.
Yeah, that also. It's like, that's why I said when you first said, I was like, who put that in your brain?
I don't know. I wouldn't be like that. I'd be like, if you're friends. And also, I feel like you could go off of good judgment to know when your partner is getting too friendly with their close friend of the opposite sex. So like for me, I wouldn't be like, you can't be friends with women, because like that's weird. Like you can't help who you're friends with. But then, because I feel like I have a good eye for this, you can, as time goes on, you can notice if they're being like, if there's like some flirty thing going on. But again, that
raises
like
a whole like slew of questions about how much can you trust them.
Exactly. I mean, like speaking, like I have like two like male, like really, really close friends. We had a conversation about this actually. He was like, if you ever get into a relationship, he didn't say it like that.
If you ever get into a relationship,
consider this over. But like when you start seeing someone, will you ever like not talk to us as much?
Oh,
yeah. And then I was like, no. And he was like, really? And I was like, yeah, because like you guys are my friends. Like I'm not gonna ditch you guys for another person.
So someone I was dating in the past, we were like 3 years deep into this relationship. We're 3 deep, 6, 7 deep. But we were like 3 years deep into this relationship, and she was like, I kind of want to like hang out with like some of my friends, like maybe go on a trip with them. And she was mostly friends with guys. And I was like, okay, cool. I was like, that's fine. And she was like, really? I was like, yeah. She was like, oh, that was just something I just stopped doing. I was like, why? She was like, I just assumed it. She was like, I just assumed it like wasn't gonna be cool because in all my past relationships it wasn't cool. And I was like, that's totally fine.
It's really
like,
sad.
Yeah, and it was sad because I realized that she had been like suppressing
friendships because she thought she was supposed to. So I think this is like, while I think it's a super silly thing to believe, I think it's so common to believe this. It's kind of the norm in many ways. And I think a lot of that has to do with insecurity in a relationship. Like if I'm so insecure that a woman I'm dating, that I won't allow her to be friends with men, that's an issue with me.
Yeah.
Or maybe an issue with the way that I see that I trust her.
Right.
You know, that's a bigger issue that probably has something to do more with something internal.
Yeah. Something internal or just something you were taught. You
Or
never
something
know.
you were taught. Yeah, there's just beliefs.
I will just say, I've had a friend where like they're cool hanging out with me, they're a guy, and then once they got in this one relationship, I just like, they just stopped coming to things and stuff. And I was just like, because as someone who's in a relationship, I was happy with them. I want to just be with my partner all the time, but I still am like, I need to make a point to be outside of that. So I'm not just in this vacuum of one person being my only emotional support.
So I understand when people are happy with each other and just want to be with each other, but it's like, I notice when it's like, hey, like, where are you?
I like having my partner be involved with my friend group.
Yeah. Like you need to see your partner or that person you're dating with other people.
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah. Like, are you gonna be weird? Like,
your friends will get the vibe check.
Yeah. Are you also funny? Can you pick up our bits?
Yeah. Can you keep up with our humor?
Yeah.
Let's see.
yeah. I was thinking, I think it's also important in relationships when you do hang out in a friend setting to not be like, we're a couple, but like to be individual people.
I agree.
And for so much of my life, I was like, I'm a couple. And like my identity was in couple that, you know, recently as I've been dating, it's like I will hang out with this person with a group of friends and we'll just be like individual people all hanging out in a group. And it's kind of, it's a very nice feeling that took me way too long to realize I needed in my life. Yeah.
Hey, good on you. Better late than never.
Thanks, guys. Frankly, I have no idea how people make friends outside of school or work.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like that's really tough because throughout your whole life, you make friends at school. Like, I feel like I made all my friends in school. Ian and I, you know, we started Smosh together. We met in 6th grade. And then so you like have to relearn how to make friendships as an adult. Once you are done with school.
Well, like school is also a very controlled environment for forced proximity.
Yeah.
So when you see someone every day, it kind of naturally happens.
Yeah.
Versus when you're outside of that and like maybe you work from home or work in an office, it's kind of like you have to like be more, I don't know, intentional with like the people you want to make friends with.
Yeah.
Did you ever have a non-creator job?
Yes.
Like service industry?
Oh God, so many. I was a takeout person and I wasn't that good. I wanted to be a waiter so badly. And then I worked at a skincare warehouse.
Cool.
Was it? It was a very toxic environment.
Dang.
But like, I know it sucks. But that was when I started getting on TikTok and that's when I started making my own videos. And I was able to leave such toxic environments. Yeah.
Did you ever have like work besties?
I did. I got really close with one woman who looked my age, but she was like 8 years older than me and she like full on had a kid. But she was like so cool and we would always like chat and stuff.
Yeah.
And then my best friend actually gave me the job. So we had like our little connection too. And also I feel like when an office environment is toxic, you gotta have like your alliances.
Yes.
So like we had our little group of like debriefs and like if our boss says something crazy, we would like look at each other and be like, we'll talk during lunch. Yeah.
I feel like work, I made unlikely friends. Like, I was fully like so close and I had so many yap sessions with this like full on mom who I was closer in age to her kids than her, but like we were besties at work. It's
like
interesting.
Work kind of like blurs the line of age.
Yeah.
You just don't, I don't know. I noticed that like you don't notice people's age when you're working with them.
It's kind of cool.
It is.
Do you feel like any of those friendships lasted or were they more like matters of convenience?
Ooh, I think it was more matters of convenience.
Yeah.
But, so I followed the friend who was older than me on Instagram and she would just like post stories and I would like comment. And so like so it wasn't super tight and close, but I don't know. I like seeing
friend.
like I like seeing like their accomplishments and being like, oh my gosh, like congrats.
Yeah.
Hope you're doing good. And
I
then-
love that.
Yeah, just super, super nice.
I realize that friendships that are meaningful and will last are the ones where you don't just interact out of convenience, out of being in the same area.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
You're like,
yeah,
oh, we go to the
yeah.
same school. I was even talking to my mom. She was like, oh, I moved out of this apartment complex and I thought that I had some really close friends there, but we don't connect anymore.
Oh, because you're just
Because it was just a matter of convenience. I'm like, the real friends are the ones where you have to make the plan to show up and you both are willing to go out of your way to make that happen.
And that's important because you start to realize like, okay, I only see you when we're like working or like we live in the same area like your mom, like in passing. And then I feel like the real test is being like, oh, let's do something outside of what
That
we normally
place.
do. And then that's when you see like how far or how real the friendship is.
Yeah, and the ultimate test, can you hang out sober?
True, I forgot about that.
Oh, I never even thought
That's
of that.
true.
I also would like to add, can you just like sit in silence?
That's true too.
yeah.
That's how you know you're comfortable. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I can
like,
tell when someone. Sometimes I allow it to get quiet to be like, hey, we're chill, right? But sometimes I can feel there's like a nervous energy that comes up from the people I'm with.
like, I
They're
gotta say
like, oh, so
something.
anyway,
Yeah.
and they're like, they want to fill the silence.
Yeah.
Speaking of filling the silence, actually, I don't know if this is a good transition into this.
I love that you took a swing.
Well, let's see. Maybe it works.
Yes,
Okay.
he just farts.
Real friendship means being able to FaceTime each other out of the blue.
Okay, are you a FaceTimer? You don't FaceTime?
I'm different.
Yeah.
I personally, it doesn't matter if you're my friend or a relative, I don't like out of the blue calls or FaceTimes.
At all?
It's like
At
a jump
all.
scare.
At
It's like a jump scare. Sometimes I'm like, I'm not in my element and I'm kind of like, why are you calling me? And it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, it's just for me, like I'd like the heads up of like,
Yeah.
hey, can I call you in like right now or like in 2 minutes? Then
I
I'd be
relate.
like, oh, okay. Unless it's an
You as
emergency.
well?
Yeah.
I relate to that, especially when it's like when my family calls me out of the blue, I have to answer because like one time
For sure.
when you miss the call, I've had that happen before where you miss the call and you go, damn, I wish I hadn't missed that call.
Yeah.
Nobody died.
Oh, I was like, okay,
But I know
what's
what you
the
mean.
next?
But it's like,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
I wish I'd been there to answer. So I do love a text of like, hey, can I call you about this? I just feel like it's always a bit when a friend cold FaceTimes me. I'm like, you're about to mess with me. or
You're like, you're on
something.
camera right now, aren't you?
what are we doing?
Like this is a YouTube video,
I'm
right?
really cooked, aren't I?
Yeah.
With YouTube. But I relate though.
I used to not like it at all. I used to like want the heads up. I used to want to be able to prepare mentally, like know that I'm carving out this time to talk to this person. But there's something so nice about someone just FaceTiming you and you only talk for like 5 minutes or 10 minutes.
Is it like a relationship thing? Like,
Totally.
is that something where you appreciate it more because it's coming from a significant other?
I mean, definitely that's definitely really nice. But also if a friend calls, I don't know if they FaceTime me out of nowhere, I might assume there's something was wrong or I'm getting pranked. You're right.
But do you have any friends that just like to call people?
Yes.
Doesn't Olivia call people FaceTime them out of the blue all the time?
Olivia's constantly calling people. I think there are people like because I have a best friend's boyfriend who's also a close friend. He just cold calls buddies all day.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, how's it going? Like he's just one of those folks. I don't know.
Yeah. I kind of like it though when it becomes so
It's sweet.
casual.
I know.
That you could just like pop in and say, hey, how you doing? Oh, I'm good. Cool. What are you up to? Cool. All right. Thinking about you. So that was it though. So, bye.
I think it's the expectation that we're always accessible
That's true too. Yeah.
and like always available because of our phones.
I think as long as the person that FaceTimes you out of the blue is cool with you not picking up sometimes or most of the time.
Yeah.
But the significant other thing, I think, like when Shane, I'm like, yeah, I'm calling.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Let's do this. We're locked in.
Like it's like when you're like waiting for like if I'm like talking to someone and I get like a call out of the blue, I'm like, like little butterflies. But if it's like if it's like a relative, I'm like, what happened?
Right.
Or if it's like
Yeah.
a friend, I'm like, what happened? I don't know. I guess I'm always like my nervous system's racked too. So maybe it's
I
just
feel that.
like I'm always scared.
And
of
that
something.
was definitely a thing for a while. Like my mom would only call me out of the blue if like something was a little bit like urgent or like she needed to get a hold of me. And then she would always prep me before like a normal casual call. And I was like, you could just call me out of the blue sometimes to normalize that. Because anytime you call me out of the blue,
because it's not normalized. I have anxiety.
Yeah.
So I'm like, let's normalize this a little bit.
Exposure therapy.
Yeah, it's good. I like it.
Yeah.
I like when my parents call me out of the blue.
Parents
And
are not your
sometimes-
friends, Anthony.
Oh.
We're talking about friends.
You're right.
Yeah, must be nice.
All right. You can't throw around the term best friends all willy-nilly.
I've learned that.
Do you think people throw that around, that term around too much?
I used to throw it around.
Yeah.
I used to throw it around a lot in high school, and one of my best friends called me out on it.
Because you have too many best friends?
Yeah. Well,
Or was it because they were like, I thought I was your best friend?
I've gotten that as an adult, but as a high schooler, I was a little bit more extroverted.
Yeah.
So I'd be like, yeah, that's my best friend, and that's my best friend. And like, I guess she's considered my best friend. She
Yeah.
was like, not everyone can be your best friend. And I was like, so I actually took that advice. And I don't know, I feel like there are layers to it because I think you can have a best friend in different aspects of your life.
Yes.
That's true.
No, that's
Yeah.
so real. Like you have a best friend at work,
Yeah.
best friend
Yeah,
at home,
yeah.
best friend at the gym. Maybe not the gym, but but
maybe.
I don't know.
I'd like to know what you guys consider best friend.
Yeah. That's
Like, is there a definition? Like, or is it just a feeling? You're like, oh, I love to be around them. It's
I think it's a feeling. I think it's a level of trust.
and seeing each other.
And seeing each other. I think that's
Like emotionally.
yeah.
I think I've processed this a lot in therapy because I've struggled with friendship and maintaining it and showing up for people and who I choose to trust. And like I realized, like my therapist was like, who do you truly, like what do you visualize as someone who truly loves you, who's truly your best friend? I think it's like someone who sees you and doesn't read between the lines of what you're saying
Yeah.
and doesn't judge you when you're like able to just be so you and talk about things and like
Yeah.
like I have issues with like believing it when people say they like me or that they love me. It's like when you believe it, like Amanda is one of those people for me where it's like fully trust. And then I have my friend since I was like 13, 14, Bree, who like, I'm like, I don't know, maybe I do this sometimes. And she's like, no, and you're allowed to do that because this happened to you and this happened to you. And she's like, she sees me.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's a good point.
Yeah, people like that who see you, understand you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you feel like there's no walls between you and them. Yeah, and that you could be entirely yourself.
And fart around them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought you were like this.
Yeah. It's like rips
Do you fart around all your best friends?
Oh, no. No, that was fully the lie of it. No, I don't. No, actually, around no.
You have no best friends.
No, I really don't have a best friend. I don't have a best friend. Help.
I honestly don't think I'm farting around people either.
Have you farted
It's
around a best
just
friend?
not my thing.
Yeah, but it's always on accident.
Yeah, it's like a surprise. You're like,
It's always like I try to hold it in and then I'm like, I'm sorry.
I'm
we need to apologize for farting. That is not your
Like
best
I just
friend.
get so gassy and then like sometimes I'll try to hold it and then I'd like laugh and I'd be like
We're getting down to it. That's awesome.
It's the best when it comes out in rhythm with your laugh.
yeah.
Oh my God,
Like,
Anthony.
I try to time it with my laugh.
You're like, if I laugh loud enough, they won't know. How many times have you farted right now?
Over it.
You farted 3 times right now, let's be honest.
No, don't do that.
I did, okay? It was me. It was
Got the
me.
leg shake.
It was me.
Yeah,
We
guys.
must move
Okay,
on.
we're moving on. Next up, we have just because I'm bad at texting doesn't mean I'm a bad friend, with a very sad emoji.
Aw, I feel that.
But what is
Are
like
you
bad at texting?
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, are you
No,
a good
no.
texter?
No, but like I'm getting defensive. I'm like, well, wait, no.
No.
Why'd you say that?
Who told you?
I'm so hot and cold, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is bad texting? I hear people say like, "Oh, I'm bad at texting." Does that mean I don't reply fast enough, or
That's the
Or
thing.
at all.
It's like,
At all?
well, at least for me, bad at texting is like, if someone texts me and like I get overwhelmed really easily,
Yeah.
I'd be like, okay, I'll just like text them in like the next few minutes, and then I forget.
That's fair? Yeah.
And then, but I always remember, and I'm always like, I'm so sorry. Like,
Yeah.
I like just. I don't know. It's like, it's hard because people who know me understand.
Yeah.
But then it's like, I think
Sure.
dating's a little different
Right.
of a story.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm all over the place. Like if you catch me at the right time or if it's something that's like a low stakes discussion, we're back and forth.
I'm the same way.
Yeah, you'll see my ... dots, like we're going.
Yeah.
But there'll be like, if it's like, hey, what are you doing on the week of this for and I'm like, I can't.
Because I'm also like, oh, I gotta like let me check my schedule and make sure I'm free. Because I don't want to be like, oh, yes. And then the time gets closer and then I'm like, oh, wait, no.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm very stringent on marking things as unread if I know that I need to get back to them. And I
yeah, they have that on texting now.
Oh!
Yeah.
I
And
don't
you can
use
mark
it,
as
but-
unread. You don't use that?
I don't because I'm just making myself anxious. I don't want. I don't want the badge of the numbers there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, I know lots of people who are not good texters, but I get to see them a lot in person, so it doesn't like.
Yeah.
But I think that's like, if you're a bad texter and we don't see each other, then that's it.
Yeah.
And someone else said sending memes, videos, or TikToks are valid forms of communication with your besties.
I think
it
so.
shows you're thinking about them.
I do agree with that.
Yeah, I'm not just sending like, this is funny, I'm gonna send to this person. It's like, oh, this one made me think of this person.
It's always
I'm sending it to
curated.
them.
Yeah.
I always think it's cute when someone sends me something, even if there's no context. I'm like, oh, I know that you like. I know why you thought I would like this.
Yes, where it's like, oh, for me, it's like, oh, a spicy ramen meme. Yes.
yeah, you know me.
No, but I relate on like I feel bad because I do the same thing where I'll get overwhelmed and distracted, and then I forget about it. But it's like, no, but I just want you to know I forgot to text you back, but like I think about you like all the time. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's that expectation that you're accessible.
It's the expectation element of it. I have friends as well where like sometimes I'll text them something and they don't reply for weeks, and then they'll send me something. Like unrelated topic, and then I'll forget to respond to them. And I kind of like that there's no expectations in that friendship. And
that's nice too. Yeah.
I think I used to put like an expectation in my head, like this is a friend, and this is how friends behave, and now this is how we must interact if we want to maintain this. But there's something nice about a very low expectation friendship where it's like we'll just kind of go with the flow of where we are.
And I think that like ties into the conversation of adult friendship where you get busier, so like you kind of have to like, or at least in my experience, get looser on expectations of like,
like where it's not middle school where all you have in life is school and basketball practice. And then
exactly. And then it's like there's outside stress, so it's like,
I feel like my definition of friendships has evolved as well, where it's like, it's not about how often we're connecting, it's about how meaningful the connections are when we do have them. And do we remain friendly and respectful in that time, you know?
Give us another one, Anthony.
People are too quick to cut friends out of their lives these days. And they said the whole you don't owe people anything mentality has destroyed modern friendships.
I do agree with that.
I think I agree too. I think Reddit, like places like Reddit, and the conversation culture around cutting people out is so like rampant right now. I think there are reasons to cut people out, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah.
As somebody who has had to cut people out of my life, I guess.
Yeah, but it's different. I think that people are now getting in this mindset of like, you see one red flag, no matter what your history is, no matter like, you don't communicate it, you just cut them out. It's like always communicate things, and based on how they respond, that's when you decide if you need to cut them out.
Yeah, and it's just a very individualistic like way of thinking of like, and like it just lacks like that community building aspect, like society wise. I know I'm like throwing out buzzwords, but hear me out. Because you have to remember people have their flaws, and like nobody's perfect. So it's like you have to see past that, and then you have to like be willing to make that effort into the communication or making that connection or understanding where they're coming from. And then it's like, I feel like there are certain things where it's like super extreme and like valid to cut someone off super fast. But like I have noticed there's a big topic of like, you don't owe people anything. And it's
so
like,
you could cut them out. I mean, but then that also is like you're begging for that to happen, because if you think, oh, I don't owe anyone anything and I can just cut anyone out of my life at any moment, it's like, of course, you're going to be attracting people who also think they don't owe anyone anything and they're treating you poorly.
For sure. Like if you are expecting a certain type of respect from other people or those people, you owe them that same respect. I saw this really great video of this girl being like, hey, we need to normalize like doing things we don't want to do for people we love in life. So it's like, yeah, you're tired, but your close friend is having a birthday party. You don't necessarily want to go, but just like normalize, bring back like showing up for people.
I do agree with that.
Yeah, even when
really
it's not convenient for you, like yeah, we don't owe anybody anything because you are your own body and your own person. But if you want grace given to you when you have mistakes, because you will have mistakes and flaws, you have to give that to the other person too.
Yeah,
And I think people are like, oh, I've given so much of myself to people for so long and I never get anything back, so I'm not doing anything I don't want to do anymore. And like, that's one way to go about living your life.
You're gonna be very lonely.
But you're gonna be very lonely. And you don't do it for them to do it back to you, but it just naturally happens when you become comfortable enough with someone where it's like we both show up for each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can finally like fart in front of each other and like
Or anyone.
fart in front of anybody.
One person shouldn't have to initiate every time to keep the friendship alive,
Yeah.
whether it be hangouts or just conversations.
Yeah. I do agree with
I
that.
agree with that.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever had a friendship where you're like, let's see what happens if I stop pulling all the weight of the
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do you guys feel like you're usually the ones initiating hangouts or
I
offers to hang out with
think
people?
I'm typically the initiator, but I mean, I think the friendships where I'm the only initiator have like ended, and now it's very mutual back and forth.
Nice.
Like, and I think like what you just said, it would be like I would notice that this person's super busy, but because we're so close, if I notice that I'm the person initiating the hangouts, I'm like it doesn't.
It's
bother
no
me.
hard feeling.
Yeah. It's just kind of like
Because it's already the relationship's already kind of proven itself.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, here's my weird take.
Okay.
I love birthdays because it's an excuse that I can get everybody to hang out with me or get people to hang out with me.
Oh, I love that.
Because it's like an occasion and it's a reason.
Yeah.
Time is hot real estate. Like you're saying currency.
Yeah.
Like, so I feel weird like asking people to hang out on a Friday. I'm like, that's hot real estate. I feel I don't know if I'm the friend that you want to be spending that day with, but like I love an idea. Like are you type A? Do you like planning?
So I like planning, but not always.
Yeah. Like you're like laid back, you don't need things to be going a specific way.
Yeah. It's like I guess I would say I like having an outline, but I'm okay with not being like totally on schedule.
I feel so overwhelmed on things like events like birthdays. I just do not invite people to hang out with me on my birthday because I feel so overwhelmed by it needing to be about me that I just don't I just don't do it at all.
No, literally dream scenario.
Yeah.
I literally want to make a birthday invite where it's like, everybody come to my birthday, but the theme of the birthday is pretend it's not my birthday.
Yeah.
And do not perceive me because like.
So a party.
Yeah, it's just a party. Yeah, but it's like the birthday is the reason people say yes, you know?
Yeah.
Next assumption says, if you're gonna cancel on our plans, please give me a heads up a couple hours before. I can't do another last minute cancellation.
Yeah.
I do agree with that.
Yeah.
Super
I
last
agree.
minute's tough. I think day of is good. I mean,
I agree with that.
At the latest. Couple hours is probably, that's the limit, I think.
Yeah, and that's,
for sure.
I feel like even that's cutting it.
Yeah,
Yes.
because I'm gonna be I'm doing the skincare routine.
I know.
I've
like,
carved out
makeup's-
my day.
Yeah,
You
my makeup's halfway done.
Yeah. This assumption says, if we're good friends, we can reconnect anytime, no matter how much time has passed. I can't stand people who act weird if we haven't talked for a month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Everyone deserves a friend like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have like high school friends. I still like, we just like randomly text each other
Yeah.
after months of not talking.
Yes. Yeah, that's totally the same. And when you see them in person, it's like, all right, how's it going?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just like
I
no
love
time's
that.
passed.
Ian and my high school friend, Ryan, he was the one that actually was like messed up in saying mosh pit and said Smosh. And he's the reason that I was like, it became an inside joke with our group of friends.
And then became the name
And became
of
the name of
company.
this.
Oh my gosh.
But he was like driving through town and it was just like a super quick thing where he gave him a tour of the office. And I was like, damn, it felt like no time has passed. You feel like the exact same chill dude. Like it was great. I love
so
friends like that.
nice.
Yeah. And it had been 10 years the last time I saw him was at the Smosh the movie premiere.
Whoa.
Yeah. If nearly all your conversations with a friend are rants about life or venting about your problems, they're not your friend anymore. They're your unpaid therapist.
I do kind of agree with that.
Yeah.
I do.
Unpaid therapist is so funny. I agree that like the real friends are the ones that you can like talk about ideas and like all kinds of things, not just venting and complaining, talking about people.
Yeah. I think it also depends if it feels reciprocal. Are you both supporting each other in these issues that you have in your life? Or does it feel like you're always just supporting them and saying, it's okay, I get it, while they're telling you all their issues?
And it's like, as the person who is like being ranted to, it's draining. Like I feel like it's a bit selfish to be like always calling one friend just to rant about everything and anything and like that's all you want to talk about and then expect them to always be there for you or like I don't
Just to
know.
take that on.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I do have a therapist to just do that. Never done ranting though. I still need to go rant to my friends also.
For sure.
But like, it's something I've tried to be more conscious of as an adult, maybe because I was pretty bad at steamrolling when I was younger. But like, making sure that, they just gave me a lot of time to talk about myself. Like, now it's their time to talk about themselves.
I feel like subconsciously I'm always clocking how much I'm taking up the conversation. I don't know if that's healthy.
You're editing your friendship.
I don't know if that's
editing
healthy.
in real time.
But also I'm like trying to make sure I give them opportunities to speak. And I feel weird if I'm like, I just took over that whole conversation. But I'm trying to get better at it because whenever I tell my friends, I just took over that whole conversation, they're like, what?
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that. But I do appreciate when a friend reaches out and they don't always lean on me, but like they need assistance. And especially like with men, like men don't typically they don't like call their friend after a breakup. You know, I just feel like that's not something men usually do with each other.
Yeah.
But I appreciate that. I had a friend recently, a guy call me after a breakup and it was nice to support someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was nice. It was
More
nice.
of that.
More of that. Yeah, and guys definitely usually are just like, I gotta do this on my own, you know?
Or like you find out a year later or something.
Yeah.
And you're like, what happened? They're like, oh no.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And going back to this assumption, I feel like if you have a friend who is constantly complaining, you know, like less from like, here's some issues I'm going through, what do you think? I think that's maybe more acceptable than just complaining.
Sometimes you just want a place to talk about it. You don't want your person
For
to come at
sure.
you with, well, you should just do this then. And you're like, I'm not ready to deal with that.
Yeah,
right now,
but I guess I'm talking more as like someone who's like it's like always the same problem.
Yeah, it's like a consistent
Yeah.
You're like, so this is the 20th time you told me this problem.
Yeah, I'm like-
have you tried this?
And they're like, whoa. And we're like,
No.
Yeah.
Me and Shane have this joke of like when we find ourselves in like a complaining loop, be like, careful, you're gonna get stuck like that.
It's like how parents would be like, if you cross your eyes, you're gonna get stuck
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, if you masturbate, you're gonna get hair on your palms.
What?
You didn't hear that one growing up?
No.
We got some head nods in the room.
What?
I didn't make that up. People would
Hair
say
on your what?
grow hair on your palms. That's why my hands are clean as a babe. Hairless is what I was trying to say.
Wait.
Anyway, do you guys have any assumptions about friendships?
Ooh.
Let's talk about the hairy palms again.
No! We're done.
Assumptions about friendship?
Do we have our
Yeah.
own?
You can't travel with any friend.
Oh, you think there's only a select
You think
few
traveling with
friends?
friends is tough?
Yeah.
Oh, like you have a friend that you can travel well with.
Yes, like not every friend you have is a good travel friend.
No, that's a good one.
Yeah. Traveling is already so stressful.
Yeah, that is so true.
Yeah.
And especially when the more friends involved, the more difficult it
Oh
gets.
my gosh, yeah.
Me and Shane had like this group of friends that we went on this very long, it was a lot of traveling. And it went so well. And we learned, we're like, oh my God, we travel well together.
Yes.
Let's do this again. Because it is a treat, a rare treat.
And what do you think? What do you think worked so well about it? Everyone was down to go with the flow, or what do you think it was?
It's like there was a good balance of one person was ready to be type A and say, let's go do this. And everyone was like, sure. And then being like, hey, I have this idea. And just organized, but also laid back. You know? And also it's like, oh, there's no reason to complain because at the end of the day, we're able to do this and it's a vacation.
My friendship assumption, I just realized, something I've started to learn is not necessarily true. I used to think that you had to have a deep conversation and connection with someone for it to be real friends. I didn't realize, and I'm realizing lately, I can have friends where it's like, oh, we just go do this thing together and we just like each other's company. It's not about how was your life? What revelations have you had? Have you processed that trauma from your childhood? How's that going? It doesn't always need to be that. It could be like, oh, we're just gonna play games.
Yeah.
It could be something chill like that.
Yeah, you don't know each other's traumas all
Not
through
always.
and through.
It's nice sometimes to be like, oh, we're real and we have all these complex emotions going on, but sometimes it's just so nice to just chill.
Yeah.
Yes, and at the end of the day, you are your own best friend, so be kind to yourself.
That is a takeaway here. Be your own best friend first, so you can show up as the best friend that the people in your life deserve.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yasmin, where can we find you? Where can we find you on the interwebs?
Oh my gosh, you can find me on TikTok at Lady Yasmina1. You can find me on YouTube at Lady Yasmina, and you can find me on Instagram, Yasmin_Saeed.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can find me all over the place.
Check Yasmin out. She's so funny.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
You guys are so sweet. I appreciate it.
And we'll see you next time.